Hell and damnation! Oh dear, did I shock you?
Oh, no, not in the least.
I'm so sorry about my language. Most unladylike and all that. But I've lost my sister.
Really? That's most unfortunate.
He disapproves. He disapproves of my unladylike language, of me, of my sister, which is most unfair because you haven't even seen her.
Well, now, look here.
Say no more. Nobody loves me. I am crushed. I knew you couldn't be such a mutt as you looked.
Oh.
Not that I'm against a little dignified disapproval, and I like a man who can still be shocked in this day and age. You see, my sister and I are in the theatre.
You're an actress?
Well, I wouldn't go that far. We've got a sort of song and dance act with a bit of comic patter thrown in. It's quite a good idea, and it does get them every time. Somehow they don't expect people to be able to dance and speak.
She was enchanting, a curious mixture of child and woman. Though perfectly worldly wise, there was yet something oddly ingenuous in her single-minded determination.
We're going to make money, I'm sure of it. If only she hadn't missed the bloody train. Oh dear, go again.
It was a day in early June. I had been transacting some business in Paris and was returning by the morning train to London.
So what do you do?
I'm a sort of private secretary to an MP.
That sounds so important. I'm distinctly impressed.
Oh, there's really awfully little to do. Usually a couple of hours a day sees me through. It's pretty dull, too. I don't know what I should do if I hadn't something to fall back on.
Your etchings?
No. I share rooms with a very interesting man. He's Belgian. He's set up as a private detective in London, now that he's retired from the police. Sometimes he lets me help him out.
I just adore crime. I go to all the mysteries at the movies, and when there's a murder on, I simply devour the papers.
The miles flew by. We were so absorbed in one another that we were in Calais before we realized it.
Goodbye, and I'll mind my language in future.
Oh, but surely you'll let me look after you on the boat.
Oh, I may not be on it. I've got to find out where that sister of mine has got to.
We're going to meet again, surely. Aren't you even going to tell me your name?
Cinderella.
Hastings, you are the eternal romantic. You see a girl on the train, you talk to her for a couple of hours, and you do not even know her name. Mon ami, you restore my faith in the absurdity of the human race. And now tell me, what is in the Morning Post?
2 bills, a letter from the Boy Scouts.
No doubt they wish me to deliver a lecture.
And this, postmarked Merlinville-sur-Mer.
Oh, let me see.
Well, that's somewhere between Calais and Boulogne, isn't it?
Listen to this. Dear Monsieur Poirot, I am in need of the services of a private detective. On account of a secret I possess, I go in daily fear of my life. I am convinced that the danger is imminent, and therefore beg that you lose no time in crossing to France. I will send a car to meet you at Calais if you will wire me when you are arriving. I shall probably need your services for a considerable period of time, as it may be necessary for you to go to Santiago. Oh. P.T. Renault. And there is a postscript. For God's sake, come.
You'll go, of course.
Of course. There's no time to lose. The Continental Express leaves Victoria at 11. You will accompany me?
Oh, but Poirot, I've only
Oh,
just...
come. After all, who will ever notice your absence?
Who is this chap, anyway?
A well-known South American millionaire. Come, let us pack.
At Calais there was no car to meet us, but Poirot did not seem unduly put out and promptly hired one. A little way outside Merlinville, a girl with the figure of a young goddess showed us the rough, narrow road that led to the Renault house, the Villa Geneviève.
What did I tell you, Hastings? The eternal romantic.
But didn't you think she was beautiful?
Oh, mon ami, 2 people rarely see the same thing. You, for instance, saw a goddess, while I...
What did you see?
I saw only a girl with anxious eyes.
Something's wrong. There are police everywhere. What's happening?
You can't go any further, monsieur.
But we have to see Monsieur Renault. This is his villa, isn't it?
Yes, monsieur, it is his villa. But I'm afraid that Monsieur Renault was found dead this morning.
Do you mean he was murdered?
I cannot answer any questions, monsieur.
Very well. Will you have the goodness to see that this is taken to the commissary at once? What is his name?
Inspector Bex.
My dear Monsieur Poirot, your arrival is most opportune. You have information to give which may assist us?
Possibly you know it already. Were you aware that I had been sent for by the dead man?
What?
It seems he knew an attempt was to be made on his life.
He sent for you? Well, that upsets our theories considerably. Let me take you to the examining magistrate. He's in the salon.
Most extraordinary. But what is this secret he mentions? What a pity he wasn't more explicit. We're much indebted to you, Monsieur Poirot. I hope you will do us the honour of assisting us in our investigation.
I did not arrive in time to prevent my client's death, but I feel myself bound in honour to discover the assassin.
I am sure that Madame Renault will wish to retain your services, and I am sure Monsieur Giraud of the Sûreté, whom we expect at any moment, will be grateful for your assistance. Monsieur Bex, perhaps you will be so good as to give Monsieur Poirot an outline of the case.
The first sign that something was wrong was early this morning, when Françoise, an old servant, found that the front door was open. She thought that her master had gone out for a stroll. A little while later, Leonie, the young maid, went to call her mistress and found her gagged and bound, and almost at the same moment news was brought that Monsieur Renault's body had been discovered. He'd been stabbed in the back.
Where was the body found?
Well, that is one of the most extraordinary features of the case. The body was lying face downwards in an open grave, just a few yards outside the villa grounds.
And how long had he been dead?
According to Dr. Durand, he died sometime between midnight and 3 a.m.
And Madame Renault's evidence narrows the time to after 2 a.m. Death must have been instantaneous and naturally could not have been self-inflicted.
What did she tell you?
We've not been able to question her. She's still under sedation.
What have you gathered from the other people who live in the house?
Well, the chauffeur is on holiday and Monsieur Renault's son Jacques is away.
Which leaves us with the 2 women servants. I was about to interview them when you arrived. I hope you will do me the honour of being present at my interrogation.
Françoise Arichet.
You have been in service at the Villa Geneviève for a long time?
I was here for 11 years with the old countess, and when the villa was sold, I agreed to stay on with it.
Now, I understand that when you came down this morning, you found the front door was open. Was that right?
Yes, that's right. I remember that I heard him lock up last night after she left, and
Just a moment. After who had left?
the lady who came to see him.
And who was she?
Well, how should I know?
Well, I'm sure you know very well who she was, and you're obliged to tell the police. Who was she?
I never thought I'd be mixed up with the police. Very well, I'll tell you. It was Madame Dobray. She often comes round in the evenings.
Madame Dobray from the Villa Marguerite?
That's the place, just down the road.
So you're saying that Monsieur Renault and Madame Dobray were...
Well, I'm not saying anything. She's not so young any longer, but I've seen the way men look at her when she goes down the street. And just lately, she's had more money to spend. Everyone's noticed.
And can you tell us what time Monsieur Renault let her out?
About 25 minutes past 10.
Do you know what time he went to bed?
I heard him come up about 10 minutes after we did. The stairs creak so that you can hear anyone going up and down.
Thank you, Françoise. That will be all.
Leonie Hollande.
Now, mademoiselle, I understand that it was you who admitted Madame Dobray last night.
Not last night, monsieur. The night before.
But Françoise has just told us that Madame Dobray was here last night.
No, monsieur. A lady did come to see Monsieur Renault last night, but it was not Madame Dobray. This lady was much younger. And there is one other thing.
And what is that?
I think she was English. At least she was speaking to Monsieur Renault in English, and he was speaking English as well. When he opened the door to let her out, he said, "Yes, but for God's sake, go now."
Thank you, mademoiselle.
Is that all?
For the present. But this is most interesting. Show Monsieur Poirot the letter.
The letter?
The letter we found in Renault's overcoat. It was written in English and was obviously from a woman.
Thank you, Monsieur Bex. Perhaps you would care to read it to us, Hastings?
My dearest, why have you not written for so long? You do love me still, don't you? I can't live without you. Sometimes I fancy another woman is coming between us. If that is so, take care. I'd as soon kill you as lose you to another woman. I mean it. How can I convince you how much I love you? Your own adoring Bella.
And what do you make of it, monsieur?
It would seem to offer a very simple explanation for the murder. But crime passionnel does not really answer to the facts of the case. It does not account for the masked men or for Renault's letter to you. Though there is one other thing.
And what is that?
The dead man's will. Take a look.
Everything left unconditionally to his beloved wife Eloise. Simply drawn up, but perfectly legal.
Perhaps you have not noticed...
The date? Yes, I noticed it. A fortnight ago. Possibly it marks his first intimation of danger.
Don't you think it's a little hard on his son? It leaves him entirely dependent on his mother, and if she were to marry again...
Oh, man is a vain animal. Doubtless Monsieur Renault was certain that his wife would never marry again. Or perhaps he thought it would be wiser to leave all the money in his wife's hands. The sons of rich men are notoriously wild.
It may be as you say. And now, I am sure you would like to visit the scene of the crime. Monsieur Bex will show you where the body was found.
This way, gentlemen.
Just a moment, if you please. That room there, is that Monsieur Renault's study?
You would like to see it?
Thank you. Monsieur Renault was evidently a man of taste and order. Everything in its place. Except for the hearthrug. It is crooked.
What have you found?
A scrap of paper. In France, as in England, the domestics omit to sweep under mats. Do you see what it is?
A fragment of a cheque. It appears to be made out to someone named Duveen.
And if I am not mistaken, the handwriting is that of Monsieur Renault.
I really cannot imagine how I came to overlook this. Renault's chequebook was on his desk. I remember noting that, but the last counterfoil is blank.
The murdered man's body lay in a shed at the back of the house. Monsieur Renault looked to be about 50 years of age. His skin was deeply bronzed. On his face was an expression of absolute amazement and terror.
Have you any idea with what weapon the crime was committed?
It was left in the wound. Here it is.
Yeah, it looks like a paper knife. It is remarkably sharp. A nice little tool for murder. No fingerprints?
None.
Monsieur?
Yes? What is it?
Madame is much recovered and ready to receive the examining magistrate.
Well, tell Monsieur Otet and say that we will come at once.
Very good, monsieur.
Monsieur Renault wore only underclothes under his overcoat?
Yes. Monsieur Otet thinks that is rather a curious point.
And his overcoat is unusually long.
Take care. The stairs are rather worn.
And noisy, too. They creak fit to wake the dead.
Servants' quarters are along there.
Come in.
Pray be seated, gentlemen.
I hope that it will not distress you too much to tell us what happened last night.
Not in the least. I know that you must act swiftly if you're to catch my husband's murderers.
It might tire you less if I were to ask you questions. Now, what is the first thing you remember?
I felt a hand being pressed over my mouth. The light was turned on. There were 2 men in the room.
Can you describe them?
I could see very little of their faces. They were masked. One was very tall and had a long black beard. The other was shorter and stout, and his beard was red. He was the one who was holding me. He forced a gag into my mouth and then bound up my hands and feet.
And what about your husband?
They forced him into the room next door. I could hear them talking in Spanish. They said something about a secret. They wanted to know where it was hidden. And then they hurried my husband out of the room. He was only half dressed. The tall man said, "One sound and you're a dead man." I must have fainted after that.
And do you have any idea for what they were searching?
None whatever.
Tell me, madame, had your husband shown any sign of anxiety before the attack?
He seemed distracted, and he wouldn't tell me what was wrong.
Were you aware that he had called in the services of a detective?
A detective?
Yes, this gentleman, Monsieur Hercule Poirot.
Madame?
I had no idea of this.
I see. What time was the crime committed?
I remember hearing the clock on the mantelpiece strike 2.
Ah, there's a watch on the floor. It looks as if one of the men trod on it.
It's mine. It must have fallen off the dressing table.
But it says 7 o'clock.
Let me see. The glass is broken, but it is still going.
But it's only 5 o'clock now.
It is of no importance. Are you aware that your husband had a visitor last night?
No. Who was it?
A lady.
Indeed.
Forgive me, madame, but do you recognize this?
Yes. That's my little paper knife. But was that...
Yes, madame. Your husband was killed with this weapon.
They took it from my dressing table. It was a present from my son. It was made from a streamline airplane wire. He was in the Air Force during the war.
Which brings us to another matter. Where is your son now?
He's on his way to Buenos Aires. My husband telegraphed him last night to tell him to go there straight away.
And do you know why?
I have no idea. He was going overland from there to Santiago.
Santiago. Everything seems to bring us back to Santiago.
Pardon, madame, but may I examine your wrists?
If you wish, monsieur.
They must cause you great pain.
There was a look of disappointment in his eyes. The magistrate led Madame Renault down the stairs and out to the shed to identify the body.
Are you ready, madame?
Yes, monsieur. Oh, my God. Paul, my beloved.
Oh, madame.
Hastings, I am an imbecile. If ever there was love and grief in a woman's voice, I heard it then. I must start again.
Beck set off for the scene of the crime, but Poirot stopped by the flower beds on either side of the steps leading up to the front door.
The murderer could easily have climbed up to the bedroom by that tree on the left.
But they could not have done so without leaving footsteps in the flower bed.
You are right. And there is not the least sign. But in the other flower bed, there are plenty of footprints.
I think you'll find they are those of the gardener.
So you think they are of no importance?
Not the least.
Bex led us along a path bordered by a shrubbery on either side. Suddenly we emerged onto a wide stretch of open downs with a distant view of the sea. It was a golf course.
The links will not be open until next month. It was the men who were working on them who discovered the body this morning. In that pit over there.
But there's someone there now.
My men have had strict orders to allow no one to interfere.
I am not exactly no one, Monsieur Bex, and I have every right.
My dear Mr. Giraud. Gentlemen, this is Monsieur Giraud of the Sûreté.
The famous detective from Paris was already familiar to me by name. There was a distinct arrogance in his manner which showed he was fully alive to his own importance.
Poirot, I know you by name. You cut quite a figure in the old days, didn't you?
Crimes do not change much over the years.
The police should have been prevented from trampling all over the place. But the vital evidence is still there.
The external signs, that is what you seek?
Of course. You see that spade? It was used to dig the grave. And those gloves at your feet? Renault's spade and Renault's gloves. The man was stabbed with his own dagger. His own gloves held his own spade with which his grave was dug.
And this piece of lead piping, did this belong to the murdered man?
It may have been lying around for weeks. Anyway, it doesn't interest me.
It interests me. But no matter. Monsieur Bex, what is the meaning of this white line that extends all the way around the grave? Is it the work of your men?
No, Monsieur Poirot. It is part of the work on the golf course. It is the outline of a bunker.
But what a curious place to bury a body. Huh? When the men began to dig up the ground, all would be discovered.
Exactly. Which proves that the murderers were strangers to the place.
Unless, of course, they wanted the body to be discovered. Which is clearly absurd, is it not?
I must admit I was beginning to worry that Poirot was losing his grip. He continued to mutter on to himself about the lead piping and the broken wristwatch. He proved that the footprints in the flower bed were made by the gardener's boots, and he did not seem in the least impressed by Monsieur Otte's discovery that Madame de Broglie had paid 200,000 francs into her bank account in the last 6 weeks.
It is getting late, but I think we should pay her a visit. It is possible that he may have told her the secret he did not confide to his wife.
We walked through the cool of the evening to the Villa Marguerite.
She's lived here for many years. Very quiet, very unobtrusive.
And then I realized that the villa was the home of the beautiful girl with the figure of a goddess.
Monsieur, what do you want?
She was more beautiful than I had remembered, but deathly white and very ill at ease. She led us through to her mother's room.
But what possible help can I be to you?
We have reason to believe, madame, that you were an intimate friend of Monsieur Renault.
What are you saying?
That you frequently visited his villa in the evening, is that so?
I deny your right to ask me such a question.
Madame, we are investigating a murder.
I had nothing to do with the murder.
We do not say that for a moment. But you knew the dead man well. Did he ever talk about any danger that threatened him?
Never.
Nor of any enemies he may have made in South America.
He said nothing. I really cannot see why you should come to me. Cannot his wife tell you what you want to know?
Sometimes, madame, a man tells his mistress what he does not always tell his wife.
Have the goodness to leave my house, monsieur.
We left the Villa Marguerite like a shamefaced pack of schoolboys. Otte and Bex went back to the scene of the crime. Poirot and I set off towards the Hôtel des Bains in Merlinville, where we had booked rooms.
The French police system is marvelous. The information they possess about everyone's life.
Monsieur!
Mademoiselle.
I beg your pardon. I should not do this, I know. You must not tell my mother.
Of course not, mademoiselle.
Is it true that you are the detective Monsieur Renault called in before he died?
Yes, it is quite true. But how did you learn it?
Françoise told our maid.
Well, mademoiselle, what is it you want to know?
Is anyone suspected of the crime?
Why do you want to know?
Monsieur Renault was always very kind to me. It is natural that I should be interested.
I see. Well, mademoiselle, suspicion at present is hovering around 2 persons.
2?
Their names are unknown, but they are presumed to be Chileans from Santiago. And now you see what comes of being young and beautiful. I have betrayed professional secrets for you. Come, Hastings, we must be getting back to our hotel.
Goodbye, mademoiselle.
Goodbye, monsieur, and thank you.
Nowhere to hang my clothes, no one to polish my shoes. You are not listening to me, Hastings.
What was that?
I have seen that look on your face before. Do not set your heart on Mademoiselle de Broglie. She is not for you.
She has the face of an angel.
Some of the greatest criminals I have known had the faces of angels. A malformation of the little grey cells may coincide quite easily with the face of a Madonna.
You can't suspect that poor innocent girl.
If only I could remember where I had seen that face.
Mademoiselle Marthe?
No, her mother's. It was a long time ago when I was still with the police in Belgium. I have never actually seen her before, but I have seen her picture, and I rather fancy... I may be mistaken, but I fancy it was a murder case.
We were up at the villa early next morning. Poirot started to draw out the young maid, Léonie, on the subject of a quarrel she had overheard between Monsieur Renault and his son.
I was dusting the salon and I saw him pass, and his face was white with 2 burning spots of red.
I had a mind to take another look at the scene of the crime. I fought my way through the shrubbery and found myself on the links, some 100 yards away from where the murder had been committed. A young lady was standing with her back to me, gazing out towards the sea. She turned and looked at me.
What are you doing here?
Cinderella!
When I last saw you the day before yesterday, you were going home to England like a good little boy.
When I last saw you, you were trotting home with your sister like a good little girl. How is your sister?
How kind of you to ask. She's quite well, thank you.
She is here with you?
She remained in town.
I don't believe you've got a sister. What are you doing here, anyway?
Resting, I suppose you've heard of the term. And what are you doing here?
You remember that I told you I had a great friend who was a detective?
I remember.
And perhaps you've heard of this murder at the Villa Marguerite.
You don't mean to say you're on that?
As a matter of fact, I am.
Oh, then you must take me to see everything.
How do you mean?
The place where it happened and the murder weapon and any fingerprints or interesting things like that. I've never had a chance of being right in on a murder like this. Oh, please.
I didn't need much persuasion. I told her most of what I knew. I showed her where the body had been discovered. I even got the key of the little shed and showed her the body itself.
Oh, it's horrible. To think that a few hours ago he was still alive. Do they know how he was killed?
He was killed with a dagger. It's in this glass jar here.
Oh, there's blood on it! My God!
Let's get you out of here. It's been too much for you.
No. I'll be all right. Get me some water quickly.
I rushed off to the house. Fortunately, none of the servants was about, and I was able to secure a glass of water unobserved and add a few drops of brandy from my pocket flask.
Oh, thanks. Oh, that's better. Why did you let me go in there?
Because you insisted. It was your idea.
I suppose it was. Well, I'd better be off.
But you can't go just like that. You're not well.
Nonsense, I'm quite all right now.
Won't you let me come with you?
There is nothing wrong with me, I assure you. You've been very kind. I hope you won't get into trouble for showing me things.
Don't give it a second thought, but you haven't told me your address.
Oh, I'm staying at the Hotel de Phare. It's a little place, but quite good. Come and look me up tomorrow.
It wasn't until I got back to the villa that I realized I still didn't know her name. I found Poirot in the drawing room, doing his best to preserve his patience with the appalling Giraud. Monsieur Otet preserved an aloof silence.
What do you see there?
A cigarette end and a match.
And what does that tell you?
It tells me nothing.
Obviously, you haven't made a study of these things. Oh. It is no ordinary match. It comes from South America. Luckily, it was unlit. Otherwise, I might not have recognized it. Evidently, one of the assassins threw away his cigarette and lit another, spilling one match out of the box as he did so.
And the other match?
Which match?
The one he did light his cigarette with? You have found that also?
It is of no importance. The cigarette end is enough. It is a South American cigarette with licorice pectoral paper.
But it is only 4 years since Monsieur Renault returned from South America. Might not the cigarette and match belong to him?
No. I have already searched among the effects of Monsieur Renault. His cigarettes were quite different.
Tell me, Monsieur Giraud, does nothing strike you as familiar about this case? Is there nothing it reminds you of?
I can't say offhand. I don't think so.
Nevertheless, a crime almost precisely similar has been committed before.
When and where?
That unfortunately I can't for the moment remember, but I shall do so. I hoped you might be able to assist me.
There have been many affairs of masked men.
Man is an unoriginal animal. If he commits a crime, any other crime he commits will resemble it closely. The English murderer who disposed of his wives by drowning them in their baths is a case in point.
Where is all this getting us?
When you have two crimes, precisely similar in design and execution, you find the same brain behind them both. I am looking for that brain, Monsieur Giraud, and I shall find it.
I'm sorry, monsieur, but he insisted...
Forgive me for disturbing you.
Who the devil are you? What do you mean by bursting into the room?
I suspect he has every right to do so. You are Jacques Renault, isn't that so?
That is correct.
So you did not sail on the Anzora?
The ship was delayed for 24 hours by engine trouble. I happened to buy an evening paper and saw the report of my father's death.
Sit down, Monsieur Renault. It must have been a terrible shock for you to learn the news as you did. I hope you will not feel that we are too insensitive. If
I'm at your disposal. Ask me any questions you please.
I understand that the journey was undertaken at your father's request.
That is so. Here's the telegram he sent.
Proceed immediately Cherbourg, Anzora, sailing tonight Buenos Aires. Ultimate destination Santiago. Further instructions await you at Buenos Aires. You have been a good deal in South America, I think.
I was there as a child, but I was educated in England, and when the war came, I served in the Royal Flying Corps.
If you will permit, I would like to put a question to Monsieur Renault.
By all means, if you wish.
Were you on good terms with your father?
Certainly I was.
So there is no truth in the assertion that you had a violent quarrel with him on the eve of your departure for Paris?
We did have an argument.
And did you say something like, "When you are dead, I can do as I please"? I must request an answer.
I dare say I said that. I was very angry.
And what was the subject of your quarrel?
I decline to answer that.
Monsieur Renault, it is not permitted to trifle with the law.
I will inform you if you like, monsieur.
You know Poirot?
Certainly I do. The subject of the quarrel was Mademoiselle Marthe d'Aubray.
How the devil do you know that?
Is that so, monsieur?
Yes, it is. I love Mademoiselle d'Aubray, and I wish to marry her. When I informed my father of the fact, he flew at once into a violent rage. Well, naturally, I couldn't stand having the girl I love insulted, and I, too, lost my temper and said what I said.
You were aware, then, of the terms of your father's will?
I knew he'd left half his fortune to me, and the other half to my mother, to come to me after her death.
Do you recall an unusual present you gave to your mother, a paper knife?
The one I made from aeroplane wire.
It was the weapon which killed your father.
May I see it?
Your mother has already identified it, but of course you shall see it. If I might trouble you, Monsieur Beck?
Certainly. I will fetch it immediately.
In the meantime, let me put another question to you. Are you acquainted with the name of Duveen?
Duveen?
Bella Duveen.
It means nothing to me.
Perhaps you would care to read this letter. We found it in your father's overcoat. Can you give us any clue as to the identity of the writer?
I've no idea whatsoever. Does my mother?
As yet, no.
Monsieur le Juge.
Yes, what is it?
The dagger has gone.
What do you mean?
But I saw it this morning.
You saw it, Captain Hastings?
There was nothing for it but to make a clean breast of it. Under the circumstances, they were quite remarkably forbearing. Giraud even congratulated me on providing him with a vital clue. But it was Poirot's opinion that I dreaded. He seemed remarkably unconcerned and was more interested in measuring the length of Jacques Renault's overcoat.
Most satisfying.
What were you hoping to learn by measuring it?
To see how long it was. Now tell me, my friend, what are your thoughts about the case?
To tell you the truth, I'm very worried about Madame Renault. There's something about her that doesn't quite ring true.
You are right. From the beginning, I have been sure that she was keeping something back. At first, I suspected her, if not of inspiring, at least of conniving at the crime.
Why?
By the new will, she is the only person to benefit from her husband's death. You may have noticed that I took an early opportunity of examining her wrists. I wished to see whether there was any possibility she had bound herself.
And had she?
The cords had been drawn so tight as to cut into the flesh. There was no possibility she could have done it. But still there was something familiar about the story of the masked men and the secret. And there was the little matter of the wristwatch.
What about it?
Now, it is time to employ the little grey cells, my friend. When did the crime take place?
Madame Renault said she heard the clock strike 2 while the men were in the room.
And she was lying. The crime took place at least 2 hours earlier. For some reason, it was imperative that it should appear to have taken place later than it actually did. You have heard of a smashed watch recording the exact hour of the crime?
Yes, but the watch...
The glass was broken, but the mechanism of the watch kept going, which drew my attention to 2 important points. First, that Madame Renault was lying. Second, that there must be some vital reason for the postponement of the crime. And that reason may have been that the last train left Merlinville at 17 minutes past 12.
So that if the crime appeared to have taken place 2 hours later, anyone leaving by that train would have an unimpeachable alibi.
Exactly.
Well, so we must inquire at the station. They can't have failed to notice 2 foreigners who left by that train.
Oh, my friend. Surely you do not believe all that rigmarole about the masked men?
But Renault's letter, the secret, and Santiago...
I'll take my word for it, Santiago is a red herring. The danger that threatened him was near at hand, in France.
Well, then, what really happened?
Only one person could tell us that. Madame Renault. As I said, I suspected her at first, but...
What made you change your mind?
Her spontaneous grief at the sight of her husband's body. I could swear that was genuine.
And she actually fainted.
Oh, it was no fake. Tell me, Hastings, what is the explanation of the open door?
I suppose it was simply an oversight.
There is something about it which for the moment I cannot fathom. But one thing I am fairly certain of, they left by the window.
But there were no footprints in the flower bed underneath.
No, and there ought to have been. In the other bed, there were plentiful impressions of the gardener's big hobnail boots. In the other, none. Someone had smoothed over the surface with a rake. But I must be going. The train to Paris leaves at 2:25.
Why are you going to Paris?
To look for the murderer of Monsieur Renault. I shan't be away long. Stay here and cultivate the society of Jacques Renault.
Which reminds me, how did you know about him and Marthe de Broglie?
Oh, my friend, I know human nature. Throw together a boy like young Renault and a beautiful girl like Mademoiselle Marthe, and the result is almost inevitable. And remember, she has anxious eyes.
What do you mean by that?
I fancy, my friend, that we shall see before long. But I must be on my way.
I'll come and see you off.
You'll do nothing of the sort. I forbid it.
There was nothing I could say to that, so I let him go. I strolled down to the beach in the hope that Cinderella might be disporting herself in some wonderful costume, but there was no sign of her. So I decided to try the Hotel du Phare.
I'm sorry, but there's no such lady staying here.
But the lady told me herself.
She must have made a mistake. There's been another gentleman here inquiring for her. He described her in just the same way.
What was he like?
He was a small, plump gentleman, very neat, with a stiff moustache.
So that was why he refused to let me accompany him to the station. I felt angry and betrayed. Why did he have to meddle in everything? I went to bed that night in a distinctly bad humour. The following morning was heavy and overcast, and an unwelcome surprise awaited me at the Villa Geneviève.
It is terrible. There is a curse upon the house. They should send for Monsieur le Curé to bring some holy water. Never will I sleep another night under this roof.
But what has happened?
Have you not heard? There's been another murder.
Who has been killed?
How should I know? He is a stranger. They found him up there in the shed, not 100 yards from where they found poor Monsieur Renault. And that is not all. He was stabbed with the same dagger.
I am expecting the doctor at any moment, although we hardly need him.
When was it done? Last night?
I don't lay down the law on medical evidence, but the man's been dead well over 12 hours. When did you say you last saw that dagger?
About 10 o'clock yesterday morning.
Then it was probably not long after that. The body was dragged in here after the killing by 2 people. They've been careful to obliterate their tracks, but I can see well enough the unmistakable prints of a woman's shoe.
She is here, monsieur.
Show her in. Madame Renault, this is the man. Do you know him?
No. I have never seen him in my life.
You do not recognize him as one of your assailants?
No. I do not think so.
Thank you, madame. That is all.
The doctor is here. Good morning, Monsieur Giraud.
At last. We will leave you to get on with your work. Come, Mr. Hastings. There's something I want to show you. Just take a look at this.
A woman's hair.
It was wrapped round the handle of the dagger. A long black hair. Does it suggest anything to you?
Well, I scarcely...
It suggests to me Madame de Breuil. But there will be time enough to go into that. I shall confront her and her daughter with the body. But there is something else. Did you look at the victim's hands?
No, I can't say that I did.
The nails were broken and dirty, and the skin was hard. They were not the hands of a gentleman, but he was dressed as one, and none of his clothing is marked.
Monsieur Giraud.
Well, Doctor, was I right? The man was killed shortly after 10 yesterday.
Monsieur Giraud, that man has been dead for at least 48 hours, and probably longer.
The whole thing was utterly fantastic. And then a telegram arrived from Poirot. His train would arrive at Merlinville at 12:28. Needless to say, it was late. It occurred to me that I might pass the time by asking a few questions as to who had left by train on the night of the murder.
No, monsieur, there were no foreigners. Very few people took the train. I would certainly have noticed.
Did young Monsieur Renault leave by that train?
Oh, no, monsieur. What possible reason could he have for arriving and departing within half an hour?
You mean that he arrived at Merlinville that evening?
By the last train, 11:40.
Ah, mon cher ami, how good of you to come and meet me.
Oh, I thought that was what you expected.
Now, I have succeeded beyond all expectations.
Congratulations. Have you heard the latest here?
No, how could I possibly hear anything?
We must go up to the villa at once. There has been another murder.
Another murder? Ah, then all my ideas are wrong. I have failed. It demolishes my theory. It ruins everything. Oh, no, it is impossible. I cannot be wrong. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless the victim is a man of middle age, his body was found in the locked shed near the scene of the crime and had been dead at least 48 hours.
Oh, you're pulling my leg. You've heard all about it already.
Would I do such a thing? No, I assure you that I have heard nothing whatsoever.
Then how on earth can you know that?
I was right then? Ha! The little grey cells, they told me. Come, let us cut across the golf links. I want to take a look at the body.
Why are you so interested in a bundle of rags?
What do you make of them?
Old clothes of the gardeners.
If you say so. Dr. Durand.
What is it?
There is foam on the lips. You observed it?
I didn't notice it, I must admit.
But you observe it now?
Oh, certainly.
It is a very strange wound. It has not bled. Now, what do you think, Doctor? And the dagger is slightly discoloured, that is all.
I agree it is most abnormal.
It is not abnormal at all. It is perfectly simple. The man was stabbed after he was dead. You noticed, of course, Monsieur Giraud.
Certainly I noticed.
But how was he killed, Poirot?
He was not killed. He died. He died, if I am not much mistaken, of an epileptic fit.
Poirot was the hero of the hour. But he was terribly concerned that his moustaches had grown limp in the heat of the railway journey, and we returned to the hotel.
And just look at my tie. It is a disgrace. Could you pass me the pomade?
Here you are. Why did you go to Paris?
To find this newspaper cutting. You recognize the photograph?
Madame de Breuil.
No. Not quite correct, my friend. She did not call herself by that name in those days. That is the notorious Madame Beroldy.
Madame Beroldy?
You remember the name?
Wasn't she the one who was accused of murdering her husband?
Just so.
She was found in her bedroom, bound hand and foot with her husband dead beside her, and there was some story about masked Russians, but... Yes, that's just like...
No. Do not agitate me. The moustaches are at a critical point.
And there were two other men in the case, a lawyer called Georges Conneau, who was supposed to have been her lover, and a rich American called...
Hiram P. Trapp.
And she was supposed to have got Conneau to murder her husband so that she would be free to marry the millionaire. And when Conneau found that he had been used by her, he wrote to the prosecutor making a public confession. He was never found, and she, somehow or other, was acquitted.
She swore that she had nothing to do with the planning of the crime, that Renault had killed her husband out of love for her, and that the first she knew of it was when she saw Renault standing over her with the blood-stained knife in his hand.
But didn't they prove she could easily have got out of her bonds?
They did, but she was a very beautiful woman, and her address to the jury was a masterpiece. She had a small child, I remember, a little girl.
Whatever became of her?
She left to begin a new life in Paris, and nothing more was heard of her.
I see everything now.
What exactly do you see?
Well, that it was Madame de Broglie who murdered Renault.
Why?
What?
Why should she murder Renault?
Well, because...
You see, we can find no shadow of a motive. She does not benefit by his death. Considered as a mistress or as a blackmailer, she stands to lose. You can't have murder without a motive. And there is something that you are forgetting.
And what's that?
It was not Madame de Broglie who told us this tale of being tied up by masked men. It was Madame Renault. And so, we draw nearer to the truth, which is, as always, very curious and interesting.
What else have you found out?
I have discovered what Monsieur Renault sent for me to discover.
And you know the murderer?
I know one murderer.
What do you mean?
That we have here not one crime, but two. The first I have solved. The second, I must confess I am not sure.
But I thought you said the man in the shed died a natural death.
Still you do not understand. One may have a crime without a murderer, but for two crimes it is essential to have two bodies. Enter. Monsieur Jacques, please come in. You got my little note?
Yes, I did.
I'm sorry to oblige you to come out here, but you will perhaps understand the atmosphere of the villa is not very congenial to me. Monsieur Giraud and I do not see eye to eye.
I can't bear the sight of him. He's an arrogant idiot.
Then may I ask a little favour of you?
Well, certainly.
Would you be so kind as to go to the railway station and take a train to the next station along the line, Abalac? Ask at the cloakroom where the two foreigners left a case there on the night of the murder. Will you do that?
Certainly I will.
There is a train in a quarter of an hour, and I must ask you not to return to the villa, as I have no wish for Giraud to get an inkling of your errand.
I'll go straight to the station.
Yeah, just a moment. There is one other thing. Why did you not tell Monsieur Autet that you were in Merlinville on the night of the murder?
Because I was not in Merlinville. I was in Cherbourg.
But the staff at the railway station say you arrived by the 11:40 train.
Do they? Are you accusing me of murdering my father?
I should like an explanation.
I came to see my fiancée, Mademoiselle de Broglie. I was about to go away for a long time. I did not want the whole world to know about us.
And did you see her?
Yes.
And afterwards?
I found I'd missed the last train. I walked to Beauvais and got a car to take me to Cherbourg.
A long walk at that hour of night. Oh, thank you, Monsieur Jacques. And now, if you would be so kind as to carry out my little errand.
Of course. Au revoir, Monsieur Poirot.
Mm-hmm.
What was all that about? Why are you sending him off to Abalac?
Oh, come, Hastings. Surely it is obvious.
Oh, you want to get him out of the way?
Ah, your penetration is amazing. Now, let us go up to the Villa Geneviève.
But we did not go straight there. Instead, Poirot decided that we should hang about outside the Villa Marguerite, hoping that Mademoiselle Marthe might come into the garden. And, eventually, she appeared.
Psst. Mademoiselle, a little word with you.
What is it, Monsieur Poirot?
You remember asking me if anyone were suspected of the crime?
Yes, monsieur. You said they were looking for two Chileans.
If you were to ask me that question again now, I should give you a different answer.
Who then?
Jacques Renault.
But that's impossible.
You know, of course, that he was here on the night of the murder.
Yes, he told me.
It was unwise of him to have tried to conceal the fact.
Yes, but we cannot waste our time on regrets. He is innocent, and we must save him.
Mademoiselle, is there something that you are keeping back that you could tell us?
Yes, there is something, but I hardly know whether you will believe it.
At any rate, tell us.
On the morning of the day Monsieur Renault was killed, I was walking here in the garden when I heard a sound of men's voices quarrelling in the garden of the Villa Genevieve. I pushed aside the bushes and looked through. One of the men was Monsieur Renault, and the other man was a tramp, a dreadful creature in filthy rags. He was asking for money. At that moment, Maman called from the house, and I had to go. When the second corpse was found, Monsieur Giraud insisted I looked at it. I am almost sure that the tramp and that dead man are the same.
But why did you not say so at the time?
The body was dressed in gentleman's clothes. It was only afterwards that I...
Where are you?
Forgive me, I must go.
Let us go back to the Villa Hastings.
Is she just trying to divert suspicion from her lover?
It is a curious tale, but I believe it to be the truth. And she inadvertently gave us the truth on another point. She did not say that Jacques Renault had been with her on the night of the crime. She simply said, "He told me." If he did not see her, then who did he see?
The Villa Genevieve seemed deserted. Poirot led me swiftly to Jacques Renault's room and very methodically started to search through the cupboards and the desk.
What is it?
A car's just driven up. It's Giraud with Jacques Renault and two gendarmes.
Oh, that stupid animal could not wait. I shall not be able to replace the things in this drawer with the proper method. But, I have found what I wanted. Come.
What is happening? Where are you taking my son?
He is under arrest for the murder of his father.
What? It's not true. It can't be true.
Before anyone could get to her, she fell heavily down the stairs. Poirot was instantly at her side.
She has cut her head badly, and I fancy there is slight concussion here.
But she must make a statement.
Then you will have to wait. She will probably be unconscious for at least a week.
A doctor was sent for, and we left Madame Renault in the capable hands of Françoise. Giraud went off with his captive. Poirot decided he wanted sea air.
We will sit on this little mound and review the case.
Do you believe Jack is guilty?
There is just a chance of it. But Giraud, of course, has got it wrong. The gravest charge against Jacques Renault is known only to me.
What is that?
Now, if you would use your little grey cells and see the whole case as clearly as I do, you too would perceive it. Think, my friend. Arrange your ideas. Be methodical.
There is one thing.
Well?
There's someone we've forgotten.
And who's that?
Georges Conneau.
Excellent. Carry on.
Well, he disappeared 20 years ago, but we've no reason to suppose he's dead.
Proceed.
Therefore, we will assume that he is alive.
Perhaps.
Or that he was alive until recently.
Better.
Let us presume that he's fallen on evil times. He's become a tramp. And quite by chance, he comes to Mélinville. And there he finds the woman he never ceased to love.
Always the romantic.
No. Let me go on. He finds that she has a new lover, Monsieur Renault. He lies in wait for him as he comes to meet his mistress and stabs him in the back. There's a terrible scene with Madame de Broglie, and he suddenly falls down in an epileptic fit. Jacques Renault suddenly appears...
No. This is a tale for the cinema. It bears no sort of resemblance to everyday life.
Well, I admit I haven't got into all the details,
On the contrary, you have ignored every one of them. Now, let us start from the basic fact of Georges Conneau. It is possible that he contrived Madame Beroldi's story about being tied up by Russians all those years ago. It is equally possible that he contrived the tying up of Madame Renault. He is the most likely person to be behind the affair. Now, let us go through the case chronologically. You have a notebook and pencil?
Yeah.
Good. 23rd of May. Monsieur Renault quarrels with his son over the latter's wish to marry Marthe d'Aubray. Son leaves for Paris. 24th of May. Monsieur Renault alters his will, leaving entire control of his fortune in his wife's hands. 7th of June. Quarrel with tramp in garden. Letter written to Hercule Poirot imploring assistance. Telegram sent to Jacques Renault telling him to proceed to Buenos Aires. Chauffeur sent on holiday. Visit of a lady that evening. But who was she?
The woman called Bella Duveen, his mistress.
And how do we know that?
By the letter found in his overcoat.
But what makes you think that letter was written to him?
Well, it was in the overcoat. Are you suggesting it was planted?
I am suggesting it was not his overcoat. You remember that on examining the dead man's overcoat I suggested that it was overlong? I also measured the overcoat of Jacques Renault. It was short. So, when he flung out of the house for Paris after the row with his father, he took the wrong overcoat.
So, the letter was written to Jacques Renault.
Exactly. So, now we know why Bella Duveen came to the villa that night, though whether she hoped to see Jacques also, we do not know. She told Monsieur Renault she had a claim on Jacques and showed him letters Jacques had written to her. The older man tried to buy her off by writing a check, which she tore up. In the end, he got rid of her, and you remember the words overheard by the maid Leonie?
Yes, but for God's sake, go now.
He was desperately anxious to get her out of the way. Time was slipping by, and for some reason, time was precious.
Why should it be?
That is what we must ask ourselves. Time was important. Do not forget the incident of the wristwatch.
You always keep coming back to that. I don't see where all this is leading us. Why can't you simply tell me who killed Monsieur Renault?
That is just what I am not sure of.
That's typical. You ridicule all my ideas, but when it comes down to it...
Patience, my friend. Remember, it is 2 crimes we are investigating, for which, as I have pointed out, we have the necessary 2 bodies. Now, let me ask a question. Whom do we believe to have planned the crime?
You've just told me. Georges Conneau.
And we know the crime to be a fake. And that Madame Renault is lying to protect someone. Perhaps her son, perhaps the man she loves. But if Conneau planned the crime and she did it for the man she loved, then she loves Georges Conneau.
If you look at it like that...
Who, then, is Georges Conneau?
The tramp.
Have we any evidence to show that she loved the tramp?
No.
Now, ask yourself, whom Madame Renault did love? Whom did she love so dearly that when she saw his dead body she fell down in a faint?
Her husband.
Her husband. Or Georges Conneau. Whichever you like to call him.
Oh, but that's impossible.
How impossible?
Because it would mean that Renault planned his own murder.
Well, mon ami, that is exactly what he did do.
But how could any man in his right mind...
There is one detail that perhaps escapes you. He did not intend to die. It is almost simple, really. Georges Conneau flies from Justice to Canada. There, under an assumed name, he marries and goes to South America, where he acquires a large fortune. 20 years elapse, and he deems it safe to return to Europe. And ill fortune, or obscure justice, if you wish, takes him to Merlinville, and to the one person in the whole of France who is capable of recognizing him, Madame d'Aubray. And she bleeds him heavily. Then the inevitable happens. Jacques Renault falls in love with Marthe d'Aubray and determines to marry her. The life that Conneau has rebuilt as Renault is about to collapse like a house of cards. There is only one way of escape. Death. He must appear to die, in reality escaping to a foreign country where he will start again under yet another assumed name, and where Madame Renault would eventually join him.
But where were they going to get the body from?
Oh, who knows? Chance played into their hands. A violent and abusive tramp finds his way into the garden. There is a struggle, and the tramp falls down in a fit and dies.
But he didn't look in the least like Georges Conneau.
Exactly. So the identification must rest solely on Madame Renault's evidence. The chauffeur and Jacques Renault are both got out of the way, and having heard of me as a rather obscure elderly detective, he wrote his appeal for help, knowing that when I arrived, the production of the letter would have a profound effect.
So, they dressed the body in a suit of Renault's clothes, and Renault, or Conneau, or whatever you call him, was going to shuffle off on the last train dressed in the tramp's clothes. So he binds and gags Madame Renault, and then slips out in his overcoat to bury the body on the golf course where it will easily be found.
Excellent. Just so.
Well, then what happened?
Then the justice that he had so long eluded overtakes him. An unknown hand stabs him in the back. Now, Hastings, you understand what I mean when I talk of two crimes.
What about the piece of lead piping?
Ha! Bravo! You remember it. To disfigure the victim's face so that it would be unrecognizable.
And the dagger? There must have been two daggers then.
Yes. They stabbed the tramp with one dagger to give credence to Madame Renault's tale. The second killed Conneau himself. Jacques must have had two daggers made.
So, what now?
Now we must start all over again. What time is the afternoon boat from Calais?
About 5, I believe.
That will do very well. We shall just have time.
Why are we going back to England?
To find a possible witness.
Who?
Miss Bella Duvin. I think I shall be able to find her, particularly with the help of this photograph.
He had found it in Jacques Renault's desk. "With love from Bella" was scrawled across the corner, but it wasn't that made my blood run cold. The likeness was not first-rate, but for all that, it was unmistakable to me. It was the face of Cinderella. The Dulcibella Kids. That was the name she and her sister were known by. And Poirot tracked them down to a nasty little theatre in Coventry. There she was. There they both were. One flaxen-haired, one dark, matching as to size, with short, fluffy skirts and big bows in their hair. They danced and did quite tricky acrobatic feats.
Charming, don't you agree?
I don't think I can sit through the rest of the bill. I need a breath of fresh air. I'll see you back at the hotel.
Ah, go by all means, mon ami. I shall stay to the end.
It was only a few steps from the theatre to our hotel. I took a large whisky and soda up to the sitting room and sat staring into the dwindling fire. Suddenly, I was aware of someone standing behind me.
I saw you in front. When you got up to go, I slipped on a cloak and came after you. What are you doing here? Was the man with you the detective?
Yes.
Is he looking for me?
Oh, don't cry. Please don't cry. You're safe with me. I'll take care of you. Look, I know everything.
Oh, no, but you don't.
I think I do. Why did you take the dagger?
I was afraid there might be fingerprints on it. Are you going to give me up to the police?
Of course I'm not.
Why not?
Because I love you.
You can't. Not if you know. What do you know, then?
I know that you came to see Renault that night. He offered you a cheque and you tore it up, and then you left the house.
Go on. What then?
I don't know whether you knew Jacques Renault would be coming that night, but you waited. Just before 12, you saw a figure on the golf links, and you recognized the overcoat as Jack's.
Go on.
You had threatened to kill him in your letter, and now you knew about Mart. You plunged the dagger into him. I don't believe for a moment that you meant to kill him.
You're right. I can see it all as you tell it. And you say you love me, knowing what you do. How can you love me?
I don't know. I think love is like that, a thing one cannot help. I don't ask for anything in return. Love him still if you want to, but let me help you. That's all I ask.
You think that I love Jack? Not as I love you. Never as I love you.
Oh, Cinderella.
What a pretty picture.
Poirot!
Help me!
Quick, I'll hold him.
Up, Hastings. Is this not a little high-handed?
Get out of here, Cinderella, as fast as you can.
Oh, mon ami, you do this sort of thing very well. The strong man holds me in his iron grasp, and I am helpless as a child. But all this is uncomfortable and slightly ridiculous. Let us sit down and be calm.
You won't go after her.
Am I, Giraud? Let me go. Without doubt, I shall be able to find her when the time comes.
I suppose I haven't got the right anymore to ask what happens next.
On the contrary, we are going back to France without delay.
We?
Of course. You know very well you can't afford to let Papa Poirot out of your sight.
We crossed the channel by the morning boat and went straight back to the Hôtel des Bains. A letter had been left for Poirot at the reception desk.
Dear Monsieur Poirot, if you get this, I beg of you to come to my aid. I have no one to turn to, and at all costs, Jacques must be saved. I implore you on my knees to help us. Marthe d'Aubray.
You'll go?
At once.
I was in despair. I had no idea what to do. They won't even let me visit Jacques in prison. I'm going mad. Is it true what they say, that he doesn't deny the crime?
I fear so, mademoiselle.
But it's impossible. He couldn't have done it. I don't believe
No,
it.
neither do I believe it, mademoiselle.
But then why doesn't he speak? I don't understand.
Perhaps because he is screening someone.
Screening someone? Do you mean his mother? I suspected her from the very beginning. Who inherits all that vast fortune? She does. It is easy to wear widow's weeds and play the hypocrite.
Mademoiselle, if we are to work together, we must have things clear. First, I will ask you a question.
Yes, monsieur?
Are you aware of your mother's real name? There. No. Calm yourself, petite. I see that you do know. Now, a second question. Did you know who Monsieur Renault really was?
Monsieur Renault?
Ah, I see you do not know that. Then I shall explain a few of the facts to you, but I must be brief. We have to go to Saint-Omer to be present when Jacques is brought before the court.
Please save him, monsieur. I love him so. Save him. Save him.
Renault, do you deny that you were in Merlinville on the night of the crime?
I have told you that I was in Cherbourg.
He was a changed man. His cheeks had fallen in, and there were deep black circles round his eyes. He made no attempt to defend himself. It was obvious to me that his only concern was to conceal anything that might incriminate Bella.
I have no alternative but to commit you for trial.
Monsieur Otet, I swear that I did not kill my father.
Monsieur le juge! Monsieur le juge!
How dare you disturb the sitting of the court?
There is a lady here who says...
Who says what? This is highly irregular. Get out!
But a slender figure, dressed all in black, her face hidden by a long veil, had made her way into the courtroom.
You are the juge d'instruction, Monsieur Otet.
She raised her veil, and I was seized with fear. But though as like her as two peas, this was not Cinderella. It was the face I had seen in the photograph Poirot had found in Jacques Renault's room.
My name is Bella Duveen. I wish to give myself up for the murder of Monsieur Renault.
There is a letter for you, mon ami. I suspect it is from your little acrobat.
My friend, you will know all by the time you get this. Nothing that I can say will move Bella. She has gone to give herself up. You will know now that I
deceived you, and that where you gave me trust, I repaid you with lies. But once I knew that you thought I was Bella, and that you intended to save me, I knew I had to use you to help me save her. So I went on lying. But as soon as Bella read in the paper that Jack had been arrested, it was all up. I'm very tired. I can't write any more.
Dulcie Duveen.
And you mean to say you knew all along?
Yes, my friend.
Why didn't you tell me?
To begin with, I could hardly believe it conceivable that you could make such a mistake. The sisters are very alike, but by no means incapable of distinguishment.
Why didn't you tell me that night in the hotel in Coventry?
You were rather high-handed in your methods. You did not give me a chance. And I was a little hurt at your want of faith in me.
But where am I to find her? There's no address on the letter. There's a French stamp, that's all.
No. Do not excite yourself. Leave it to Papa Poirot. I will find her for you as soon as I have a few minutes. Ah, Monsieur Jacques. My heartiest congratulations.
I had to come and see you. What's going to happen to Bella? I went through all that to protect her, and now it's all no use.
If I were you, I should not distress myself unduly. The French courts are very lenient to youth and beauty and the crime passionnel.
I've treated her shamefully. I should have told her the truth after I met Marthe, but I was too much of a coward.
Could you tell us exactly what did happen on that terrible evening?
Well, as I told you, I came from Cherbourg to see Marthe. The train was late, and I decided to take a shortcut across the links. Then I heard a strange cry. It wasn't loud, a sort of choke and gasp. I came round the corner of a bush. In the moonlight I saw a figure lying face downwards with a dagger sticking in his back. Then I looked up and saw her. She was looking at me as though she saw a ghost. All expression seemed frozen out of her face by horror. Then she turned and ran.
And afterwards?
I thought I'd better get away as fast as I could. I went back to Cherbourg.
Thank you. There is something you should know. Your mother has regained consciousness. I am about to go to the Villa Geneviève. Will you come with us?
I will come, but I would like to ask a favour of you.
Whatever you wish.
How would it be if you went on first to break the news to Mother that I'm free?
While you break it in person to Mademoiselle Marthe. Of course, by all means. But let us be off.
When we got to the villa, Poirot insisted on going up to see Madame Renault alone, while I paced about the salon. It was some time before he reappeared, looking unusually grave.
I would hardly have credited it, but women are very unpredictable.
What has happened?
I fear we are in for serious trouble. Madame Renault...
Here are Jack and Marthe.
We came as quickly as we could.
It is better you should not go up. Your mother is very upset.
But I must see her.
No, Monsieur Jacques.
But Jacques and I...
In any case, do not take Mademoiselle with you. And if you do insist on going up...
I thank you for your good offices, Monsieur Poirot. But I will make my own wishes clear.
Mother.
I am no mother of yours. You are no son of mine. From this day and hour, I renounce you.
But Mother, what have I done?
Your father's blood is on your head. You thwarted and defied him over this girl, and by your heartless treatment of another girl you brought about his death. Tomorrow I intend to take such steps as shall make it certain you shall never touch a penny of his money. Make your way in the world as best you can, with the help of a girl who is the daughter of your father's bitterest enemy.
Slowly and painfully she went back up the stairs. Jack Renault swayed and nearly fell.
The events of the last few days have proved too much for him. Now, where can we take him?
To the Villa Marguerite. We will look after him, Maman and I.
A doctor was sent for, who prescribed perfect rest and quiet, and advised someone to sit up with Jack, but I knew that Marthe would do that anyway. Poirot and I went back to the Hotel des Bains.
Has an English lady, a Miss Robinson, arrived?
Yes, monsieur. She's in the little salon.
Good. Come along, Hastings.
But who on earth is Miss Robinson?
Oh, go on, mon ami. Do you think I wish to trumpet abroad in Merlinville the name of Duvine?
Cinderella.
Thank you, Monsieur Poirot.
Now, mes enfants, for the moment we have no time for sentiment. There is work ahead of us. Mademoiselle, were you able to do what I asked you?
Here it is.
But that's the dagger that...
I thought you said you threw it in the sea.
Très bien. I am very pleased with you. Now, go now and rest yourself, mademoiselle. Hastings and I have work to do. You shall see him tomorrow.
Oh, no. Wherever you're going, I'm coming too.
No, but mademoiselle...
I'm coming too, and that is that.
Oh, very well, but it will not be amusing. In all probability, nothing will happen.
It was quite dark now, and there was a cool breeze. Poirot set off in the direction of the Villa Geneviève, but when we were passing the Villa Marguerite...
I should like to assure myself that all is well with Jacques Renault. Come in with me, Hastings. It would be best if mademoiselle perhaps remained outside. Madame de Broglie might say something which would wound her.
Do you see the shadow on the blind up there? That's Marthe de Broglie, surely.
Then that is where we shall find Jacques Renault.
He is still very feverish, but he is sleeping. That is the great thing. Maman made him a tisane.
Is the doctor coming back?
Not unless we send for him.
We will come again in the morning.
Permit me to show you out, monsieur.
I hope we have not troubled you, madame.
Not at all, monsieur. This is a trying time for us all.
At least Monsieur Jacques is in safe hands now.
She will sit by his side all night with her embroidery. She wants nothing more than to be with him.
If you should need us at any time, do not hesitate to telephone us. We shall be at the Hôtel des Bains. Good night, madame.
That didn't take you very long.
I simply needed to see that all was well. You see the shadow? She is still at her post.
Where now?
To the Villa Geneviève.
The villa was in total darkness. Poirot took up a position behind some bushes in the drive where we had a good view of the house. We were almost immediately underneath the window of Madame Renault's bedroom. The window was open.
I do not expect anything to happen for at least an hour.
So what are we supposed to do?
Watch Madame Renault's room. It may be as long as 2 hours. Oh, my God. My God, where is she? That didn't come from her room.
A light's come on the other side of the house. There are 2 people fighting.
Mi tonnerre. Françoise must have changed her room. Now, quickly, up this tree and through the window. But take care, Dulcie.
Take care, nothing. This is child's play to me.
Oh, mon Dieu, the door of the room is locked and bolted. It will take too long to burst it open. Where is Françoise?
Let me try.
No, it is useless. Françoise! Françoise!
You're wasting your energy. I'm the only one who can do anything.
Huh? Where are you going?
I'm going to climb round to the window by the outside.
Oh, be careful, you'll be killed.
No. You forget she is a professional acrobat. Let us pray she is in time.
Monsieur Poirot, what's going on?
Why didn't you tell me she changed her room? Where is your mistress?
In the room, down the passage, this way. But you can't get in. The door's locked and bolted on the inside.
It's all over.
She's safe?
I got here just in time.
Thank God you came. I was nearly strangled.
Where is it?
Over there?
Dead?
I think so. That marble fender's got a very sharp edge, and it was a very heavy fall. I'm sorry.
Sorry. But for you, I would have been killed.
But who is it?
The murderer of Monsieur Renault and the would-be murderer of Madame Renault.
The figure was wrapped in a fold of some dark material. I knelt down and lifted it up and looked into the dead, beautiful face of Marthe de Broglie.
No, my friend, it was not a dream.
I simply don't understand. Surely it was Bella Duveen who killed Renault.
She said she did, but that was simply to save the man she loved from the guillotine.
But didn't Jacques Renault say that he...
He said they both arrived at the scene at the same moment. Each took the other to be the perpetrator of the crime, but neither of them was the murderer. It was a cold-blooded, premeditated crime which could only have been committed by someone who knew what the Renaults themselves intended to do. And then I remembered what Marthe d'Aubray had told us about seeing the quarrel with the tramp. What if she had seen the tramp's death and not been called away by her mother, as she said? And what if she had heard the conversation between the Renaults which followed?
What possible motive could she have had for killing Renault?
Money. Renault was a millionaire several times over, and at his death, half of that vast fortune would pass to his son. Or that is what Jacques believed, and what Martha counted on. But Renault stood inexorably in the way of her marriage with Jacques. She knew that he was planning to contrive his own death. She had only to step in at the right moment and turn the farce into grim reality.
But what about the daggers? What about the one that Dulcie stole?
Jacques had 3 daggers made. One he gave to his mother, the second to Bella, and the third to Marthe d'Aubray. That was why I asked your little friend to search among her sister's effects. Bella's dagger was safe at home. It was Marthe's dagger that killed Renault, and Madame Renault's dagger that was stuck into the body of the tramp.
And then Marthe realized that she had to kill Madame Renault to prevent her cutting Jack out of her will.
That was a little contrivance of my own. I persuaded Madame Renault to play that little scene in front of the young couple so that Marthe would be forced out into the open.
What absolutely bewilders me is how she managed to get to the Villa Geneviève before we did.
Oh, that is quite simple. She slipped out of the Villa Marguerite by the back way while we were talking to her mother in the hall.
But the shadow on the blind. We saw it from the road.
My friend, what an imbecile I was. It was the shadow of her mother. One is old, one is young, but the profils are exactly alike. But for your little acrobat with her wrists of steel, we would certainly have been too late, and Marthe d'Aubray would have escaped through the window.
When did you first begin to suspect her? When she told us she had overheard the quarrel in the garden?
My friend, do you remember when we drove into Marenville that first day? You asked me if I had noticed a young goddess standing at the gate, and I replied that I had seen only a girl with anxious eyes. That is how I have thought of Marthe d'Aubray from the beginning. The girl with the anxious eyes. Why was she anxious? Not on Jacques Renault's behalf, for she did not know then that he had been in Marenville the previous evening.
By the way, how is Jacques Renault?
Not much better, but he still knows nothing. He's still at the Villa Marguerite. But Madame d'Aubray has disappeared. The police are looking for her.
Was she in with her daughter, do you think?
We shall never know. Madame is a lady who can keep her secrets. And I doubt very much if the police will ever find her.
What is your friend Giraud going to say of all this?
He knows already. He has a crisis of the nerves. He has been obliged to return to Paris.
A few days later, Jacques Renault came to see us, with a resolute expression on his face.
Monsieur Poirot, I've come to say goodbye. I'm sailing for South America almost immediately. I mean to start a new life out there.
You go alone, Monsieur Jacques?
My mother goes with me. I shall try.
No one else?
What do you mean?
A girl who loves you very dearly, who has been willing to lay down her life for you?
Bella, how could I ask her? After all that's happened, could I go to her?
Women have an infinite capacity for understanding.
Yes, but I've been such a damned fool.
You have a new and wonderful life before you. Ask her to share it with you. You may not realize it, but your love for each other has been tested in the fire and not found wanting. You have both been willing to lay down your lives for each other.
And what, you may ask, became of Captain Arthur Hastings and his little acrobat?
I never knew your name was Arthur.
It's a closely guarded secret. But what am I to call you? It can't be Bella, since it isn't your name, and Dulcie seems so unfamiliar.
Then you'll have to go on calling me Cinderella.
And you all know how the best fairy tales come to an end.
In Agatha Christie's Murder on the Links, Hercule Poirot was played by John Moffat, Captain Arthur Hastings by Jeremy Clyde, and Dulcie Devine by Madeline Smith. Madame Renault, Joan Matheson, Jack Renault, Stephen Tompkinson, Madame Debray, Petra Davis, Marthe Debray, Francesca Buller, Judge Otte, David King, Inspector Bex, Geoffrey Whitehead, Inspector Giraud, Vincent Brimble, Sergeant of Police, Ken Cumberledge. The elderly servant Françoise was Barbara Atkinson, the young servant Leonie, Joanna Mackey, the hotel receptionist Danny Schiller, the doctor Brian Miller. Other parts were played by members of the cast. Murder on the Links was dramatized for radio by Michael Bakewell and directed by Enid Williams.
You know, Poirot, I don't think there's anywhere on the south coast as attractive as St. Lou. No wonder they call it the Queen of Watering Places. It's just like being on the Riviera. Mind you, I always think that Cornwall is every bit as fascinating as the south of France.
Yeah, so it said on our menu in the restaurant car yesterday, Hastings.
Oh, did it?
It is hardly a very original observation.
We were sitting on one of the terraces of the majestic hotel. Below us lay the gardens, looking almost tropical with their palm trees. The sea was a deep and lovely blue, and the sun was shining with all the single-hearted fervour an August sun should, but in England so rarely does. Only the speedboats roaring across the bay and the buzzing of the marauding wasps disturbed a scene of perfect peace.
Tell me, Hastings, is there anything of interest in your paper?
Well, nothing much to speak of. Trouble of some sort in China, a swindle in the city, and an outbreak of parrot disease.
How very curious.
Still no news of Captain Seaton.
Well, the man who was flying around the world in that, how is he called?
A seaplane.
No. There is another word.
An amphibian.
That is it.
The Albatross. That's what his plane is called. Too bad if the fellow's gone west. But he could always have come down by one of the more remote Pacific islands.
Let us trust not one inhabited by cannibals.
He must be a pretty plucky chap. That sort of courage makes one feel it's a great thing to be an Englishman.
It consoles for the defeats at Wimbledon.
Oh, I didn't mean...
me, I am not an amphibian like the machine of the unfortunate Captain Seaton. I prefer to live in one element, the earth. It is good enough for me.
Are you never tempted to renew your detective activities, this passive life?
Suits me admirably. To sit in the sun, what could be more charming? To step from your pedestal at the zenith of your fame, what could be a grander gesture? To hear people say, that is Hercule Poirot. There never was anyone like him. There never will be. I am satisfied. I ask no more. Hercule Poirot has solved his last case.
Aren't you afraid of tempting the gods?
Impossible, mon ami, that anything should shake the will of Hercule Poirot.
Impossible, Poirot?
Ah, you're right, my friend. One should not use such a word. I do not say that if a bullet should strike the wall by my head, I should not investigate the matter. One is human after all.
What was that?
Only a pebble, mon ami. Yes. One is human, one is the sleeping dog, but the sleeping dog can be roused. Let us descend into the garden.
He set off ahead of me down the steps, which led from the terrace to the rose garden, and as he did so, a girl came hurrying up towards us.
What about Poirot? Are you all right?
Oh, it is my ankle.
Let me help you up.
Here, Poirot, take my arm.
Oh, 1,000 pardons.
Just take it slowly.
Oh, mademoiselle, you are most kind. I regret exceedingly. Oh, my foot, he pains me considerably.
Can you stand on it?
It is the turned ankle, that is all. In a few minutes all will be well, but if you could help me over to that chair, Hastings.
Of course.
You and mademoiselle between you, if she will be so very kind.
Just hold on to me.
There you are.
Oh, thank you.
I think I'd better go and get a doctor.
No. That is not necessary. The ankle turned, that is all. But in a little minute it will have been forgotten. Mademoiselle, I thank you 1,000 times. Please, sit down, I beg you.
I really think you ought to get it seen to.
Oh, mademoiselle, I assure you it is a bagatelle. In the pleasure of your society, the pain passes already.
I'm very flattered.
It was very fortunate that you happened to be passing, mademoiselle. You are staying at the hotel?
Oh, no. I'm meeting some friends in the lounge for cocktails. I live at End House.
End House?
Over there. Out on the point.
Rather an eerie-looking place.
Like something out of Edgar Poe. The House of Usher, perhaps.
Anyway, I love it. But the place is going to rack and ruin.
You are the last of an old family, mademoiselle?
Oh, we're nothing very important. But there have been Buckleys there for 200 or 300 years. My brother died 3 years ago, so I'm the last of the family.
Oh, that is sad. You live there alone?
I wouldn't really put it like that. I'm away a good deal, and when I'm home there's usually a cheery mob coming and going.
That is so modern. I was picturing you in a dark, mysterious mansion haunted by a family curse.
What a picturesque imagination you have. The house isn't haunted. Or if it is, the ghost must be a very kind, protective one. I've had 3 escapes from sudden death in as many days, so I must bear a charmed life.
Escapes from death?
Oh, very interesting.
Oh, they weren't very exciting. Just accidents. Damn these wasps. There must be a nest of them somewhere.
You have been stung, yes?
No, but I hate it when they come right past your face. One of them just missed me only a few minutes ago. Seem to be all over the place today.
The bee in the bonnet, perhaps. And that is a particularly elegant hat you are wearing.
Oh, do you think so?
No, I did not mean you to take it off.
Her dark hair was ruffled and gave her an elfin look. In fact, there was something elfin about her altogether. The small, vivid face, the enormous dark blue eyes, something haunting and arresting. Was it a hint of recklessness? And there were dark shadows under her eyes.
And now I really must be going. They'll be wondering where I've got to.
Nick!
What did I tell you?
So that's where you've been hiding. Fred is absolutely desperate for a drink.
I was just coming. This is Commander Challenger.
Of the British Navy, I presume. Oh, I have a great regard for the British Navy.
Really?
Come on, George. Let's go and join Freddie and Jim. I hope the ankle will be all right, monsieur. Goodbye.
Ah, yes. I am sure it will. Goodbye, mademoiselle.
Goodbye, Miss Buckley.
So, that is one of mademoiselle's friends, one of her cheery crowd. Oh, but she has left her hat behind. Has the commander a tendresse for her, do you think?
My dear Poirot, how can I possibly tell? Give me that hat, I'll take it to her.
Oh, not yet, no. Some amuse.
Really, Poirot?
I grow old and childish, but I am not so completely imbecile as you think. We will return the hat later to End House, and thus gain another opportunity of meeting the charming Miss Nick.
Poirot, I believe you've fallen in love.
She is a pretty girl, is she not?
Why are you so interested in her?
No, you are under a misapprehension, my friend. I may be interested in the lady, it is true, but I am much more interested in her hat.
In her hat?
You see the reason for my interest?
Perfectly plain, fawn felt, with a wide brim.
No, I did not ask you to describe the hat. Regard more closely, my dear old imbecile. It is not necessary to use the little grey cells. The eyes will do.
Oh, I see what you mean. There's a hole. in the brim.
Did you observe the way Mademoiselle flinched when that creature flew past? The bee in the bonnet, the hole in the brim.
But a wasp couldn't make a hole like that.
Oh, what acumen. No, Hastings, it could not. But a bullet could.
A bullet?
Mais oui. A bullet like this one.
Where did you get hold of that?
A spent bullet. It was that which fell at our feet when we were talking together on the terrace.
And I thought it was just a pebble. Was that why you went through that pantomime about twisting your ankle?
Ah, you see at last. I wished to make the acquaintance of Mademoiselle Nick because I believed that it was at her that the bullet was fired. 1 inch of a difference, and the hole would not have been through the hat, but through the head.
Good Lord!
But he made a grave mistake, that would-be murderer, when he shot at his victim within a dozen yards of Hercule Poirot. And what was it that Mademoiselle herself said?
That she'd had 3 escapes from sudden death in as many days.
Exactly, my friend. And now there has been a 4th. The peril is very close at hand.
Poirot, I've been thinking.
An admirable exercise, mon ami. Continue it.
That shot must have been fired quite close to us. And yet the funny thing is that we didn't hear it. It is rather odd.
No, it is not at all odd. All this morning, speedboats have been making trips round the bay. Ma foi, you could fire a machine gun almost and never notice it when one of those abominations goes pop, pop, popping out to sea. And here comes Mademoiselle Nick and more of her cheery crowd. Evidently they are going to take lunch here, and therefore, when a suitable opportunity presents itself, I must return the hat.
For the remainder of our meal, my friend was silent and unusually distant, keeping his eye entirely on Miss Buckley and her friends. Challenger was sitting next to her, and there was a tall, fair, rather exquisite young man with a supercilious manner and a tired drawl. The woman sitting beside him was an unusual type. A weary Madonna describes her best. Her face was dead white and emaciated, yet curiously attractive. Her eyes were light grey with very large pupils. At the end of the meal, the 2 men left to inspect a very ostentatious, gleaming red car which belonged to the languid young man, and the 2 women went to take coffee in the lounge.
Now is our opportunity to have a little word with Mademoiselle Nick. I will see if I can arrange a meeting at End House where we can be away from the rest of them.
He marched into the lounge with an almost military determination and drew Miss Buckley to one side.
Mademoiselle, may I crave one little word with you?
I was left feeling rather ill at ease, not knowing whether to strike up a conversation with Miss Buckley's companion or not. She was staring at me with a look of curious detachment.
Oh, why don't you sit down until your friend has finished with Nick?
Thank you. Miss Buckley very kindly came to the rescue of my friend when he twisted his ankle this morning.
So Nick told me. There doesn't seem to be much wrong with his ankle now, does there?
Just a momentary sprain.
Well, at least I'm glad to hear that Nick didn't invent the whole thing. She's the most heaven-sent little liar that ever existed, you know.
Is that so?
She's one of my oldest friends, but I always think loyalty's a tiresome virtue, don't you? Nick told us all a marvellous story about something going wrong with the brakes of her car. But Jim Lazarus, he was with us just now, said there was nothing in it at all. And he's by way of being quite expert about cars.
Fortunately, I was spared any further embarrassing disclosures about her friend by the return of Poirot, who gave a quick bow to the listless Madonna and drew me hastily away to the privacy of his sitting room.
It is all arranged, my friend. We are to call on Mademoiselle at End House at 6:30.
How did you manage it?
Well, she was a little unwilling, naturally. I could see the thoughts passing through her mind. Who is he, this little man? Is he the bounder, the moving picture director? If she could have refused, she would.
But it is difficult. Asked like that on the spur of the moment, it is easier to consent.
It still seems perfectly incredible to me to take a pot shot at somebody in a hotel garden. Only a madman would do such a thing.
I disagree with you. Given one condition, it would be quite a reasonably safe affair. To begin with, the garden is deserted and there is plenty of cover, trees, palms, flowering shrubs. Anyone could hide and be unobserved while waiting for Mademoiselle to come that way.
But how could he be certain that she would?
Because Mademoiselle Nick is one of those people who is always late, and she would take the shortcut. The way through the hotel garden is the most direct route from End House.
All the same, the risk was enormous. He might have been seen, and you can't make the shooting seem like an accident.
Not like an accident, no.
What do you mean by that?
Nothing. A little idea. Leaving it aside for the moment, there is, as I said just now, the essential condition.
And what is that?
Surely you can tell me, Hastings?
I wouldn't like to deprive you of the pleasure of being clever at my expense.
Oh, the sarcasm, the irony. Well, my friend, what leaps to the eye is this. The motive for the attempt to kill Mademoiselle Nick cannot be obvious. If it were, then, as you say, the risk would be too great. People would be bound to say, I wonder where so-and-so was when the shot was fired. No, the identity of our would-be killer cannot be obvious. That is what disturbs me. I want to find out about these so-called accidents that Mademoiselle dismisses so lightly.
From the outside, End House was very large and very dreary-looking, and was clearly in a bad state of repair.
Now, how about a cocktail? I'm told it's one of the few things I do really well.
The inside of the house could not have been a greater contrast. The drawing-room was full of sunshine and the light of the sea. The curtains were of faded brocade, but the covers were new and gay, and the cushions were positively hectic.
I'm simply devoured with curiosity. Am I the long-lost heroine you've been seeking for your next film? You were so solemn at lunchtime. I feel it can't be anything else. Here, try this.
Thank you.
Thank you, mademoiselle.
Excellent.
Well...
To your good health, mademoiselle. To your continued good health.
Is there something the matter?
Yes, mademoiselle. This. You know what it is?
Yes, of course I do. It's a bullet.
It was not a wasp that flew past your face in the garden this morning. It was this bullet.
You mean that some idiot was firing off bullets in the hotel garden?
It would seem so.
But I never heard a gun go off.
I want to know about these other so-called accidents that you mentioned. I want to be sure that that was what they were.
But what else could they be?
Leave me to be the judge of that, mademoiselle.
What if someone is attempting your life?
But who on earth would want to kill me? I'm not the beautiful young heiress. I only wish I were worth killing. But I'm afraid there isn't a hope.
Will you tell me about these accidents, mademoiselle?
Of course, but there's really nothing to it. I'm sorry I even mentioned them. There's a heavy picture that hangs over my bed. It fell down in the night. As luck would have it, I happened to hear a door banging somewhere in the house, and I went down to shut it. Otherwise, it would probably have bashed my head in.
And what about accident number 2?
Oh, that's even more feeble. There's a scrambly cliff path down to the sea, which I use most days when I go to bathe. A boulder got dislodged somehow and came roaring down, just missing me. It gave me the fright of my life.
I'm sure it must have done.
The third thing was quite different. Something went wrong with the brakes of my car. I don't quite know what. The garage man did explain, but I couldn't really follow it. If I'd gone down the hill towards the town, there would have been a devil of a smash. But owing to my always leaving something behind, I turned back and only ran into the laurel hedge.
And you can't say what the actual trouble was?
If you really want to know, you can ask them at Mott's garage. I think what it boiled down to was that something had come loose or been unscrewed.
Where do you keep your car, mademoiselle?
In the shed, round the other side of the house.
So anyone could tamper with a car without being noticed?
Well, yes, I suppose so. Oh, but it's so silly.
No, mademoiselle, it is not silly. I tell you, you are in grave danger. Do you know who I am?
I'm afraid I don't. Should I?
I am Hercule Poirot.
Oh, yes.
You are not at ease. That means, I suppose, that you have not read my books.
Well, no, not all of them, but I know the name, of course.
Mademoiselle, you are a polite little liar. I forgot, you are only a child. You would not have heard. So quickly does fame pass. My friend will tell you.
Monsieur Poirot was a great detective.
Oh, is that all you can find to say? Tell Mademoiselle that I am a detective unsurpassed, the greatest that ever lived.
Well, that's no longer necessary. You've told her yourself.
Ah, yes, but one should not have to sing one's own praises.
There's no point in keeping a dog and having to bark oneself. Who is the dog, by the way?
My name's Hastings.
Oh, 1066 and all that? Oh, but seriously, it's very kind of you and all that. But it's nothing more than a series of silly accidents.
You are as obstinate as the devil.
Well, that's where I get my name from. My grandfather was supposed to have sold his soul to the devil. Everyone round here called him Old Nick. Oh, he was a wicked old man, but great fun. I adored him. I went everywhere with him. And so they called us Old Nick and Young Nick. My real name is Magdala.
What a very unusual name.
Yes, it's a kind of family one. There have been lots of Magdalas in the Buckley family. There's one on the wall over there.
Oh, and very beautiful she is, too.
And the portrait over the mantelpiece, is that your grandfather, mademoiselle?
Yes, that's Old Nick. Quite striking, isn't it? Well, Jimmy Lazarus wanted to buy it. He offered me £50 for it, but I wouldn't sell. I've got a great affection for Old Nick. There was a saying round here that everything he touched turned to gold. But he was a gambler and soon ran through it all. When he died, he left hardly anything beside the house and the land.
Listen to me, mademoiselle, and I implore you to be serious. Your life is in great danger. Today somebody shot at you with a Mauser pistol.
A Mauser?
Yes. Why do you ask? Do you know of anyone who has a Mauser pistol?
I've got one myself.
You have?
Yes, it was my father's. He brought it back from the war, and it's been knocking around the house ever since. I saw it only the other day in the drawer of the bureau.
Perhaps you should check that it is still there.
Anything to keep the great detective happy. That's funny. I could have sworn I saw it in here. I must have dreamt it. No, it's not here. I expect it's somewhere around.
You remember, Hastings, that I told you I had a little idea? Well, it was correct. Supposing mademoiselle had been found shot, lying in the hotel garden, and beside her hand, just fallen from it, would have been found her own pistol. There would be suggestions, no doubt, of worry, of sleeplessness.
Oh, that's true enough. Everybody's been telling me I've been looking nervy lately.
They would have brought in a verdict of suicide. Mademoiselle's fingerprints on the pistol and nobody else's.
Oh, how terribly amusing.
N'est-ce pas? But you understand, mademoiselle, there must be no more of this. 4 accidents, yes, but the 5th time may be different.
Bring out your rubber-tired hearses.
But we are here, my friend and I, to prevent all that.
Yes, we'll look after you, Miss Buckley.
Oh, how frightfully nice of you.
And so it is time for me to begin to act as the conventional detective and to ask the conventional questions. Who profits by your death, mademoiselle?
I can't imagine. That's why it all seems such nonsense. All I have in the world is this beastly old barn of a house. And it's mortgaged up to the hilt. The roof leaks, and there can't be a diamond mine or anything exciting like that hidden in the cliff.
It is mortgaged, you say?
Yes, I had no alternative. You see, there were 2 lots of death duties on top of one another. First, my grandfather died, just 6 years ago, and then my brother. That just about put the lid on the financial position.
And your father?
He was invalided home from the war, then got pneumonia and died in 1919.
And after you, mademoiselle, who is your nearest relative?
My cousin, Charles Weiss. He's a solicitor in St. Lou. Quite good and worthy, but very dull.
Does he manage your affairs for you?
I suppose you could say that, not that I've really any to manage. He fixed up the mortgage for me and made me let the lodge.
The lodge? And to whom is it let?
To some Australians. Croft, their name is. Too terribly friendly for words. Always bringing me sticks of celery and peas and that sort of thing. Mrs. Croft's a cripple and lies on the sofa all day. But they pay the rent, and that's what matters.
And now for your friends, mademoiselle, the ones with whom you are lunching today, for instance.
Well, Freddie Rice, Frederica, is practically my greatest friend. Oh, she's had a rotten life. Married to the most frightful beast. Drink and drugs and all that. She left him a couple of years ago. Since then, she's just drifted about. Oh, I wish to goodness she'd marry Jimmy Lazarus.
Is that the art dealer in Bond Street?
Yes, Jim's the only son. Rolling in money. He's devoted to Freddie and they go everywhere together.
And where is Mrs. Rice's husband?
Oh, God knows. He's dropped out of everything. It makes it horribly awkward for Freddie. You can't divorce a man when you don't know where he is.
And what about the good Commander Challenger?
I've known George for about 5 years. It seems like all my life. He's a good soul, George.
He wants you to marry him, hmm?
He does mention it now and again in the small hours of the morning or after the second glass of port.
But you won't accept him?
What would be the use of George and I marrying one another? We've neither of us got a bean. And he must be 40 if he's a day.
In fact, he has one foot in the grave. And you are young and beautiful, mademoiselle, and the sun shines, and there is life and love ahead of you, and I am determined that you shall live to enjoy them. Tell me, have you a friend you can trust?
Well, there's Freddie.
No, other than Mrs. Rice.
Why do you want to know?
Because I want you to have a friend to stay with you. Immediately.
Well, there's Maggie, I suppose. I could get hold of her, I expect.
Who's Maggie?
Maggie Buckley, one of my Yorkshire cousins. I usually have her to stay here some time or other in the summer. Oh, she's not much fun, though. Her father's a clergyman, and she's one of those painfully pure girls, with the kind of hair that has just become fashionable by accident.
She will do admirably.
I certainly don't know who else I could get hold of at this time of year. But if it isn't the choir boys' outing or the mother's bean feast, she'll come all right. I'll wire her to come on Monday.
Why not tomorrow?
On Sunday trains and all the way from Yorkshire? She'll think I'm dying if I suggest that. No, I'll say Monday.
Very well. Now tell me, mademoiselle, have you ever made a will?
Yes, about 6 months ago before my op.
Qu'est-ce que vous dites? Your op?
My appendix operation.
Uh-huh.
Someone said I ought to make a will, so I did.
And what were the terms of the will?
I left End House to Charles Weiss. I hadn't much else to leave, but what there was I bequeathed to Freddie.
To Mrs. Rice?
Yes. I have a nasty feeling that the liabilities would probably exceed the assets.
So, now we will take our leave. But I must warn you to be careful.
Of what?
Yes, you are right. In which direction to be careful. But do not fear, mademoiselle. In a little while I shall have discovered the truth.
And until then I should beware of bombs and boulders, falling pictures and arrows dipped in the secret poison of South American Indians.
You make a joke of everything, do you not? But 4 attempts on your life is no laughing matter. Murder is not to be mocked, mademoiselle.
In Part 1 of Agatha Christie's Peril at End House, Hercule Poirot was played by John Moffat and Captain Hastings by Simon Williams. Nick Buckley, Gemma Saunders, Frederica Rice, Susanna Hamilton, George Challenger, Andrew Wincott. Peril at End House is dramatised for radio by Michael Bakewell and directed by Enid Williams.
Poirot and I were sitting on the terrace of the majestic hotel at St. Lou in Cornwall one fine summer morning when a spent bullet struck the wall close by. The intended victim, whose broad-brimmed hat the bullet had pierced with a neat little hole, was a girl called Nick Buckley, the owner of End House, which stood on a headland close to the hotel. On further investigation, it emerged that 3 other attempts had been made on her life in as...
Where the path leads down the cliff to the sea, that is where the boulder so narrowly missed Mademoiselle Nick. She had a very fortunate escape.
Poirot, there is something I think I should tell you.
Then tell me.
At lunchtime in the hotel, while you were talking to Miss Buckley, I had a little chat with her friend, Mrs. Rice, or at least she did most of the talking.
And what did she talk about?
Nick Buckley. Mrs. Rice said she was the most amazing little liar and that she had invented the whole story of something going wrong with the brakes of her car. She said that her friend Mr. Lazarus told her there was nothing in it at all.
Ah, tiens, c'est intéressant, ça. There is, of course, the type that tries to draw attention to itself by having marvellous escapes from death.
You don't think
that Mademoiselle Buckley is like that? No, I think not. You observe that we had great difficulty in convincing her of the danger in which she stands. But why should Mrs. Rice say that? What was her motive? Ah, it is interesting. The little facts that are curious, I like to see them appear. They point the way.
The way where?
You put your finger on the weak spot, my excellent Hastings. Where indeed? To hunt down a murderer after a crime has been committed, c'est tout simple. The murderer has, so to speak, signed his name by committing the crime. But here there is no crime. And what is more, we do not want a crime.
But you must have some idea, some suspicion?
Nothing. On the face of it, no one seems to have any reason for desiring little Nick's death. The property, perhaps? In-house passes to her cousin Charles Weiss.
The worthy but dull solicitor in St. Lou.
Exactly, but does Mr. Weiss really want a heavily mortgaged, dilapidated old house? We must speak to him, certainly, but the idea seems fantastic.
And everything else goes to Frederica Rice.
The bosom friend with her strange eyes and the air of a strayed Madonna. What is her concern in the business? She tells you that her friend is a liar. C'est gentil, ça. Why does she tell you that? Is she afraid of something that Nick might say? Did anyone tamper with the brakes of her car? And if so, who? And why should Mrs. Rice's admirer, Mr. Lazarus, the wealthy art dealer who is so knowledgeable about cars, support her accusation? And then there is Commander Challenger.
He's all right, I'm sure of that. A real pucker Saab.
You have an extraordinary effect on me, Hastings. You have so strongly the flare in the wrong direction that I am always tempted to go by it. Well, I shall study the pucker, Commander Challenger. You have awakened my doubts.
My dear Poirot, a man who's knocked about the world as I have...
Never learns. But let us take ourselves off to Mott's garage. Perhaps there we shall learn the truth about the brakes on Mademoiselle Nick's car.
It wasn't difficult to lure the proprietor into a discussion about what had befallen the brakes. He launched off into a highly technical account of what the trouble was, all of which was entirely beyond me and certainly beyond Poirot. However, one thing became inescapably clear. The brakes had certainly been tampered with, and this could have led to a very serious accident.
So that is that. The little Nick was right, and the rich Mr. Lazarus, who knows so much about cars, was wrong. Hastings, my friend, all this is very curious.
So what do we do now?
We visit the post office and send off a telegram.
A telegram?
Yes, a telegram.
Poirot wrote out his telegram without vouchsafing any information as to its contents. Feeling that he wanted me to ask him what they were, I carefully refrained from doing so. There was dancing that evening at the Majestic. Nick Buckley was bursting with vivacity, dressed in floating scarlet chiffon that dragged on the floor. Frederica Rice was in white, and moved with a languorous, weary grace that was as far removed from Nick's animation as could be.
She's very beautiful.
Young Nick?
No, her friend. Is she evil? Is she good? Is she merely unhappy? She is a mystery. But on the other hand, she is perhaps nothing at all. But I tell you, my friend, she is an allumeuse.
What do you mean?
You will feel it sooner or later. Remember my words.
Very mysterious. Why don't you go and have a word with her yourself?
I am anxious to have a word with you, madame, while your friend is dancing.
Oh, really? What about?
I do not know whether she has told you. An attempt was made on her life this morning.
What do you mean?
Mademoiselle Buckley was shot at in the garden of the hotel.
Did Nick tell you this?
No, madame. I happened to see it with my own eyes. Here is the bullet.
But that
It was no fantasy of Mademoiselle's, I can vouch for that. And several other very curious accidents have happened in the last few days. Perhaps you have not heard. You only arrived here quite recently, did you not?
Yes. I had been staying with friends at Tavistock.
At Tavistock? I wonder, madame, what were the names of the friends with whom you were staying?
Is there any reason I should tell you that?
Oh, 1,000 pardons, madame. I am most maladroit. But I myself have friends at Tavistock, and I thought that perhaps you might have met them there. Buchanan, that is their name.
Well, I can't remember anyone called that, but don't let's talk about boring people in Tavistock. I want to know about Nick. Who shot at her, and why?
I do not know, as yet, but I shall find out. You may not be aware of the fact, madame, but I am a detective. Hercule Poirot is my name.
A very famous name.
Madame is too kind.
And what do you want me to do, Monsieur Poirot?
To watch over your friend. That is all.
I shall certainly do that.
Thank you, madame. I need not waste your valuable time any longer. Au revoir.
I think you're rather showing your hand, Poirot.
What else can I do? It lacks subtlety, perhaps, but it makes for safety. At any rate, one thing emerges plain to see.
What's that?
The beautiful Frederica Rice was not at Tavistock. Where was she? Oh, see, the handsome Lazarus has returned. She is telling him. He looks over at us. He's clever, that one. Oh, if only I knew.
If only you knew what?
What I shall know on Monday. You have no longer the curiosity, my friend? There was a time.
There are pleasures that it's good for you to do without.
What are you talking about?
The pleasure of refusing to answer questions.
Ah, c'est malin.
Quite so.
But here comes Mademoiselle Nick.
You see, Mr. Poirot, I'm not letting myself be scared by it all.
Évidemment, mademoiselle.
Dancing on the edge of death.
It is a new sensation, mademoiselle?
Yes. Rather fun.
I wish she hadn't said that, dancing on the edge of death. I don't like it.
I know, it is too near the truth. Ah, she has courage, that little one. Unfortunately, it is not courage that is needed at this moment.
What is, then?
Caution, my friend. Caution.
The following day was Sunday, a beautiful, calm English Sunday. All I wanted was to sit on the terrace and let the morning gently drift by. But Poirot was most unusually energetic.
Come, my friend, we will try a little experiment. Monsieur Lazarus and Madame Frederica have gone for a ride in the car and taken Mademoiselle Nick with them. The coast is clear.
We went down the steps from the hotel and walked across to the headland and came to an inconspicuous little gate, rather rusty on its hinges.
End house private.
The French windows onto the veranda were open, and we passed straight into the drawing room and up the stairs to Nick's bedroom.
You see how easy it is, Hastings. No one has observed us. We could do any little affair we had to do in perfect privacy, like cutting through the wire on this picture, so that it would be bound to snap before a few hours had passed.
It looks very heavy, that picture. Nick had a lucky escape. There's someone in the house.
Did I not say how easy it was? I think we should find out who this someone is.
What the hell are you doing in here?
Ah, it is Mr. Croft, is it not?
Yes, that's right, but I...
Let us go down to the drawing room. We can talk more comfortably there.
So what's all this about, then? How do you know my name?
I will introduce myself. Hercule Poirot, at your service.
The detective chap. Oh, I've heard all about you.
In Australia?
Oh, yes. We followed lots of your cases. But the local paper said you were here.
The local paper?
The St. Louis Herald. Yeah, the famous French detective.
Belgian. But it makes no matter. This is my friend Captain Hastings.
Pleased to meet you.
Oh, hi.
What were you doing in Nick's room? Were you looking for something?
Oh, it is all very simple. The other night, a picture fell from over Mademoiselle Buckley's bed. She may have told you about it.
She certainly did. She was lucky not to have her skull cracked open.
I promised her that I would bring her a special chain, one that would not snap. And since she told us that she would be out this morning, I take the opportunity to do the necessary measurements.
So, that's all it is. If you're not too busy, Mr. Poirot, could you spare the time to come back to the lodge? Have a cup of tea? Australian fashion, huh? Meet the wife? She'd be tickled pink to meet you.
You are too kind, Monsieur Croft. We shall be delighted. You have all the measurements correctly, Hastings?
What? Oh, yes, of course.
Then follow me. The lodge is only just across the garden.
Have you been in England long, Mr. Croft?
We'd always wanted to visit the old country. We took a trip to the continent. Paris, Rome, Florence, all that sort of stuff. But when we were in Italy, there was this train accident. My wife was pretty badly hurt. Spine injury.
Oh, what a sad misfortune.
And so we came here. Found this place. Just what we were looking for. Not too many cars about. No noisy gramophones. Ah, here we are. Cooey! I brought someone really special for you, Mother.
I read all about that blue train case, Mr. Perot. That poor Mrs. Kettering and the Heart of Fire. But didn't I read somewhere that you'd retired? Given up for good and all?
Ah, madame, you must not believe all you read in the newspapers.
So you still carry on the business?
If I find a case that interests me.
And you sure you're not down here on business now, Mr. Poirot? Calling it a holiday may be all part of the game.
You mustn't ask Mr. Poirot embarrassing questions, Bert, or he won't come again.
Mr. Poirot and his friend were helping Miss Buckley get a new chain for that picture, Mother. The one that fell.
Yes, we were just measuring it up.
That poor little girl might have been killed. She's a live wire and no mistake. Not much liked in the neighbourhood, or so I've heard. Well, that's the way in these stuck-up English places. I don't wonder she doesn't spend much time down here. And that long-nosed cousin of hers has no more chance of persuading her to live down here than a woman does.
Don't gossip, Millie.
Aha. So the wind is in that quarter. Monsieur Charles Vyse is in love with our little friend.
Oh, he's silly about her. But Miss Buckley won't marry a country lawyer. She's a sweet girl. But I'm concerned about her. She's had what I call a haunted look lately, and that worries me. I've got my reasons for being interested in that girl, haven't I, Bert?
No need to go into that, Mother. Now, Mr. Poirot, I wonder if you'd be interested in seeing some snapshots of Australia.
It was half an hour before we finally escaped, but the Crofts were nice people, I thought. Typical Australians.
You did not think that they were perhaps a shade too typical? Calling out cooey and showing us all those photographs on which, as it happens, neither of them appeared? Were they not perhaps playing their parts a little too thoroughly?
What a suspicious old devil you are, Poirot.
You are right, mon ami. I am suspicious of everyone, of everything. But then, Hastings, this is a situation in which we can take nothing and no one at face value.
On Monday morning, we had just finished breakfast when Nick Buckley was shown up to Poirot's room. The circles under her eyes were darker than usual.
I've had a telegram from my cousin Maggie. She's arriving at 5:30 this afternoon. I hope that makes you happy, Mr. Poirot.
I am very relieved to hear it. Some of my fears at least can be laid to rest.
Oh, I wouldn't count on it. Maggie's got no kind of a brain. Good works is about all she's fit for. That and never seeing the point of jokes. Freddie Rice would be 10 times better at spotting hidden assassins. And Jim Lazarus would be better still. He has hidden depths, as Jim.
And what about Commander Challenger?
Oh, George, he'd never see anything till it was under his nose. But he'd let them have it if it came to a showdown.
Well, let us hope that it will not.
Oh, I don't know. It's all great fun, isn't it?
Is it, mademoiselle?
No. No, it isn't. I'm afraid. It's beginning to get to me. I always thought I was quite a brave person.
Oh, but you've shown the most wonderful courage, Miss Buckley.
I spend the whole time wondering whether something else is going to happen, and if it does, how it will happen.
Yes, that is the worst part of it.
This morning, I came here by the road. I simply couldn't bring myself to walk through the garden. I feel as though my nerve had gone all of a sudden, and that all this should be going on top of everything else.
What exactly do you mean by on top of everything else, mademoiselle?
Oh, just what the newspapers call the strain of modern life, I suppose. Too many cocktails, too many cigarettes.
No, you are not being honest with me.
But I've told you every single smallest thing.
About the accidents, yes. But you have not told me everything that is in your heart, in your life.
Can anyone do that?
Perhaps, mademoiselle, it is not your secret.
If you think I know something about somebody else or have my suspicions, you're wrong. It's having no suspicions that's driving me mad. I'm not a fool. I can see that if these accidents aren't accidents, they must have been engineered by somebody very close at hand.
And you have no idea whom that person might be?
Not in the very least. Do you know a queer wish I have always had? I want to produce a play at End House. I've seen all sorts of plays performed there in my mind. And now it's as though a drama really were being staged there. Only I'm not producing it. I'm in it. I'm probably the person who dies in the first act.
No, mademoiselle, this will not do. This is hysteria.
Oh. Did Freddie tell you I was hysterical? You mustn't always believe what she says. There are times when she isn't quite herself.
Tell me, mademoiselle, have you ever thought of putting End House up for sale?
I've thought about it, but that's as far as I've ever got.
Would you consider selling it if you got a good offer?
No, I don't think I would. Not, I mean, unless it was such a ridiculously good one that it would be foolish to turn it down.
Quite so, I understand.
By the way, there are fireworks tonight, Regatta Week and all that. I'm having a little dinner party at 8 o'clock. You can see the fireworks splendidly from the garden. Will you come?
Oh, we will be enchanted, will we not, Hastings?
Many thanks, Miss Buckley.
Till this evening, then. Nothing like a party for reviving the flagging spirits.
That morning we called on Charles Vyse, or rather at Messrs. Vyse, Trevanion and Bettesworth in the main street of St. Lou. He was tall, pale and impassive, and beginning to go a little bald. Poirot had brought a document with him on which he said he needed Mr. Vyse's guidance. It was all settled in a matter of minutes.
I am very much obliged to you. For a foreigner, you understand, these legal matters can be very difficult.
Oh, I'm only too glad to have been of assistance. May I ask who recommended me to you?
Miss Buckley. Your cousin, is she not? I tried to see you on Saturday morning. When was it, Hastings?
At about 12:30.
But you were out, I think.
That is right. I left early on Saturday.
Mademoiselle, your cousin must find that large house very lonely. She lives there by herself, I understand.
That is so.
Tell me, Mr. Vyse, is there any chance of the property ever being on the market?
None at all, I should say.
You must understand I do not ask idly. I myself am in search of such a property. The climate of St. Lou enchants me. It is true that the house itself is in very bad repair, but I gather there has been very little money to spend on it. You do not think it possible that mademoiselle would consider an offer?
I'm certain that nothing would induce her to sell. Oh. My cousin is quite fanatically devoted to the place. It is, you understand, a family home. Selling it would be quite out of the question.
And what impression did this Charles Vyse make on you, my friend?
A very negative one. The kind of man you'd never remember on meeting again.
Did you notice anything that struck you as curious in the course of his conversation with us?
Well, I certainly wouldn't have said that Miss Buckley was fanatically devoted to End House. She's fond of the place, but nothing more than that.
And did you notice anything else?
He wasn't in his office at 12:30 on Saturday morning.
The time that somebody took a shot at Mademoiselle Nick. So, we cannot clear Mr. Weiss of suspicion.
Nick Buckley had done her best to give Endhouse something of a festive air for her dinner party. When we arrived, she was dancing by herself to the gramophone, wrapped in a highly exotic kimono covered with dragons.
Oh, it's only you. What a nuisance.
Oh, mademoiselle, we are desolated. Whom did you hope we might be?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound rude. I hoped you might be from the dressmakers. I've been waiting for my frock to arrive for hours. The brutes promised me faithfully it would be here by 6:30.
There is to be a dance tonight at the Majestic, is there not?
Yes, we're going there after the fireworks.
Oh, Nick, have they still not brought your dress? It's too bad.
I'm expecting it any minute.
Well, they're certainly taking their time.
This is my cousin Maggie. Maggie, these are the famous sleuths who are protecting me from the mysterious would-be assassin.
Oh.
Take them into the drawing room and let them tell you about it. Now, that really must be the dressmakers.
We were left alone with Maggie Buckley, and I formed a most favourable impression of her. A quiet girl, pretty in the old-fashioned manner. Her face was innocent of makeup, and she wore a simple, rather shabby black evening dress. She had frank blue eyes and a rather nervous smile.
Nick has been telling me the most amazing things. Someone took a pot shot at her with a gun in a hotel garden, and a boulder missed her by inches, and the brakes of her car have been tampered with. Surely she must be exaggerating. Whoever in the world would want to kill Nick?
Nevertheless, I assure you, mademoiselle, that it is the truth.
Well, if you think so, Mr. Poirot. I must say, Nick seems rather fey tonight. I can't tell what's the matter with her.
She's behaving with great courage, determined to carry on as usual.
It's the only way, isn't it? I mean, whatever one's feelings are, it's no good making a fuss about them. It only makes it uncomfortable for everyone else.
At about 7:30, Frederica Rice and Mr. Lazarus swept in. She was wearing a blue gown that made her look more like a Madonna than ever, although a very fragile one. Nick came dancing in to greet them.
What a simply wonderful shawl, Nick. Red, like old Chinese lacquer. Where on earth did you get it?
It's a family heirloom, Jimmy, brought back by great-great-great-Uncle Timothy from his travels in the East.
It's quite amazing. I've never seen anything like it.
Oh, it's warm, that's the main thing. I shall need it while we're watching the fireworks.
That black dress sets it off marvellously. I don't think I've ever seen you in black before. I thought you hated yourself in it. Is there any particular reason?
Oh, I don't know. Is there a reason for anything?
Where's George Challenger got to tonight? I thought you said he'd be here.
He had to go to Plymouth. I expect he'll arrive sometime or other. Maggie, I can't remember whether you've met Mr. Lazarus. Mr. Lazarus?
We went in to dinner. The food was indifferent, the champagne excellent, the conversation rather uneasy.
It doesn't look as if there's much hope for that poor chap who was trying to fly around the world.
Oh, you mean Michael Seaton?
Yes. If he'd succeeded, he'd have been the hero of the day. He's the kind of man England can't afford to lose.
Nick and I met him at the Touquet.
Mm-hmm.
She made quite a conquest. Didn't he take you up flying with him?
Yes, at Scarborough.
Have you done any flying, Captain Hastings?
Oh, there's the telephone. It's bound to be for me. Don't wait. It's getting late, and I've asked people round to see the fireworks.
I glanced at my watch. It was just 9 o'clock. Dessert was brought in, and the port. Poirot and Lazarus talked about art. Frederica Rice gazed abstractedly out of the window, and I did my best to keep a conversation going with Maggie.
Well, I do so agree, but it's always like that, isn't it?
Come on out, all of you. It's nearly time for the fireworks, and the animals are coming in 2 by 2.
We all trooped dutifully out into the garden. I suppose that Nick had invited around a dozen people, none of them very interesting. Charles Weiss was there, and Mr. Croft from the lodge.
It's too bad that Mrs. Croft couldn't come. We ought to have carried her over on a chair or something.
It's bad luck on Mother altogether, but she never complains. She's got the sweetest nature in the world. Oh, good one.
I'm freezing. I'm going to run in and get my coat.
Oh, please, let me, Miss Buckley.
Thanks all the same, but you wouldn't know where to find it. Oh, Maggie, be a darling and get mine too.
I don't think she heard you. I'll get it. I need my fur wrap. This shawl isn't nearly warm enough. It's the wind.
Oh!
Ah, that is all they can think of to say. In the end, it grows monotonous, do you not find? Oh. And the grass, it is damp to the feet. Oh, I shall suffer for this. I shall get a chill.
A chill? On a lovely night like this?
A lovely night? You say that because the rain does not pour down in sheets. But I tell you, my friend, if there were a little thermometer, you would see...
Oh! I must admit, I wouldn't mind putting a coat on.
You are very sensible.
Shall I bring yours?
Oh, it is the dampness of the feet, I fear. Would it be possible, do you think, to lay your hands on a pair of galoshes?
Not a hope. That kind of thing isn't done, Poirot.
Then I shall go back and sit in the house. Just for the fireworks, should I catch a fluxion de poitrine? Let us go in, my friend. Ah, we are all children at heart. Les feux d'artifice, the party, the conjurer.
Huh?
Mais qu'est-ce que vous avez?
There, Poirot. In front of the French window. Someone's lying huddled on the ground.
The scarlet Chinese shawl. Oh, mon Dieu, it has happened. In spite of everything, in spite of all my precautions, it has happened. And this time, the murderer has succeeded.
The peaceful summer holiday that Poirot and I were enjoying at St. Lou on the Cornish coast had been interrupted by an attack on the life of Nick Buckley, the owner of End House, which stood on the headland close to our hotel. Poirot had taken every possible precaution to protect the girl's life and had even insisted that she brought down a trusted friend to stay with her. Nick invited her cousin Maggie, but all Poirot's precaution had proved in vain, for on the lawn outside the house a girl lay dead.
In spite of everything it has happened, I should have foreseen. Not for an instant should I have left her side.
You mustn't blame yourself, Poirot. If somebody was so determined to kill Miss Buckley...
I'm sorry I've been so long, Maggie. I couldn't find my... What is it? What's happened? Maggie. Oh, Maggie.
Yes, Maggie. I thought that it was you, mademoiselle.
Is she dead?
Yes, mademoiselle. She is dead.
But why? Who could have wanted to kill Maggie?
It was not her they meant to kill, mademoiselle. It was you. They were misled by the shawl.
Oh, my God. Why couldn't it have been me? I don't want to live. Now. I'd be glad. Happy to die.
Take Mademoiselle Nick into the house, Hastings, and then telephone the police. Tell them someone has been shot. And then get back to Mademoiselle immediately. She must on no account be left on her own.
I helped the half-fainting girl through the French windows of the drawing-room and laid her on the sofa. I was trying to locate the telephone out in the hall when Ellen, the housekeeper, suddenly appeared.
What is it, sir? Has something happened?
Yes, where can I find the telephone?
There's nothing wrong, is there, sir?
There's been an accident. Somebody's been hurt. I must ring the police.
Who's been hurt, sir?
Miss Buckley, Miss Maggie Buckley.
Miss Maggie? Are you sure, sir? Are you sure it's Miss Maggie?
Of course I'm sure. Why?
Oh, nothing, sir. I thought it might be one of the other ladies. I thought it might be Mrs. Rice.
Look, please, tell me where I can find the telephone.
It's just through there, sir, in the little room under the stairs.
Thank you.
If you'd like me to...
No, that's all. Oh, can you tell me where I can find some brandy?
It's on the little table by the dining room window, sir. But wouldn't it be better
No, I'll see to it. Now, leave me. Please?
Yes, sir. Of course, sir.
I made my report to the police and rang up the doctor, and then took Nick a glass of brandy. She was trying to sit up.
It's so awful. It's all so awful, everything.
I know, my dear, I know.
No, you can't know. It's all such a waste. If only it had been me.
You mustn't say
No, you don't know. Poor Maggie. Poor dear old Maggie, who never harmed a soul in her life. We shared all our secrets together. That this should happen to her. I feel as though I'd killed her.
Poirot remained out in the garden conferring with the doctor and the police for what seemed like hours. Eventually he came in with the inspector, who was clearly no stranger to Nick.
Not impeding traffic this time, Inspector.
This is a terrible business, Miss Buckley. Mr. Poirot tells me that you were shot at in the grounds of the Majestic Hotel the other morning.
That's what he told me. I thought it was a wasp, but apparently it wasn't.
And I gather there were some peculiar accidents before that. I'd just like to know how it came about that your cousin happened to be wearing your shawl tonight.
We came into the house to fetch our coats. It was rather cold watching the fireworks in the garden. I threw the shawl onto the sofa here, and Maggie and I went upstairs. I got the coat I'm wearing now and found a wrap for Freddie.
Freddie?
My friend, Mrs. Rice. Then Maggie called out that she couldn't find her coat. She went downstairs to look for it, but she still couldn't find it. I called down to tell her that I'd bring her something of my own, but she said it didn't matter. She'd take my shawl. She must have gone out then.
No, you mustn't distress yourself, Miss Buckley. Just tell me this. Did you hear the shot? Or shots?
No, all I could hear was the fireworks.
That's just it. You'd never notice a shot with all that going on.
Probably the work of some homicidal maniac. Well, I won't need to ask you any more questions tonight, Miss Buckley.
Thank you, Inspector.
Good night, miss. I'm more sorry about this than I can say.
I have been talking to your doctor, and with your approval, of course, mademoiselle, we think it would be best if you were to spend a few days in a private nursing home.
Because of the shock?
I want you to feel safe, mon enfant, and I want to feel that you are safe. You understand?
Yes, I understand, but I don't think that you do. I'm not afraid anymore. I don't care one way or another. If anyone wants to murder me, they can.
What's happened? There's a policeman at the gate. He said there'd been a murder. Is it Nick?
It's all right, George. Don't be an idiot. I'm quite safe.
God, but somebody's dead. The policeman said so.
Yes, Maggie. Poor old Maggie.
Now come, Miss Buckley. I will take you to the doctor's car. We will ask the housekeeper to pack a few things for you.
That's very considerate of you, Mr. Poirot. I don't want to stay here any longer.
What's the matter? Where's he taking her?
To a nursing home. It's all been the most terrible shock for her.
What a simply ghastly tragedy. Poor Maggie.
Come and have a drink, Commander. You're all to pieces.
I don't mind if I do. You see, I thought it was Nick who'd been killed.
I doubt if I shall ever forget the night that followed. Poirot was a prey to such an agony of self-reproach that I was quite alarmed.
Ah, what it is to have too good an opinion of oneself. I am punished. I was too sure of myself.
No.
I had put a cordon round mademoiselle, and the killer slipped through it under our very eyes. And now the position is changed for the worse. It may mean that not one life, but two will be sacrificed.
You really think, then, that Nick Buckley's life is still in danger?
Oh, my friend, for what other reason did I send her to the nursing home? I take the doctor into my confidence. He will make the arrangements. No one, not even her dearest friend, will be admitted to see Miss Buckley. You and I are the only ones permitted.
You don't think that the inspector may have had a point, that it was the work of a madman?
No. I am more than ever convinced that the murderer is someone in mademoiselle's own circle.
But surely tonight has ruled out that possibility. We were all together watching the fireworks.
Oh, could you swear, Hastings, that no one left our little company there on the edge of the cliff? Is there any one person whom you could swear you had seen all the time?
No, I don't think I could. On different occasions I noticed Frederica Rice, Lazarus, Croft, and Vyse, but all the time, no.
Exactly. And yet where is the motive? Who can conceivably have had a reason for wanting to do away with Nick Buckley? But always we come back to the same problem. What is there to inherit? That telegram I sent the other day.
Oh, yes. You were very mysterious about that.
It was to an art expert in London. I wanted him to come down and inspect the portrait of Miss Buckley's grandfather, for which Monsieur Lazarus had offered her £50. Now, supposing, for instance, that it were worth several thousand. Oh, it is far-fetched, but we must neglect nothing that may bring us nearer the truth.
And what did he say?
He will come down tomorrow to examine it. Oh, but now I need to employ the little grey cells. I advise you, Hastings, to go to bed.
No, not unless you do.
Oh, most faithful of dogs. But you cannot assist me to think. At least I beg you, take the easy chair. You might find yourself taking, how do you say it, 40 blinks.
It was daylight when I awoke. Poirot was sitting where he had been the night before. His attitude was the same, but his eyes were shining with that queer, cat-like light that I knew so well.
Tell me, Hastings, the answer to these 3 questions. Why has Mademoiselle Nick been sleeping badly of late? Why did she buy a black evening dress? Why did she say last night, I have nothing to live for now?
Well, as to the first, she said she'd been worried lately.
Exactly. What has she been worried about?
And as for the black dress, well, every woman wants a change sometimes.
Oh, for a married man you have very little appreciation of feminine psychology. If a woman does not think she looks good in a colour, she refuses to wear it.
And the last, about having nothing to live for, it was a natural thing to say after that dreadful shock.
No, Hastings, it was not a natural thing to say. We have there a sudden psychological change. Now, what was it that caused that change?
I've no idea.
Think, Hastings. Think. Use the little grey cells. She was not like that before dinner. What happened towards the end of the meal?
Yeah, she went out to take a telephone call.
Ha! You have got there at last. She went to answer the telephone, and she was absent for a long time, 20 minutes at least. Who spoke to her? Or was there really a telephone call at all? In those 20 minutes, I am convinced we shall find the keystone of the mystery. I know I am right.
I had a bath and a shave and went down to breakfast. There was nothing about the evening's events in the morning papers, only confirmation that Captain Seaton's plane had crashed in the Pacific and there was no longer any hope of survival. I was still looking through the papers when Mrs. Rice came in and asked if I could take her up to see Poirot.
Madame Rice, enchanté. Please sit down.
Thank you.
You too, Hastings.
Thanks.
Monsieur Poirot, I suppose there's no doubt that this business last night was all part and parcel of the same thing, that the intended victim was Nick.
I should say there was no doubt at all.
Nick bears a charmed life.
Luck, they say, goes in circles.
I owe you an apology, Monsieur Poirot. Until last night, I really didn't believe that Nick was in any real danger.
Is that so, madame?
I can see that everything now will have to be gone into very carefully, and I imagine that Nick's immediate circle of friends will not be free from suspicion. Ridiculous, of course, but there it is. Am I right?
You are very intelligent, madame.
You asked me some questions about Tavistock the other day. As you will find out sooner or later, I might as well tell you the truth. I did not stay at Tavistock.
No, madame?
I motored down to this part of the world early last week with Mr. Lazarus. We didn't wish to arouse more comment than necessary. We stayed at a little place called Shellicombe.
Oh, yes, about 7 miles from here.
May I be impertinent, madame?
Is there such a thing nowadays?
Perhaps you are right. How long have you and Mr. Lazarus been friends?
I met him 6 months ago.
And you care for him, madame?
He's rich.
Oh, no. That is an ugly thing to say.
Isn't it better for me to say than to have you say it for me?
Oh, well, there is always that, of course. May I repeat, madame, you are very intelligent.
You'll be giving me a diploma soon.
There is nothing more you wish to tell me, madame?
I don't think so. I'm going to take some flowers round to Nick and see how she is.
That is most amiable of you, madame, and thank you for your frankness.
Au revoir, Monsieur Poirot.
Goodbye, Madame Rice. She is intelligent, bien sûr, but not so intelligent as Hercule Poirot.
What do you mean?
That it is all very well to push the richness of Monsieur Lazarus down my throat.
Yeah, I must say that rather disgusted me.
No, mon cher. You always have the right reaction in the wrong place. It is not a question of good taste. If Madame Rice has a lover who is rich and gives her everything she wants, then obviously she would not need to murder her devoted friend.
Oh.
Precisement.
Why didn't you stop her going to the nursing home? They'll never let her in.
Oh, why should I show my hand? Is it Hercule Poirot who prevents Madame from seeing her friends? It is those tiresome doctors and nurses.
Look here, Monsieur Poirot, what's going on? I rang up that damned nursing home where Nick is and asked what time I could go round and see her, and they say the doctor won't allow any visitors. I don't believe that Nick really isn't up to seeing anyone. I think you're at the bottom of this, Monsieur Poirot.
Now listen to me, mon ami. If one guest is admitted, others cannot be kept out. Others whose motives might not be as above suspicion as those of the good Commander Challenger. You comprehend? It must be all or none. And, since we all wish for the safety of Mademoiselle, it must be none.
Point taken. No embargo on flowers, though, is there? Thank you, Monsieur Poirot. I'll send some straight away.
And now, while the impetuous Commander and Mrs. Rice, and perhaps the rich Mr. Lazarus, all encounter each other in the flower shop, you and I will drive quietly to our destination.
And find the answer to your 3 questions.
No, if you wish, but as a matter of fact, I already know the answer.
Huh? When did you find out?
While I was eating my breakfast, Hastings. It stared me in the face.
Tell me.
No. I will leave you to hear it from Mademoiselle.
It's good of you to come.
You must be brave, Mademoiselle. There is always something to live for.
I wish I could believe that.
May I offer you my deepest sympathy?
So you know. There's no point in trying to hide it any longer. Now that I shall no longer see him again.
Courage, Mademoiselle.
I haven't any courage left. I've used up every bit over these last weeks.
Regard the poor Hastings. He has no idea what we are talking about.
Michael Seaton, the man who was trying to fly around the world. I was engaged to him.
Oh, I'm very sorry, Miss Buckley. He died like a hero.
You heard the news last night?
Yes, it was on the wireless. That telephone call was just an excuse. I wanted to hear the news alone.
And how long had you been engaged to him?
Since just after Christmas, but it had to be kept secret.
Why was that?
Because of Michael's uncle, old Sir Matthew Seaton. He was a complete crank. Thought women ruined a man's life. Somebody had jilted him, I think. He was frightfully fond of Michael. He put up the money for the Albatross and the round-the-world flight. If Michael had pulled it off, well, he could have asked his uncle anything. He'd have been world-famous. His uncle would have come round.
So you told no one? Not even Madame Rice?
Sometimes I wanted to, frightfully. Especially when his plane was reported missing. It was awful not being able to talk to anyone.
You do not think that she may have guessed?
I don't think so. Of course, she used to hint at things sometimes, about Michael and I being great friends and all that.
But am I not right in supposing that Michael Seaton's uncle died a week or so ago? I seem to remember reading about it.
Yes, that's right.
And did you not consider telling Mrs. Rice even then?
I suppose I might have told anybody. But Michael's round-the-world flight was on the front page of every newspaper. It would have seemed rather boastful to break the news that I was engaged to him. And Michael would have hated the publicity.
Yes, I agree. You could not have announced it to the world at large. I only meant that you could have mentioned it privately to a friend.
I did sort of hint it to one person. I thought it was only fair. But I don't know how much he took in.
You told this person because he was in love with you?
Perhaps.
You once mentioned that you had made a will. Where is it, mademoiselle?
Oh, it's knocking around.
At End House?
Yes, but I can't say exactly where. Oh, I'm frightfully untidy. It's probably in the writing table in the library, or it might be in my bedroom.
You permit me to make a search?
If you want to. Look anywhere you like.
You see, Hastings, I was right. Always I knew there was something lacking, some piece of the puzzle that was not there.
Do you mean that this Michael Seaton business has some bearing on the case?
Oh, ma foi, do you not see? It gives us what we have been looking for, the motive.
I may be very dense, but I can't see it.
Just over a week ago, Sir Matthew Seaton dies. He was a millionaire, one of the richest men in England.
Yes, but...
One step at a time. He has a nephew whom he idolizes, and to whom we may safely assume he has left his vast fortune. Last Tuesday, Michael Seton was reported missing, and the following day the attacks began on Mademoiselle Nick's life.
But I still don't...
Supposing, Hastings, that Michael Seton made a will before he started on his flight and left everything to his fiancée.
That's pure speculation.
Perhaps, but it must be so. Because if it is not, there is no meaning in anything that has happened. Oh, it is no dilapidated house that is at stake, but an enormous fortune.
But if nobody knew of the engagement...
Somebody did know. Somebody always knows. If they do not know, they guess. Madame Rice suspected. Mademoiselle Nick admitted so much, and she may have had a way of turning her suspicion into a certainty.
How could she do that?
Well, for one thing, there must have been letters from Michael Seton to Mademoiselle Nick, and it is all too evident that she leaves things here, there, and everywhere.
And Frederica Rice probably knew about the terms of her friend's will.
Doubtless. So this narrows down our list of suspects. I dismiss Commander Challenger. I dismiss Mr. Lazarus. I dismiss the excessively Australian Mr. and Mrs. Croft. So, only 2 people remain.
One is obviously Frederica Rice.
Yes, she is indicated very clearly. Apart from End House itself, which was left to Nick's cousin, Mr. Weiss, everything was to go to her. If Mademoiselle Nick had been shot instead of Maggie, Mrs. Rice would be a very rich woman.
I can hardly believe it.
You mean that you can hardly believe that a beautiful woman can be a murderess? Then what about our other suspect, Charles Weiss?
But he only stands to inherit the house.
Yes, my friend, but he may not know that. Did he make Mademoiselle's will for her? No, I think not. He may well believe that his scatterbrained cousin never made a will at all, and that he will inherit as next of kin.
You know, that really seems much more probable.
Yes, that is your romantic mind, Hastings, that well-known figure of fiction, the wicked solicitor. But it is true that Mr. Weiss would be more likely to know about the pistol and more likely to use it.
And to send that boulder crashing down.
Perhaps.
It really is amazing the way Nick has escaped.
Yes, and I can take no credit to myself.
Providence?
Mon ami, you say that in your Sunday morning voice of gratitude without reflecting that what you are really saying is that le bon Dieu has killed Maggie Buckley.
Really, Poirot?
But I will not sit back and say le bon Dieu has arranged everything. I will not interfere, because I am convinced that le bon Dieu created Hercule Poirot for the express purpose of interfering. It is my métier.
The French windows of End House were, as usual, wide open. Poirot rang the bell to summon Ellen, who showed not the least surprise on seeing us.
Search where you like. The police have been all over the garden since early this morning. I don't know whether they found anything.
Were you very surprised last night when you heard that Miss Buckley had been shot?
Yes, sir. Very surprised. I can't imagine anyone being so wicked as to want to harm Miss Maggie.
If it had been anyone else, you would not have been so surprised,
I don't know what you mean, sir.
When I came into the hall last night, you asked if anyone had been hurt. Were you expecting something of the kind?
You wouldn't understand, sir. You see, this isn't a good house.
But you mean that sometimes in an old house there is an atmosphere of evil?
That's it, sir. Bad thoughts. And bad deeds, too. It's like dry rot. You can't get rid of it. I always knew something bad would happen here one day.
In an old house, there are sometimes secret hiding places. Do you know of any here?
Well, sir, there is a kind of sliding panel thing in this very room.
Huh?
I can remember being shown it as a girl. Only... No, I can't recall where it is.
Big enough for a person to hide in?
Oh, no, sir, no. It's just a little cupboard place. About a foot square. No more than that.
Well, thank you, Ellen. We shall not need to detain you any longer. We will begin our search in the library.
What was all that about?
The secret chamber. I thought it might have appealed to you, Hastings, and I wish to rid myself of the possibility of the unknown intruder. Factor X, let us call it. But it is of no consequence. Let us see if the will is among the papers in Mademoiselle's desk.
It took us some time to go through them. Everything was in complete confusion. Bills, receipts, invitations, all jumbled up together.
But no sign of a will. The only item of interest is perhaps this letter.
Darling, party was too marvellous. Feel rather a worm today. You were wise not to touch that stuff. It's too hard to give up. I'm writing to the boyfriend to hurry up the supply. What hell life is. Yours, Freddie. This must be from Mrs. Rice.
Dated last February. She takes drugs, of course. I knew that as soon as I looked at her.
Really?
You can see it in her eyes. And then there are her extraordinary variations of mood.
That must have been what Nick meant when she said Mrs. Rice was not always herself.
Undoubtedly. Well, we have drawn a blank here. Let us try Mademoiselle's room.
Surely, Poirot, those are underclothes. I mean, we can hardly...
Decidedly, my poor Hastings, you belong to the Victorian era. Young ladies are not ashamed of their underclothes nowadays.
I don't see any need to search through those things.
Écoutez, mon ami. Clearly she does not lock up her treasures. If she were to hide anything from sight, it would be underneath the stockings and the petticoats. Here are, and here, if I do not mistake, are the love letters of Michael Seaton.
No, Poirot, you really can't do that. It isn't playing the game.
I am not playing a game, my friend. I am hunting down a murderer. Now come, you might as well read them with me. Console yourself with the thought that the faithful Ellen probably knows them by heart.
New Year's Day. Darling, the New Year is in and I'm making good resolutions. It seems too wonderful that you should actually...
February 8th. Dearest love, how I wish I could see you more often, but honestly it might upset the whole apple cart. Uncle Matthew has got such a bee in his bonnet about
April 18th. Darling, the whole thing is fixed up. If I pull this off, I shall be able to take a firm line with Uncle Matthew, and if he doesn't like it, what do
Dearest,
I care?
I'm off tomorrow. Somebody said I ought to make a will, so I have, on a half sheet of paper, and sent it to old Whitfield. I remembered that your name was really Magdala, which was clever of me, so that's it. I've simply written, I leave everything to Magdala. So, Hastings, it is as I told you. We now know that the fact that Michael Seaton made a will in favour of Mademoiselle Nick is actually recorded in writing, and with the letters so casually hidden, anyone could read them.
Ellen?
Almost certainly. Or Frederica Rice. Or even Mr. Weiss.
Or Ellen could be in league with one of them, Lazarus, perhaps.
It is possible, my friend. With the fortune of one of the richest men in England at stake, who might not find the temptation impossible to resist. But which of them fired the shots that killed that poor girl, Hastings? Which of them?
Audio by Michael Bakewell and directed by Enid Williams.
Our peaceful holiday in Cornwall had been shattered by the murder of Maggie Buckley during a fireworks party at End House. It soon became clear that it was not she who was the intended victim, but her cousin Nick, who, through the death of her fiancé, had inherited the vast fortune of Sir Matthew Seaton. For her own safety, Poirot had installed her in a nursing home, and none but ourselves was allowed to see her.
I hardly expected to see you so soon.
Yes, mademoiselle, I am like the Jacques in the case, always popping up again. This will of yours. Hastings and I, we have searched all over End House, but we find it not. Now think. Try to remember when you saw it last.
The trouble is that I never have particular places for things. I probably shoved it away in some drawer or other.
You did not put it in the secret panel by any chance?
The secret what?
Your housekeeper Ellen says there's a secret panel in the drawing room.
Oh, I've never heard of such a thing. I suppose Grandfather must have known about it, but if he did, he never told me. Are you sure Ellen isn't making it all up?
No, mademoiselle, I am not at all sure. Oh, but we are wandering from the subject. Your will, the last will and testament of Magdala Buckley.
I put that in, last will and testament, and said pay all debts and testamentary expenses. I remembered that out of a book I'd read.
You did not use a will form, then?
Well, there wasn't time for that. I was just going in for my appendix op. Mr. Croft said will forms could be very misleading.
Mr. Croft, the fellow who lives in your lodge?
Yes, it was he who asked me if I'd made one. I'd never have thought of it myself.
Very helpful, the excellent Mr. Croft.
He got Ellen in to witness it. Oh, of course. Oh, what an idiot I've been, letting you hunt round End House. Charles has got it. My cousin, Charles Weiss.
Ah, so that is the explanation.
Mr. Croft said a lawyer was the proper person to have charge of it, so we sent it to Charles. I should have remembered. He sent me those carnations.
They're very pretty.
And the roses are from George, and the lilies are from Freddie. Oh, and look here. Grapes, don't they look scrumptious?
Oh, you have not eaten any of them?
No, not yet.
You must eat nothing that comes from outside. Nothing, you comprehend?
You really think they might try again?
No, do not think of it. You are safe here. But remember, eat nothing that does not come from the nursing home. And now, mademoiselle, if you would be so good as to write a note to Charles Weiss authorizing him to show us your will. We have just time to catch him while he is still in his office.
I beg your pardon, but I really am at a loss to understand.
Has Mademoiselle Buckley not made her instructions clear?
But, my dear sir, no will has been entrusted to my keeping.
Come on.
Well, as far as I know, my cousin never made a will. She certainly never consulted me.
But she wrote it herself, you understand?
On a sheet of notepaper. She posted it to you.
Well, in that case, all I can say is that I never received it.
Oh, then there is nothing more to be said. There must be some mistake.
Certainly there must. I never received anything of the kind.
Is he lying, do you think?
Impossible to tell. One thing is clear. He will not budge from the position he has taken up.
So, what do we do now?
We go to see the Crofts, to see if they remember what happened. It seems to have been very much their doing.
Of course I remember. It was when she went in for her appendix operation.
It probably wasn't appendicitis at all. These doctors, they're always cutting you up if they can. It wasn't the kind you have to operate on. She'd had indigestion and one thing and another, and they'd x-rayed her and they said out it had better come.
Well, I asked her if she'd made a will. Well, more as a joke than anything else.
She wrote it out there and then.
And what was done with it?
I posted it off to Weiss myself in the box by the gate.
Mr. Weiss says he never received it.
You mean it got lost in the post? But that's impossible, surely.
Anyway, you are certain that you posted it?
Certain sure. I'll take my oath on it any day.
So which of them is telling the truth? Croft or Weiss?
I don't see what Croft would gain by lying. The will's got nothing to do with him. And his statement tallies exactly with what Nick said.
You are right. But all the same, I am glad that Monsieur Croft was doing the cooking when we arrived. He left an excellent impression of a greasy thumb and first finger on a corner of the newspaper that covered the kitchen table. I managed to tear it off unseen by him. We will send it to the good Inspector Japp at Scotland Yard. I cannot help feeling that our genial Monsieur Croft is too good to be genuine.
That afternoon, the police sent round to us a very curious piece of evidence which they had turned up while searching the garden of End House. A torn scrap of paper.
Must have money at once. If not, you know what will happen.
Do they say whether there were any fingerprints on it?
There were none. Of course, it may have nothing to do with the case. Does the writing look at all familiar to you?
That reminds me of something. That note from Mrs. Rice that we found in Nick's desk.
Yes, there are resemblances. Yet I do not think it is the handwriting of Mrs. Rice. Come in.
Commander Challenger.
Just looked in to find out if you were any further forward.
Parbleu, at this moment I am feeling that I am considerably farther back. I seem to progress en reculant.
1 step forward and 2 steps back, eh? I've been hearing all about you, Monsieur Poirot. You'll get to the bottom of it, all right.
That I swear to you. I am the dog that stays on the scent and does not leave it.
Got any ideas?
I have suspicions of 2 people.
I suppose I mustn't ask who they are.
I should not tell you. I might probably be in error. But tell me, Commander, you would like, I think, to marry Mademoiselle Nick.
I've always wanted to marry her.
But Mademoiselle was engaged to another man, and he has died the death of a hero.
So it's true. Nick was engaged to Michael Seaton. I heard a rumour this morning.
You never suspected it before?
I knew she was engaged to someone. She told me so 2 days ago. But she didn't give me a clue as to who it was.
Entre nous, Michael Seaton has left her, I fancy, a very pretty fortune. She weeps for her lover now. But the heart consoles itself.
So that's where you've got to, George. They told me I might find you here.
Good afternoon, madame.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Rice.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry to intrude. I merely wanted to ask George whether he'd got my watch back.
I called for it this morning. Here you are.
It was a watch of rather unusual shape, round like a globe, set on a strap of plain black moire. I remember that I'd seen a similar one on Nick Buckley's wrist.
I hope it'll keep better time now.
It's rather a bore. Something's always going wrong with it. Am I interrupting a conference?
No, indeed, madame. We were only talking gossip. How quickly the news has spread that Mademoiselle Nick was engaged to that brave airman who perished.
So Nick was engaged to Michael Seaton?
Does it surprise you, madame?
A little. I don't know why. He was certainly very taken with her last autumn. They went about a lot together. And then after Christmas, they both seemed to cool off rather. As far as I know, they hardly met.
They kept their secret well.
On account of old Sir Matthew, I suppose. He really was a little off his head.
You had no suspicion, madame? And yet she was such an intimate friend.
Nick can be a close little devil when she likes. But I understand now why she's been so nervy lately. And I ought to have guessed from something she said the other day.
Your little friend is very attractive, madame.
Jim Lazarus certainly seemed to think so at one time.
Oh, everyone falls in love with Nick at some time or other. Oh, my God.
What? You are not well, madame?
No, I'm all right.
What?
George, darling, don't look so worried. Let's talk about something exciting. I want to know if Monsieur Poirot is on the track.
It is early to say, madame.
Yes, I suppose that's... I'm sorry, I've got ahead. I'll go and lie down. Perhaps tomorrow they'll let me see Nick.
You never know what that woman's up to. Nick may be fond of her, but I don't believe she's fond of Nick. But there, you can't tell with women. It's darling, darling, darling all the time, when, damn you, would probably be closer to the truth.
Challenger was in an expansive mood and insisted on accompanying us down to the flower shop in St. Lou, where Poirot was endlessly indecisive about what he should send to Nick. Eventually he settled for orange carnations in a gold basket tied with a large blue bow, accompanied by a card on which he wrote with an ornate flourish,
"With the compliment of Hercule Poirot."
On the following day, the inquest on the death of Maggie Buckley took place in the old courthouse. Her father, who had come down from the north of England, formally identified the body, and I gave evidence of finding it. Proceedings were adjourned for a week, and Poirot decided we should set off for London.
All is peaceful here. Mademoiselle is safe in her nursing home, and the watchdogs, therefore, can take leave of absence.
Our first port of call was Messrs. Whitfield, Pargeter and Whitfield, solicitors both for Michael Seaton and his uncle Sir Matthew. They confirmed that Seaton had in fact left a will, a scrap of paper, but perfectly legal, bequeathing everything to Magdala Buckley.
Making her, as the worthy Mr. Whitfield so bluntly put it, a target for any ambitious fortune hunter. So, that is settled, mon ami. It was as I thought. Now let us join the good Inspector Japp for dinner at the Cheshire Cheese.
I thought you'd given it all up and were growing vegetable marrows in the country, Poirot.
Oh, I tried, Japp, I tried. But even when you grow the vegetable marrows, you cannot get away from murder.
Well, you mustn't be depressed, old cock. Even if you don't see your way clear, well, you can't go about at your time of life and expect to have the success you used to. We all of us get stale as the years go by. Got to give the youngers a chance, you know.
And yet the old dog is the one who knows his tricks. He is cunning. He does not leave the scent.
I thought we were talking about human beings, not dogs.
Oh, is there so much difference?
It depends upon your point of view, or the dog's. You really are a caution, Poirot. You always were. You look just the same. Hair a bit thinner on top, but the face fungus fuller than ever.
Come on, what is that?
Chap is congratulating you on your moustaches.
Oh, they are luxuriant, yes?
Well, anyway, I've attended to that bit of business you asked me to look into. The fingerprints on the scrap of newspaper you sent me.
Yes?
Nothing doing.
Oh.
Whoever your Mr. Croft may be, he hasn't passed through our hands.
Is he known in Australia?
Doesn't look like it. I wired Melbourne, but they've got nothing on anybody of that name or description.
It was worth a try, at least. And what about the elegant Mr. Lazarus, the art expert who knows so much about cars?
Firm's got a good reputation. Quite straight and honourable in their dealings. They're in a bad way financially, though.
And why is that?
A slump in the art market, or so they tell me.
Did you ever get a report on that painting, Poirot?
Oh, yes. It is worthless. £20 at most.
Now, how about a bit of stilt and a glass of port?
It's on its way.
Sorry I couldn't come up with anything, Poirot. Barking up the wrong tree, I expect.
Perhaps. Poirot is a good dog, but sometimes he follows the wrong scent. And sometimes, when there is no scent to follow, he noses around, seeking always something that is not very nice.
It's not a nice profession, ours. And yours is worse than mine. Not official, you see. And therefore, a lot more worming yourself into places in underhand ways.
I do not disguise myself, chap. Never have I disguised myself.
You couldn't. You're unique. Once seen, never forgotten.
Vous croyez?
Only my fun, don't mind me. But here's the Stilton and the port.
It turned out to be a very merry evening talking over the good old days. But I could see that Poirot was worried about the case. I had the feeling that for once he was going to fail. We caught the train back to St. Louis the following morning. There was a message waiting for Poirot asking him to telephone the nursing home. Urgently.
Come on. Say it again, I beg. When? Oh, yes, I will come at once.
What is it?
Why did I go away, Hastings? Why did I go away?
Tell me what's happened.
Nick is dangerously ill.
Oh.
Cocaine poisoning. They have got at her after all.
It's been touch and go, but she's going to be all right. The trouble was not knowing how much she'd taken of the damn stuff.
She will live.
Oh, yes, she'll live.
But how did it happen? Who has been allowed in?
Nobody has been allowed in.
But then...
It was a box of chocolates.
But I told her to eat nothing. Nothing that came from outside.
I don't know about that. It's hard work keeping a girl from a box of chocolates. She only ate one, thank goodness.
How was it done?
Quite clumsily. The chocolate cut in half, the cocaine mixed with the filling, and the chocolate stuck together again. An amateur, homemade job.
May I see mademoiselle?
If you come back in an hour, I think she'll be well enough.
Escape number 5, Monsieur Poirot.
Oh, mademoiselle.
Your old nursing home hasn't proved so safe after all.
If only you had obeyed orders, mademoiselle.
But I have.
You were supposed to touch nothing that came from outside.
No more I did.
But these chocolates...
I thought they would be safe. After all, you sent them.
Huh? I never did anything of the kind.
Oh, but you did. Your card was on the box.
What?
It's in the drawer of my bedside table. See for yourself.
Here it is. With the compliments of Hercule Poirot.
You see?
I did not write this.
It looks very like your handwriting, Poirot.
It was so like the card that came with the orange carnations. I never doubted that the chocolates had come from you.
Why should you doubt? Oh, but he has genius, this man. Genius. With the compliment of Hercule Poirot. So simple. I have been tricked, outwitted as though I were a little schoolboy. But it shall not happen again, I promise you. Come, Hastings.
What was so strange was that Poirot had no difficulty in tracing where the box of chocolates had come from. It had been delivered by Mr. Lazarus. He told us the chocolates were a gift from Mrs. Rice, and that she had asked him to take them to the nursing home.
What's all this about Nick being taken ill?
Oh, it is a most mysterious affair, madame. Tell me, did you send her a box of chocolates yesterday?
Yes. She asked me to get them for her.
She asked you to get them?
Yes.
But she was not allowed to see anyone. How did you get in?
I didn't. She telephoned. She asked me to send her a £2 box of Fuller's chocolates.
How did her voice sound? Weak?
No, on the contrary, it was quite strong. But different somehow. I didn't realise it was she who was speaking at first.
Until she told you who it was?
Yes.
Now, are you sure, madame, that it was your friend?
Well, it must have been. Who else could it be?
That is an interesting question, madame. Now, could you swear that it was your friend's voice?
No, I couldn't. She certainly sounded different. I thought it was the phone, or perhaps her being ill.
Would you have recognised the voice if she hadn't told you who it was?
No, I don't think I would. But who could it have been, Monsieur Poirot?
That is what I intend to find out, madame.
What exactly has happened to Nick?
She is ill. Dangerously ill. Those chocolates were poisoned.
The chocolates I sent her? But that's impossible.
Not impossible, madame, since she is at death's door.
Oh, my God. I don't understand. The other, yes, but not that. But they couldn't be poisoned. You're making some dreadful mistake, Monsieur Poirot. It can't have been the chocolates.
I understand nothing, but nothing. I am in the dark. I am a little child. Who stands to gain by Mademoiselle's death? Madame Royce. Who buys the chocolates and admits it? Madame Royce. And Madame Royce takes cocaine. There is no mistaking it. And there was cocaine in those chocolates. What does she know, Madame Royce? She knows something, but I cannot make her speak. Oh, I tell you, Hastings, it is all very dark, very black.
Always darkest before dawn.
Oh, spare me the proverbs, Hastings. Now, if you would be the good friend, the good, helpful friend...
Yes?
Go out, I beg of you, and buy me some playing cards.
I suspected it was simply an excuse to get rid of me. However, I misjudged him. That night, when I came into his sitting room at about 10 o'clock, I found him carefully building a house of cards. It was an old trick of his to calm his nerves.
One needs the precision. One card on another, so in exactly the right place, and that supports the weight of the next card, and on top of that I place another. But I have it, Hastings. I have it. Mademoiselle Nick is dead.
What? What's happened?
No, not really dead, but it can be arranged. Yes, for 24 hours it can be managed, with the help of the doctors and nurses and the police, bien entendu.
But what's the point of it?
4 times the murderer has tried and failed. The 5th time he has succeeded. We tell everyone that Mademoiselle Nick is dead, and we wait to see what happens.
The events of the next day are completely hazy in my memory. I was unfortunate enough to wake with a fever. I have been liable to these bouts since I contracted malaria some years ago. I spent most of the time dozing in an armchair with a rug over my knees, so that much of the day takes on in my memory the semblance of a nightmare, with Poirot coming and going as a kind of fantastic clown.
Comment ça va, mon ami?
Oh.
I come this moment from ordering a wreath, immense, stupendous, and large quantities of lilies. Everyone orders something, each more exotic than the last. My little plan, it will make the fortune of the flower shops.
I dozed off for an hour or so, and when I opened my eyes, Poirot was back again. Clearly he was having the time of his life.
I shall not dress for dinner tonight. I am too much the broken old man. I shall eat hardly anything. The food untasted will remain on my plate. But in my room I will consume some brioche and some chocolate eclairs, which I had the foresight to buy at a confectioner's. And you?
Some more quinine, I think.
Ah, my poor Hastings.
When I next awoke, he was sitting at a table writing.
I am compiling a list of questions concerning each person. They may have no bearing on the crime, but they are things that remain unexplained. Would you like to hear?
Yes, I would. I feel rather better, I think.
Very well, I will read them to you. A. Ellen. Is she speaking the truth about the secret panel? If there is such a thing, why does she not remember where it is? Has she read Michael Seaton's letters? B. Mr. and Mrs. Croft. Where do they really come from? Is there some possible connection with the Buckley family? C. Mrs. Rice. Does she know that she is Mademoiselle's residuary legatee?
Very likely, I should have thought.
Who is the boyfriend mentioned in her note who supplies her with cocaine? Why did she suddenly turn faint that time in this room? Is she lying about the telephone conversation? What did she mean when she said, "I can understand the other, but not this"?
Yes, I'd been wondering what she meant by that.
D. Monsieur Lazarus. Why did he offer £50 for a picture that is practically worthless?
Perhaps he wanted to do Nick a good turn.
Oh, but he is a dealer. He does not buy to sell at a loss. E. Monsieur Weiss. Why did he say what he did about his cousin's fanatical devotion to End House? Did he in fact receive the will? But why lie about it? F. Commander Challenger. I have no question against his name. Is that in itself suspicious? Which leaves us with X, the unknown. Is it possible that there is some mysterious person we have failed to take into account?
So, what do we do now?
We wait until the morning, my friend. Tomorrow, if I am not mistaken, certain things will arise.
The following day I awoke feeling weak, but with the fever abated, and with the morning's post came a letter from the parents of Maggie Buckley, whom we had met briefly at the inquest, enclosing a note she had written to them on the day of her arrival at End House, the day of her death.
If you would be so good as to read it to me, Hastings.
It's lovely weather here. Nick seems very well, if a little restless, but I cannot see why she should have telegraphed for me the way she did. Tuesday would have done just as well. No more now. We are going to have tea with some neighbours, Australians who've rented the lodge. Nick says they are kind, but rather awful. We'll write tomorrow.
The voice of the dead. And it tells us nothing.
Poirot positively rushed to the phone. Although his own contributions to the conversation were entirely non-committal, when he returned, his eyes were sparkling with excitement.
That was Monsieur Charles Weiss. Mademoiselle Nick's will, signed on the 25th of February, arrived at his office this morning.
Do you think he's speaking the truth?
Well, you mean, has he had the will all along? It's certainly very curious. But I told you that if Mademoiselle was supposed to be dead, we should have the developments, and here they are.
Extraordinary. I suppose this is the will naming Frederica Rice the residuary legatee.
Monsieur Weiss said nothing about the contents, but there is very little reason to doubt that this is the same will.
So, we are back to our principal suspect.
Frederica Rice.
Or Freddie, as her friends insist on calling her.
Now, why disfigure such a pretty name? Freddie, ce n'est pas joli.
Well, there aren't many abbreviations of Frederica. It's not a name like Margaret, where you can have half a dozen.
What was it I was trying to think about when the phone rang? Yes, something about the letter written by that poor murdered girl that struck me as curious. Let me look at it again.
He read it over to himself several times, while I watched the boats racing across the bay.
Oh, but I have been blind. Blind.
But what on earth's the matter?
So simple, and I could not see it. Oh, how could I be such a miserable imbecile?
Well, what is it? What couldn't you see?
Wait, do not speak. But yes, it all fits in. All the things that have puzzled me, they all have their place.
You mean you know everything?
Nearly everything. All that matters. I shall send a telegram asking 2 questions, but the answers I already know. They are here, in the little grey cells.
But what happens when you receive the answers?
Do you remember that Mademoiselle Nick said she wanted to stage a play at End House? Tonight we shall stage such a play, but it will be a play directed by Hercule Poirot, and there will be a ghost in it, for Mademoiselle Nick will have a part to play.
What's it all about?
No, I will say no more. Tonight my little comedy will reveal the truth. It will be a play such as no one has ever seen. All our suspects shall be assembled at End House, and the murderer will be revealed.
And directed by Enid Williams.
Maggie Buckley had been shot dead at a fireworks party at End House, but it was obvious to everyone that it was not she who was the intended victim, but her cousin Nick, since there had already been 3 attempts on her life. For her safety, Poirot had installed Nick in a nursing home, but even there the murderer had made another attempt. To lure the killer out into the open, Poirot had taken the astonishing step of announcing to the world that Nick was dead. Now he was so confident he was about to solve the mystery that he summoned all those involved to end. Everyone on the list of Poirot's suspects was seated round the table in the dining room, except for Ellen the housekeeper, who sat by the door. Frederica Rice wore a black dress, and Mr. Lazarus sat beside her, with George Challenger and Mr. Croft on the other side. Mrs. Croft was next to me in an invalid chair.
This is a surprise, isn't it? Makes a change from me, I must say. I think I shall try and get out more. Mr. Vyse made a particular point of my coming.
Mr. Vyse? This is a rather unconventional gathering tonight, but then the circumstances are most unusual. In an ordinary situation, the will of the deceased is read after the funeral, but in deference to Monsieur Poirot's special wish, I am proposing to read it now. That is why you've all been asked to come here. The will has come into my possession in a rather strange manner. Although dated last February, it only reached me by post this morning. However, it is undoubtedly in the handwriting of my late cousin, and though a most informal document, it is properly attested. The will is quite short. This is the last will and testament of Magdala Buckley. I direct that all my funeral expenses should be paid, and I appoint my cousin, Charles Vyse, as my executor. I leave everything of which I die possessed to Mildred Croft, in grateful recognition of the services rendered by her to my father, Philip Buckley, which services nothing can ever repay. Signed, Magdala Buckley.
It's quite true. Philip Buckley was out all alone in Australia, and if it hadn't been for me... Well, I'm not going to go into that. A secret it has been, and a secret it had better remain. Nick knew all about it. Her father told her. We came down here because I'd always been curious about this End House Philip talked so much about, and the dear girl couldn't do enough for us. She wanted us to come and live with her, but we wouldn't do that, so she insisted that we should have the lodge, and not a penny's rent would she take.
Had you any knowledge of this, Monsieur Vyse?
None. I knew Philip Buckley had been in Australia, but I had never heard rumours of an attachment of any kind there.
And you won't get a word out of me about it. The secret goes to the grave with me.
Well, Mother, this is a surprise. Nick never told me what she was up to.
Dear sweet girl. I only wish she could look down and see us now. Or perhaps she does. Who knows?
Perhaps she does. And since we are all seated here around this table, why do we not hold a séance?
A séance? Wouldn't that be rather...
It will be most interesting. My friend Hastings has the most remarkable mediumistic powers. I feel that the conditions are propitious. Do you not agree, Hastings?
Oh, yes, very, very propitious.
If you would be so good as to turn off the lights, Ellen.
Yes, sir.
Now, if you would all put your hands on the table so that each hand touches that of his neighbour. Yes. Yes, he is already in a trance. Now concentrate, all of you. Concentrate on Mademoiselle Nick.
Oh, she is already on the threshold. She is here.
She's come back from the grave!
And now we will switch on the lights.
Nick! You're real!
Yes, Freddie, I'm real. Thank you so much for all you did for my father, Mrs. Croft. But I'm afraid you won't be able to enjoy the benefits of that will just yet.
Oh, my God, take me away, Bert. Take me away quickly. It was all a joke, my dear. That was what it was. Just a joke.
Curious sort of joke.
Well, if it isn't my old friend Millie Merton.
Inspector Jack.
Hand up your old tricks again, I see.
No, it was just a joke.
Well, that's all it was, really.
Cleverest forger we've ever run across, Millie Merton. A real artist.
You mean the will was a forgery?
Of course it was a forgery, Charles. I left the house to you, and everything else to Freddie.
To me? There's someone at the window.
Quick, he's out there.
Leave him to me.
Are you badly hurt, Freddie?
No, the bullet grazed my shoulder, that was all. It isn't even bleeding.
Give me a hand, will you, Hastings? The poor devil shot himself.
Here, come on, ease him into the chair.
Freddie, I didn't really mean it. I didn't. Freddie.
Yes, madame, I fear he is dead.
He was my husband.
The unknown factor X.
Yes, I always felt that there was an X.
I'll get you a brandy, Freddie.
It's on that table behind you, Jimmy.
Yes, I could do with one. I might as well tell you everything, Monsieur Poirot. He was a hopeless drug addict. It was he who taught me how to take cocaine. I could never escape from him. He used to turn up and demand money. It was really blackmail, I suppose. If I didn't give him the money, he threatened to shoot himself. Then he took to threatening to shoot me.
Here you are, Freddie.
Thank you, Jimmy. I suppose it was he who shot Maggie Buckley. He probably thought it was me. I ought to have told you, Monsieur Poirot, but I couldn't be sure. And then, a few days later, when I saw...
You saw the scrap of his blackmailing letter on my table.
And I knew that it was only a matter of time.
My dear.
I'm all right now, Jimmy. What had we better do?
Don't look at me, madam. I'm merely obliging an old friend. That's all I'm doing.
Mr. Poirot, can't we just hush it all up?
You wish that, mademoiselle?
Well, I'm the person most concerned. There will be no more attacks on me now.
No, that is true. There will be no more attacks on you.
And nothing can ever bring poor Maggie back to life again. Well, if you make all this known to the outside world, you'll only bring an awful lot of publicity and suffering on Freddie. And she hasn't deserved it.
So you want to hush it up, mademoiselle. And what about you, Hastings?
I agree.
Mr. Lazarus?
Yes, hush it up.
Commander Challenger?
Best thing to do.
Let's forget everything that's passed in this room tonight.
I don't think anyone was asking you, Mr. Merton, nor Millie here.
Ellen?
I won't say a word, sir. At least that's so dismanded.
And you, Mr. Weiss?
You just can't hush up a thing like this.
Charles, think of poor Freddie.
I'm sorry, my dear, but the facts have to be communicated to the proper quarter.
5-1. And the good Jap is neutral.
I'm on holiday.
So, only Monsieur Weiss declares himself on the side of law and order. You are a man of character.
The position is clear. There is only one course possible.
And I, too, range myself on the side of the minority. I, too, am for the truth.
But Mr. Poirot...
Mademoiselle, you dragged me into this case. You cannot silence me now. Sit down, all of you. And I will tell you the truth. I have here a list of persons I believe connected with the crime. I numbered them with the letters of the alphabet, A to F, and then I added the letter X for a person unknown. I did not know who X was until tonight, but I suspected that there was such a person, and I was right. But a day ago, I suddenly realized that I must add another letter to my list. Let us call it Y.
Another person unknown?
Not exactly. It stands for a person who should have been included in the original list, but who was overlooked. Reassure yourself, Madame Rice. It was not your husband who shot Maggie Buckley. It was the person designated as Y.
Then who is why?
Chief Inspector.
Acting on information received, I took up a position in the house earlier this evening, having been secretly introduced into the place by Mr. Poirot. On his advice, I concealed myself behind the curtains in the drawing room. When everyone was assembled in the dining room to hear Mr. Weiss read out the will, a young lady entered the drawing room and switched on the light. She made her way to the fireplace and opened a small recess in the panelling.
The secret hiding place.
She took from the recess a pistol. With this in her hand, she left the room and made her way to the hall where the visitors had left their coats on arrival. She carefully wiped the pistol with her handkerchief and placed it in the pocket of her great coat, the property of Mrs. Rice.
It's a lie. Every word of it.
Voila. It is Mademoiselle Nick who is the person Y. And it was Mademoiselle Nick who shot Maggie Buckley.
You've gone mad. Why on earth would I want to kill Maggie?
In order to inherit the fortune left to her by Michael Seaton. For her name, too, was Magdala Buckley, and it was to her that he was engaged, not you.
That's nonsense. You can't possibly prove it.
You telephoned to the police, Chief Inspector Schapp?
Yes, that should be them arriving now. They've got the warrant.
You've all gone stark staring mad.
If you would kindly come with me, Miss Buckley.
Doesn't look as if you're giving me much option. Freddie, give me your wristwatch. As a souvenir, will you?
My wristwatch? Yes, here you are.
Thanks. And now, since you're so convinced that I am a murderess, Mr. Poirot, and since the Chief Inspector has a police van waiting outside, I suppose we must go through with this ridiculous comedy.
A comedy that you yourself devised, mademoiselle. But you should not have given the star part to Hercule Poirot. That, mademoiselle, was your grave mistake. And now, the comedy. It is finished.
The Crofts, too, were taken away, escorted by Jap. The rest of us, Frederica, Lazarus, Challenger, Weiss, and myself, moved into the drawing-room. Poirot looked round at us with a gratified smile and that air of mock humility that I knew so well.
Eh bien, mes amis, I was fooled. Completely and absolutely. I confess it. The little Nick, she had me where she wanted me, as your idiom so well expresses it. Ah, Madame Rice, when you told Hastings that your friend was a clever little liar, how right you were. Her stories were invented very cleverly to arouse the interest of Hercule Poirot.
But why?
To give the impression that Mademoiselle Nick's life was in danger. At the start of this whole affair, we have this young girl, Nick Buckley, beautiful, unscrupulous, and fanatically devoted to Endhouse.
As I told you at our first meeting.
And I, very foolishly, I admit, did not believe you. But Endhouse was mortgaged. It was falling to pieces, and she had no money to do anything about it. And then she meets the young aviator, Michael Seaton, and he is immediately attracted to her.
He certainly was.
She knows that in all probability he is his uncle's heir, and that Sir Matthew Seaton is worth millions. But Michael Seaton is not really in love with her. He thinks her good fun, that is all. They meet at Scarborough. He takes her up in his flying machine, and then the catastrophe occurs.
One day she brought Maggie along with
and
her.
He falls in love with her at first sight. Nick is dumbfounded. But to young Seaton, Maggie was different, the only girl in the world for him. They became secretly engaged, and only one person was permitted to know.
And that was Nick.
She gets to know that Michael Seaton proposes to leave everything to Maggie Buckley. She pays little attention to it at the time.
And then she heard of Sir Matthew's death.
And immediately after that, Michael Seaton's plane goes missing.
Straight away, an outrageous plan comes into our young lady's mind. Seaton only knows her as Nick. He does not know that she, too, is named Magdala. His will is very short and informal. He leaves everything to Magdala. And in the eyes of the world, Michael Seaton is Nick's friend. If she were to claim to be engaged to him, no one would be surprised. But if our plan is to succeed, Maggie must be eliminated. Time is short. She arranges for Maggie to come and stay in a few days' time. But then a major new factor comes into play. She reads in the local paper that I am staying at the Majestic Hotel.
You mean she really knew who you were?
Of course she knew, Hastings.
Oh.
Everyone has heard of Hercule Poirot. I believe in the peril that menaces her, and I play into her hands by asking her to send for a friend. She seizes her chance. She does not reveal that Maggie has already been invited. She asked her to come a day earlier than has been arranged.
So that she would be at End House for the fireworks party.
Where nobody would notice the sound of a gun going off.
Exactly. And how easy the crime is to arrange. On the night of the party, Nick is wearing black. Fool that I was, I concluded that she was in mourning, but it was because she had to be dressed exactly like Maggie. When everyone is outside watching the fireworks, Maggie begins to feel cold.
Yes, it did get awfully chilly.
The two women go back into the house. But Maggie cannot find her coat because Nick has hidden it, and it is easy to persuade her to wear the crimson shawl. As Maggie leaves the house, Nick steals out after her and shoots her, and then goes back inside to hide the pistol in the secret panel, and waits until she hears the sound of voices outside.
I'm sorry I've been so long, Maggie. I couldn't find my... What is it? What's happened? Maggie. Oh, Maggie.
How well she played her part. Magnificently. Oh, yes, she staged a fine drama there. Ellen said that this was an evil house, and I fear that she is right. It was this house which drove Mademoiselle Nick to take her cousin's life.
But the poisoned chocolates, were they the ones I sent her?
It was all part of the comedy. If Nick's life was attempted again after Maggie's death, everyone would be more convinced than ever that the shooting was a mistake.
So once we were out of the way, she simply rang you up, Mrs. Rice, and asked you to send her a box of chocolates.
And when it arrived, she fills certain chocolates with cocaine.
You mean to say that she actually had cocaine with her?
Madame Rice?
Oh, yes, she had cocaine.
She eats just one of the chocolates. She knows very well how much cocaine to take and just what symptoms to exaggerate.
But what about the card from you?
Ah, Sapristi, she has a nerve. It was my card, the one I sent with the basket of carnations. So simple, and I fell for it.
Why did she put the pistol in my coat?
Oh, madame, had it never entered your head that Nick no longer liked you? Did you never feel that she might, in fact, hate you?
It's hard to say. We lived such an insincere life. She was fond of me, once.
Monsieur Lazarus, tell me frankly, was there anything between Mademoiselle Nick and you?
Nothing very serious. I was certainly attracted to her at one time, and then, I don't know why, I went off her.
Yes, that was her tragedy. She attracted people at first, and then, as you say, Mr. Lazarus, they went off her. And you fell in love with her closest friend. She began to hate Madame Rice, Madame who had your love and, as she believed, your wealth.
But in that case, why did she leave everything to me?
Ah, but that was last winter, when she was still fond of you, and when she had practically nothing to leave. But she remembered that will. She did not know that the Crofts had suppressed it, and she knew that with the death of Michael Seaton, it would appear to the world that you had a strong motive for doing away with her. That was why she made it seem that you had poisoned the chocolates. Tonight, the will would have been read, naming, as she believed, you as the inheritor of the Seaton millions, and then the pistol would have been found in your coat. The pistol with which Maggie had been shot.
She must have hated me.
Yes, madame. You had what she had not, the ability to win love and to keep it.
I may be very stupid, but I simply can't make head nor tail of this will business. How did the Crofts, or whatever their name really is, come into it?
Ah, that is a different operation entirely. The Crofts persuade madame to make a will and leave it with them to post, but they do not send it. They make another in its place. Then, if anything happens to Nick, the appendix operation goes wrong perhaps, they will produce the document that Millie Merton has so cleverly forged, in which everything is left to her. They had no idea that End House was so heavily mortgaged. They calculated on inheriting a valuable property.
But Nick sailed through the appendix operation without any trouble.
And so they wait. Then came the supposed attacks on Mademoiselle's life. Their hopes begin to rise again. When I announced that Nick was dead, they posted the forged will off to Mr. Weiss. By then they knew all about the Seaton inheritance, and they thought that their plan had succeeded beyond their wildest dreams.
What I really want to know, Monsieur Poirot, is how did you first come to suspect Nick?
Oh, I am ashamed that it took me so long. It was when Maggie Buckley's parents sent me the letter that she had written to them on the day of her death. It contained one phrase that puzzled me.
You mean about why Nick had telegrammed her to come on Monday when she was arriving on Tuesday anyway?
Bravo, Hastings, that is exactly it. So Mademoiselle had lied to me. Or at least she had suppressed the truth. And if she could lie about that, some of the other things that she had told me might not be true also. But still it did not make sense. Why should she want Maggie Buckley killed? And then I suddenly recalled some trivial remarks that you were making a few minutes before, my friend, about abbreviations for Margaret. And it suddenly occurred to me to wonder, what was Maggie Buckley's real name?
You wondered whether it might have been Magdala.
It was an old family name. Mademoiselle had told me that. Now, what if Maggie were the Magdala Buckley to whom Michael Seton had left everything? In my mind, I ran over the letters of his that Hastings and I had read. There was a mention of Scarborough.
Maggie was with Nick at Scarborough. That's where she met Seton.
And it explains something that had worried me. Why were there so few letters? And why only those? And then it occurred to me. Nowhere in them was there any mention of a name.
That's true. They all began darling or dearest love.
And there was something else, something I ought to have seen at once. Nowhere in any of those letters was there any mention of the appendix operation that Nick Buckley had undergone 6 months ago. No concern, no wishes for recovery. That should have told me that the letters were written to a different person altogether.
But what made you so convinced that Nick had hidden the pistol behind the secret panel?
Because Nick had so positively denied all knowledge of the panel's existence. She said that Ellen must be making it up. But why should Ellen do a thing like that? Again, I realized that Nick had been lying, which is why I persuaded my good friend Japp to hide behind the curtain and observe Nick take the pistol from its hiding place and put it in your pocket, madame.
All the same, I don't regret giving her my watch.
No, madame, and nor do I.
You know about that, too.
It's going to be a very unpleasant business. I must see about some form of defence for her, I suppose.
There will be no need of that, I think. That is where you concealed the stuff, is it not, Commander?
Huh?
In those wristwatches?
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking
Do
about.
not try to deceive me with your bluff, hearty, good sailor manner. It may deceive Hastings, but it does not deceive me. You make a good thing out of the traffic in drugs, do you not? You are the useful boyfriend mentioned by Madame Rice in her letter to Nick. I advise you, if you do not want the facts put into the hands of the police, to leave at once.
Yes, you're right. I'd quite forgotten. I have an appointment to keep in Plymouth.
Did I not tell you, Hastings? Your instincts are always wrong.
You mean the cocaine was in the wristwatches?
Yes. That was why Mademoiselle had it with her so conveniently in the nursing home. And having put all her supply in the chocolates, she asked Madame Rice for her watch, which was full. But tonight she needed it for a different purpose. It will be a full dose this time.
Full dose?
It is the best way. Better than the hangman's rope. But we must not say so before Mr. Weiss, who is all for law and order. The contents of the watch, it is the merest guess on my part.
Your guesses are always right, Monsieur Poirot.
I've heard nothing. I shall go before I make myself a fellow conspirator. Good night, Monsieur Poirot. All I can say is that it has been a most remarkable experience.
Good night, Monsieur Weiss.
Good night, Mr. Weiss.
And so, Madame Rice, Monsieur Lazarus, you intend to get married?
As soon as we can.
And I shan't need my wristwatch anymore.
I hope you will have great happiness, madame. You have suffered much, but despite everything, you still have the quality of mercy in your heart.
We must be going. It's late.
We have spent a strange night in an evil house. But of all my questions, there is one that is still unanswered. The picture of old Nick's grandfather, over the fireplace. She told me that you once offered £50 for it. It would give me great pleasure to know why you did that.
As you know, Monsieur Poirot, I am a dealer. That picture is worth not a penny more than £20. I knew that if I offered Nick 50, she would immediately suspect it was worth more and get it valued elsewhere. Then she would find that I had offered her more than it was worth. The next time I tried to buy a picture from her, she would not bother to get that one valued.
And so?
She did not know that the picture on the far wall is by Gainsborough.
As you say, monsieur, you are a dealer. Well, it is time for all of us to take our leave. I trust I shall never have to enter this house again, even though it has witnessed another of my little triumphs. And I shall think carefully before I announce again that I have solved my last case.
No more tempting the gods, Poirot?
Precisely, my friend. This is not the time to go back to the vegetable marrows. Who knows when the next bullet will come rolling towards my feet? To reconstruct the crime. That is the aim of the detective. To reconstruct a crime, you must place one fact upon another, just as you place one card upon another in building a house of cards. If the facts do not fit, if the cards will not balance, you must start your house again, or else it will fall.
We present John Moffat as Hercule Poirot and George Cole as Mr. Satterthwaite in Agatha Christie's three-act tragedy.
The strange story which I came to regard as a three-act tragedy began at Crow's Nest, a large bungalow perched high up on a cliff above Loomuth, where the celebrated actor Sir Charles Cartwright was giving a weekend party. Two of his guests had already arrived and were sitting on the terrace overlooking the sea.
Just look at him, stumping his way up the fisherman's path. Old grey flannel trousers, white sweater, peaked cap. The very model of a retired naval man.
He's even got the rolling nautical gait. It's perfect, quite perfect.
I would never have believed that he'd have stayed down here for so long. In exile, so to speak.
Well, no more would I, but he's always been a better actor in private life than on the stage. Well, I've known him since he was a boy. We went up to Oxford together. He's never stopped acting. Not for a moment.
Second nature, I suppose, Sir Bartholomew?
Yes, Charles doesn't go out of a room. He makes an exit, and he usually gives himself a good line to make it on. All the same, he likes a change of part.
Yes, but to bury himself down here for 2 years.
To lead a simple life, close to the sea. That's what he said he wanted. Oh, I was like you, Satterthwaite. I didn't think he'd stick it for a week. After all, Charles is only human. He needs his audience. 2 or 3 retired captains, a bunch of old women, and a parson. That's not much of a house to play to. Yes, but it seems we were wrong. Obviously, the attraction of the simple life still holds.
You don't think that perhaps there is something else that holds him down here?
Somebody else, more like it. No, but here he comes. The last thing we want is for him to think we've been talking about him.
You two landlubbers shouldn't be wasting a glorious morning like this sitting on your backsides. You should have been out on the sea with me. Mirabelle really surpassed herself.
I was watching you from my bedroom window when you set out, and I heartily thanked heaven that I was on dry land.
Well, you ought to have come, Tolly. Don't you spend half your life in Harley Street telling your patients how much fitter they'd feel if they were out on the ocean wave?
The great merit of being a doctor is that you're not obliged to follow your own advice. Did you go out by yourself?
No, I had a hand. Egg, to be exact.
Egg?
Hermione Lytton Gore.
Usually known for some obscure reason as Egg. She knows quite a bit about sailing, I fancy.
She succeeds in making me feel a complete beginner. But I'm coming on.
Thanks to Egg.
Yes. Thanks to her.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Miss Murray.
Morning.
This is the menu for dinner. Are there any alterations you would wish to make?
Let's have a look at it. Melon cantaloupe, porch, fresh mackerel, grouse, souffle surprise, coupe d'Anne. Yeah, I think that will do excellently, Miss Murray. Everyone is coming by the 4 o'clock train.
I have already given Holgate his orders. By the way, Sir Charles, if you will excuse me, it would be better if I dined with you tonight.
We would all be delighted, Miss Murray, but...
Otherwise, Sir Charles, it would make 13 at table. And so many people are superstitious.
Well, thank you, Miss Murray. How very far-sighted. It would never have occurred to me.
Thank you, Sir Charles.
That is a very remarkable woman. I'm always afraid she'll come and brush my teeth for me.
She's certainly a model of efficiency. Who's coming down this afternoon?
Well, Angie, for one.
Well, Angela Sutcliffe. But surely she's in Much Ado.
I finished last week.
I thought she was running a risk, taking on Beatrice at her age.
Nonsense. Ellen Terry was 59 when she played it at a Jubilee.
And are the Dacres coming?
Well, I trust so. If she can tear herself away from a fashion house, and if he can give up the horses for once in a while... And then there's Anthony Astor.
The woman who wrote One-Way Traffic.
Uh-huh.
I saw it twice. It was a great hit.
And what is his or her real name?
Oh, I can never remember. Mills, something like that.
Wills, I think.
I've only met her once. The only reason she's coming is that Angela was curious about her.
And the locals?
Well, there are the Babingtons. He's the parson. Quite a good fellow. Not too personified. And his wife's a really nice woman. Lectures me on gardening. And then there's Lady Mary and Egg, of course, and a young fellow called Manders. He's a journalist or something like that.
But with ourselves, that only makes 12. Either you or Miss Milray must have counted wrong.
It couldn't be Miss Milray. That woman's never wrong. And you're right. I have missed one guest. Hercule Poirot.
Oh.
Slipped my mind completely. And he wouldn't care for that. He's a very high opinion of himself. Do you know him, Satterthwaite?
Yes, I am acquainted with him.
Ah.
Rather a remarkable character.
I've heard about him, of course. I hope we don't have a murder this weekend.
Because we've got Poirot in the house? Isn't that rather putting the cart before the horse, eh?
No, it's my way of being a theory of mine.
And what exactly is that theory?
That events come to people, not people to events.
How do you mean?
Well, why do some people have exciting lives and other people dull ones?
Well,
Well, because of their surroundings? No, not at all, not at all. One man may travel to the ends of the earth and nothing will happen to him. There'll be a massacre a week before he arrives, an earthquake the day after he leaves, and the boat that he missed will be shipwrecked. But another man may live at Balham and travel to the city every day, and the most extraordinary things will happen to him. He'll be mixed up with blackmailing gangs and beautiful girls and motor bandits. There are people with a tendency to shipwrecks. Even if they take out a boat to an ornamental lake, something will happen to it. In the same way, characters like your Hercule Poirot don't have to go out of their way to look for crime. It comes to them.
Oh, in that case, perhaps it's just as well that Miss Milray is joining us for dinner, and that we're not going to sit down at a table for 13.
Well, you can have your murder, Tolly, if you're so keen on it. I make only one stipulation. That I shan't be the corpse.
I had no idea why I had been invited to the weekend party at Crow's Nest. I hardly knew Sir Charles. I had seen him in the theatre, of course, but he was scarcely a close acquaintance. But I accepted the invitation out of curiosity, and because, I must confess, I was feeling a little bored. But I felt ill at ease with the company. They all appeared to know one another so well. And I settled down in a quiet corner with the only person I could claim as an acquaintance, Mr. Satterthwaite, an amateur detective of some talent and a shrewd observer of things and people.
It really is quite impossible to tell what Mrs. Dacres actually looks like. The greenish bronze hair, that perfect tan, and surely her lips can't possibly really be that shape.
My dear, it wasn't possible. I mean, things either are possible or they are not. This wasn't.
It was simply penetrating.
Penetrating, that is the word of the moment. Everything is penetrating. And the man who looks like the rather scruffy fox, that is the lady's husband, I take it.
Captain Dacres, yes.
Oh, no, I went to Cap Ferrat. Everyone said I should go there.
And who is the lady with the receding chin, dressed in excessively limp green chiffon?
But I didn't enjoy it at all. Not what you might call a friendly place.
That is Miss Wills, the playwright Anthony Astor.
But of course it's terribly useful to me in my work to see all the goings-on, you know.
Alas, she is not at all like her plays. Anthony Astor gives the impression of being a man of the world.
Whereas she looks as though she'd be more at home in a boarding house in Boscombe.
Mary, at last!
Oh, dear. I do hope we're not late.
No.
That is Lady Mary Lytton Gore. Such a very charming person. Rather fallen upon hard times.
You're looking very dapper tonight, Charles.
And that is her daughter, Hermione, known as Egg.
Egg? How very curious. And who is that exceedingly sleek young man to whom she is talking?
Sailing? I gave that up ages ago.
Oliver Manders. A rather aggressive young man, I believe.
It's also damn childish, all that messing about in boats. I would have thought you would have grown out of it by now.
Good evening, Sir Charles. What a great pleasure.
Oh, Lord, here's Babington. Keep talking to me, I can't stand him. Country parsons ought to be put down.
Cocktails at last. I'm simply dying for a drink.
Cocktail, madam?
Well, I think I just might. Thank you.
Do you care for a cocktail, sir?
Thank you.
And you, sir?
Thank you. I do not care for the cocktail, but I can hardly demand a syrup.
Here you are, Egg.
Thank you, Charles. You can have one, Mums. Just one.
Thank you, dear.
I'll get you a sherry, Tolly. I know you can't bear cocktails.
How very considerate, Charles.
Do you care for a cocktail, Mr. Babington?
Thank you. I think my wife would allow me to have one. I trust the effects will have worn off by the time I have to deliver my sermon tomorrow. A little stronger than I expected.
Mr. Babington, are you all right?
Help me get him over to the sofa.
I suppose the poor old chap's never had a cocktail before.
No, it cannot be that. Some kind of seizure, perhaps.
Well, what's happened? What's the matter with Babington?
I'm sorry to have to tell you. He's dead.
For a while, all was confusion. But Miss Milray showed her customary efficiency on the telephone.
Dr. McDougall, I think you'd better come up to Crow's Nest immediately. One of Sir Charles's guests appears to have been taken seriously ill.
Lady Mary had led the weeping Mrs. Babington out of the room and had finally gone home with her to the vicarage.
I think that under the circumstances, Sir Charles, it might be better if we were to serve a simplified form of dinner.
Of course, Miss Milray. Whatever you think best.
Oliver Manders drove Egg back home to her mother's house, and by mutual consent the rest of the house party retired to their rooms when dinner was over.
Charles doesn't like it. Poor old Babington's death, it was very distressing. Very distressing indeed. I have an idea. He thinks it was rather more than that. He wants us to join him for a conference in the ship room.
Ever see anyone die quite like that before, Tolly?
No, I can't say I have. But I haven't really seen as many deaths as you might suppose. A nerve specialist doesn't kill off great quantities of his patients. He keeps them alive and makes his money out of them.
What does Dr. McDougall think?
Well, he said it was some kind of seizure. The Babington was elderly and his health none too good, but he didn't see the man die. It doesn't satisfy me.
Probably didn't satisfy him, but a doctor has to say something. After all, Babington was elderly and not in the best of health.
Was it a typical fit? Raw seizure, or whatever you call it?
Well, if you'd ever studied medicine, you'd know there is hardly such a thing as a typical case.
What precisely are you suggesting, Charles?
Now, Charles doesn't know himself. His mind's turning to the dramatic possibilities.
Damn it all, Tolly. This man dropped dead in my house.
Yeah, so what are you suggesting? Some untraceable poison in the cocktails?
No, hardly that. After all, I mixed them.
Well, perhaps you had a sudden fit of homicidal mania dear. I suppose the symptoms are delayed in our case and we'll all be dead in the morning.
Why do you have to make a joke of it all, Tolly?
I'm not really joking. I just don't want you, quite thoughtlessly, to do harm.
Harm?
Don't you see the danger these vague suspicions of yours might cause? A suggestion of foul play, totally unfounded, might cause serious trouble and pain to Mrs. Babington. Rumours flying about all over the place that no one can stop.
I must admit, I hadn't thought of it like that, Tolly. But it wasn't just my dramatic instinct taking over. I really do have a hunch that something is wrong.
May I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Nothing has been touched in here since Mr. Babington's death. The cocktail glasses are exactly where they were. This one here is Mr. Babington's. I saw him put it down on the table just before he collapsed. I suggest that Sir Bartholomew should get the contents analysed. That can be done quietly and without causing any talk.
Oh, very well. Will that satisfy you, Charles?
Well, of course. But you know, Tolly, you are partly responsible for my flight of fancy.
What do you mean by that?
Because of what you said this morning about Hercule Poirot. That he was a kind of stormy petrel, and where he went, sudden death followed. No sooner does he arrive than somebody drops dead on the carpet. Are you surprised if my thoughts fly immediately off to murder?
I wonder whether we could...
Yes, I had thought of that. Could we ask him what he thinks of it all?
You mean, is it etiquette?
Well, I do know that you can't ask a professional singer to sing. Can one ask a professional detective to detect?
Come in.
I hope I am not intruding, Sir Charles.
Not at all. Do come in. Take a seat. We were just talking about you. May I offer you a drink?
Oh, thank you, but no, I do not touch the whiskey.
Very well. I'm not going to beat about the bush. We've been talking about what happened this evening. Do you think there's anything wrong about it?
Wrong? Oh, what exactly do you mean by that?
Our friends got it into his head that Mr. Babington was murdered.
And you do not think so?
We'd like to know what you think.
And she was, of course, taken ill very suddenly?
We have the glass from which Mr. Babington drank, and there's still some liquid remaining in it. Should we at least get it analysed?
Well, that at any rate can do no harm. As a judge of human nature, it seems to me unlikely in the extreme that anyone would wish to do away with a charming old clergyman. However, the cocktail glass will tell us one way or another.
And the result of the analysis will be what?
You are asking me to guess the result of the analysis?
Yes.
Oh, then I can only predict they will find nothing but the remains of an excellent dry martini. To poison a man with a cocktail, one of many handed round on a tray, would be very difficult. How could one be certain he would take the right glass?
True.
And that, since you ask me, gentlemen, is my opinion. It seems to me most unlikely that anyone could be murdered under those circumstances. But let us await the results of the analysis.
So what did you make of the inquest, Mr. Satterthwaite?
Well, I suppose it was rather what I anticipated.
But did you really go along with what Dr. McDougall said?
Well,
Didn't you think that behind all that frightful technical stuff he was just hedging? What he said was there was nothing to show that death hadn't arisen from natural causes. He didn't say that it was the result of natural causes.
Well, aren't you rather splitting hairs, my dear? After all, nothing was found in Mr. Babington's glass but a gin and vermouth.
But the only thing wrong with Mr. Babington was that he had a touch of rheumatoid arthritis. That doesn't make you fall down in a fit. He was the sort of creaking gait that would have lived to be 90.
But, my dear, who on earth would want to murder him?
That's what Oliver keeps on saying.
Oliver Manders. Isn't he rather a particular friend of yours?
He used to be. Now he's scrap all the time. He's gone into his uncle's office in the city and he's getting, well, a bit oily, if you know what I mean. He's obsessed with getting rich. I think everybody is rather disgusting about money, don't you, Mr. Satterthwaite?
My dear, so many people are disgusting about so many things.
Poor Mr. Babington. He really was rather a pet. He prepared me for confirmation and all that. It's all bunkum, of course, but he really was very sweet about it. That's why I feel I can't go along with all that natural causes stuff. What if someone jammed him with a hypodermic?
Containing the untraceable poison of a lost tribe of Amazonian Indians?
You may laugh, but someday perhaps you'll find we're right.
We?
Sir Charles and I. Why hasn't he ever married?
Sir Charles? Well, I have no idea.
That girl who died of consumption. Or some actress or other. Her name began with M. Wasn't he supposed to be in love with her?
Well, I hardly think...
I suppose he's had lots of affairs.
Yes, probably.
I like men to have affairs. It shows they're not queer or anything. You know, Sir Charles is really much cleverer than you think. He dramatises himself a bit, but behind all that he's got brains. He's far better at sailing a boat than you'd ever believe to hear him talk. I know you think the only reason he's so interested in Mr. Babington's death is because he wants to play the part of the great detective. All I can say is, I think he'd do it rather well.
Possibly.
But your view is that death of a clergyman isn't a thriller, merely a social catastrophe. What did Monsieur Poirot think? He ought to know.
Well, he didn't seem to think there was anything at all suspicious about Babington's death.
Oh. Well, he's getting old. He's just a back number. Come home and have tea with Mother. She likes you, she said so.
Well, I really should be getting back to Sir Charles.
Oh, don't worry about that. I'll ring him up and explain. And you can have a good chat with Mother.
I like Sir Charles very much. Success hasn't spoiled him. In many ways, he's a child still, and such charm. I feel it as well as Egg. I suppose you've noticed she's suffering badly from hero worship.
Well, I could hardly
But
help...
she's seen so little of the world. We're so badly off. One of my cousins presented her and took her to a few things in town, but most of the time she's been stuck down here. Sir Charles coming to Loomuth has done a lot for her. There are so few young people here, especially men. I've always been afraid that Egg might marry someone simply because he was the only person around.
Are you by any chance thinking of Oliver Manders?
How very perceptive of you, Mr. Satterthwaite. He and Egg were always together at one time. I know I'm old-fashioned, but I really do not care for some of his advanced ideas.
Well, youth must have its fling.
It would be quite a suitable match, of course. Mander's uncle has recently taken him into the firm, and he's a very rich man. Still, I suppose it's very silly of me, but...
All the same, Lady Mary, you wouldn't like Egg to marry a man twice her age.
It might be safer, you know. At that age, a man's follies and sins is definitely behind him.
I'm sorry I've been such ages, but I've been talking to Sir Charles. He's all alone up there. You didn't tell me the house party had flitted.
Oh, yes. Most of them went back yesterday. All but Sir Bartholomew Strange.
Oh.
He had intended to stay on till tomorrow, but he had an urgent telegram from London this morning. One of his patients has taken a turn for the worse.
It's rather a nuisance they're all going off like that. I wanted to take a closer look at them all. One of them might have given me a clue.
A clue to what, darling?
I've arranged to go up there after dinner and take Oliver with me. We can talk the whole mystery through. If we all put our heads together, you never know what we might come up with.
But the discussion, it seems, was not a great success. Oliver Manders was lazily sceptical.
Can't you talk Egg out of this nonsense, Sir Charles?
Huh?
It's this appallingly healthy country life she leads that makes her so energetic.
What on earth do you mean by that?
You're becoming so detestably hearty. And you really are being quite remarkably childish over this murder business. It's rubbish. Utter rubbish.
Do you really believe that, Manders?
Well, no question of it. That dear bleating old clergyman. He wasn't worth murdering. It's fantastic to think of anything but natural causes.
Care for a nightcap, Satterthwaite?
No, I don't think so, thanks.
Don't mind if I have one, I trust.
No.
Thank God they've gone. I couldn't bear to be in the same room any longer. I'm leaving here tomorrow, for good.
What on earth are you talking about?
It's the only thing to do. I shall put this place on the market. What it has meant to me, no one will ever know.
But why?
Did you see them as they went down the path in the moonlight? Egg turned her face to that Manders fellow and he kissed her. They're made for each other, those two. Cut your losses. It's the only way. I shall clear out.
Where to?
What does it matter? In the heat of the desert or the heart of the crowd, I've always been a solitary soul. I should probably go to Monte Carlo. But don't cut your visit here short, my dear fellow. Stay on another day or two, and I'll tell Miss Milray to arrange for a car to take you over to your friends at Tavistock. But as for me, I shall leave first thing in the morning. I mustn't look back. That would be fatal. Never look back.
Sir Charles was as good as his word. He departed the following morning by the first train, leaving the capable Miss Milray to telephone estate agents and to dispatch cables abroad. He told no one. He was playing a role he had acted many times in the theatre, that of the strong, silent man who renounces the girl he loves for her own good.
But where's he gone?
Abroad, to the south of France, I think.
Which of those damn bitches is it?
What did you say?
One of those two women who were up there the other night must have seen the way Charles and I were looking at one another and decided to get him away from me. Was it the one with the green hair and all those wonderful clothes? Or the grey-haired one he called Angie? The one with lots of essay.
Essay?
Sex appeal.
Ah.
Which of them was it?
My dear, you're quite mistaken. He isn't in the least interested in either of them.
Then why has he gone away without telling me?
Well, I rather think he thought it best.
Do you mean it's because of me?
Well, something of the sort, perhaps.
Oh, I suppose I did show my hand a bit too plainly. Men do so hate being chased, don't they?
I rather think it was more to do with Oliver Manders.
You mean that Charles saw me do my kissing act last night?
Well, as a matter of fact, he did.
But that was only because I thought he needed a bit of encouraging. I thought perhaps if he saw me and Oliver, well, it might wake him up a bit.
But wasn't that a little unfair on Oliver?
Not in the least. He thinks it's an honour for any girl to be kissed by him. I expect I've made him feel more conceited than ever, but one can't think of everything. I simply wanted to ginger Charles up a bit. He's been so standoffish lately.
Well, I'm afraid it did not have quite the effect you intended. Sir Charles got the impression that you were passionately in love with Oliver Manders. He went away to spare himself further pain.
Is that really true? Oh, the idiot. The sainted idiot. But if that is really why he went away, he'll come back. And if he doesn't...
If he doesn't?
I'll get him back somehow. You see if I don't.
And so, as Sir Charles sped southwards across France on the train bleu, the first act of our tragedy came to an end. But fool that I was, I did not see it as a tragedy at all, merely the sudden death from natural causes of a lovable old clergyman. Events were to prove me disastrously wrong.
In Part 1 of Agatha Christie's three-act tragedy, Hercule Poirot was played by John Moffat, Mr. Satterthwaite by George Cole, Sir Charles Cartwright, Michael Cochrane, Sir Bartholomew Strange, Clive Medicine, Lady Mary Lytton-Gore, Pauline Jameson, Egg Lytton-Gore, Beth Chalmers, Cynthia Dacres, Paula Jacobs, Muriel Wills, Elizabeth Proud, Oliver Manders, Carl Prekop, Miss Milray, Helen Longworth, the Reverend Babington, Peter Marinka. Three-act tragedy is dramatized for radio by Michael Bakewell and directed by Enid Williams.
It happened at a house party given by the celebrated actor Sir Charles Cartwright at Crow's Nest, his home in Devon, where I was a guest. A charming old clergyman, the Reverend Babington, had suddenly dropped dead while drinking a cocktail. I myself saw nothing suspicious, and upon examination it was found that the glass had contained only gin and vermouth. But Sir Charles was not satisfied. He was convinced that murder had been committed.
We present John Moffat as Hercule Poirot and George Cole as Mr. Satterthwaite in Agatha Christie's three-act tragedy.
The second act of our tragedy began peacefully enough. I had taken myself for a few days to the French Riviera and was sitting in the public gardens at Monte Carlo, doing nothing in particular, watching a bored little child tugging at his mother's sleeve.
Mummy, isn't there anything to do?
Darling, isn't it enough to have come abroad and be in the beautiful sunshine?
No, it isn't. There's nothing to do.
Monsieur Poirot, what a very pleasant surprise to find you in Monte Carlo.
Mr. Satterthwaite, oh, I am delighted to see you. Please, sit down, I beg you.
Oh, thank you. You know, everyone seems to be here. Not half an hour ago, I ran across Sir Charles Cartwright.
Sir Charles? What a curious coincidence. It was at his house in Devon that we last met, was it not?
He's given it up now.
Ah, given it up? How very surprising.
I don't know whether it's all that surprising. Sir Charles is not really the kind of man who likes to live permanently away from the world.
Yes, that is very true, but I am surprised for another reason. It seemed to me that Sir Charles had a different motive for staying at Loomouth. A very charming motive, am I not right? The little demoiselle who calls herself so amusingly the Egg.
Hermione Lytton Gore. So you noticed that, did you?
It leaped to the eye. And I have the heart very susceptible to lovers. You too, I think. And La Jeunesse, it is always touching.
She is the reason why Sir Charles left Loomouth. He was running away.
But from Mademoiselle Egg? But it was obvious that he adored her. Why should he run?
I'm afraid you don't quite understand our Anglo-Saxon complexes.
Of course, it is a very good tactic. Run from a woman and immediately she follows. Doubtless a man of much experience like Sir Charles knows that.
I don't think it was actually quite like that. But what are you doing here, Monsieur Poirot? Taking a holiday?
Oh, my time is all holidays now. I have achieved all that I wish to do. And now I retire. Je m'amuse.
Mummy, play with me. I'm bored.
You see, Mr. Satterthwaite, when I was a boy, I was poor. We were a large family and I had to get on in the world. I entered the police force. I worked hard. I began to make a name for myself. I acquired an international reputation. At last, I was due to retire. Then came the war. I was injured. I came a sad and weary refugee to England. A kind lady gave me hospitality. She died. Not naturally, no, she was killed. And so I set my wits to work. I employed the little Gracels. I discovered the murderer.
You're speaking of the mysterious affair at Styles Court.
I am flattered that you remember the case, Mr. Satterthwaite. It was that experience that made me realize I was not yet finished. My powers were in fact stronger than ever. Then began my second career, that of a private inquiry agent in your country. I have solved many fascinating and baffling problems. The psychology of human nature, it is wonderful. I began to grow rich. Someday, I said to myself, I will have all the money I need. I will realize all my dreams.
Mommy, why won't you play with me?
My friend, beware of the day when your dreams come true. That child over there, doubtless he too has dreamed of coming abroad, of how different everything would be. You understand?
I understand you are not amusing yourself.
Exactly.
Have you seen this, Monsieur Poirot, in the morning paper? This paragraph here.
It is with great regret that we announce the death of Sir Bartholomew Strange. This is the rather distinguished gentleman who was at Sir Charles's house party, the one he called Tolly.
Yes, but read on, Monsieur Poirot.
Sir Bartholomew was entertaining a party of friends at Melfort Abbey, his house in Yorkshire. He appeared to be in perfect health and spirits, and his demise occurred quite suddenly at the end of dinner. He was chatting with his friends and drinking a glass of port when he had a sudden seizure and died almost instantaneously. It is very similar to the way in which that old clergyman died. A quite remarkable coincidence.
I think it's more than that, Monsieur Poirot. And Sir Charles is certain that there is a connection between the two deaths. He has gone to the offices of the Wagon-Lit Company to book tickets for him and myself on the night train to London.
Oh, what zeal he has, Sir Charles, so determined to play the role of the amateur detective. Or is there another reason?
Well, as it happens, he had just received a letter from Miss Lytton Gore. I was with him when it was delivered.
It's an appeal for help. She's begging me to return.
Is this the first letter you've had from her?
No, I had one just after I got here, just giving me the local news and all that. I didn't answer it, of course. Didn't dare to. The girl had no idea why I had gone away, and I didn't want to make a fool of myself.
And are you going to reply to this one?
Damn it, man, this is different. She was there at Melfort Abbey when it happened, when poor Tolly suddenly keeled over. Here, read it for yourself. The poor kid's obviously in a bit of a state.
You'll have seen by now, I expect, that Sir Bartholomew Strange is dead. Well, he died just the same way as Mr. Babington. It can't be coincidence. I'm worried to death. Couldn't you come home and do something? You see, I'm very concerned about someone. He had absolutely nothing to do with it, but things might look a bit odd. I can't explain it in a letter, but won't you come back? After all, it's your own friend who's been killed, and if you don't take a hand in it, perhaps no one will ever find out the truth. And I'm sure you could. I know it in my bones.
Who do you think she means by someone?
Manders, I suppose.
Was he there, then?
Well, he must have been. I can't imagine why. Tolly never met him except on that one occasion at my house. Why he should ask him to stay, I cannot imagine.
Oh, we can easily settle that. There must have been some mention of the party in the society columns of one of the papers before all this happened.
Well, there's a stack of them over there.
Oh. Did Sir Bartholomew often give these house parties?
3 or 4 times a year. This one would have been for the St. Leger.
Did he spend much of his time in Yorkshire?
He had a big sanatorium, nursing home, whatever you like to call it. He bought Melfort Abbey, restored it, and built a sanatorium in the grounds.
I found it. Good Lord.
What's the matter?
Nearly all the people at the house party were the same ones that were at yours.
Who?
Lady Lytton Gore and Egg, Captain and Mrs. Dacres, Angela Sutcliffe, Muriel Wills.
But no mention of Mr. Manders.
No. But you must admit the guest list stretches coincidence a bit far.
Yes, it is curious. And you are going back with Sir Charles?
Well, this sort of thing is rather in my line, Monsieur Poirot.
Ah, yes. Your experiences with the mysterious Mr. Quinn.
And I do happen to know the Chief Constable in that part of the world quite well.
Tell me, Mr. Satterthwaite, why did you not mention the matter of Sir Bartholomew's death as soon as you sat down here?
Oh, it didn't seem quite the moment at first. And then I had no wish to disturb your fascinating reminiscences. You yourself are not tempted to come back and take an interest in the case?
Oh, I think not. I am too old to rush backwards and forwards. And the Mediterranean, it is such a beautiful blue.
Then I will leave you to enjoy it. But should you wish to call on me in London, here is my card to remind you of my address.
I remained where I was for a quarter of an hour or so. But it seemed that the Mediterranean was no longer as blue as it had been.
I've done that, Mummy. What shall I do next?
It was a good question. I thought that perhaps it was time for me to take a walk to the Wagon-Lit offices. But I was going to take my time. I had no wish to interfere in the investigation of the admirable Sir Charles, and the meticulous Mr. Satterthwaite.
Delighted to meet you, Sir Charles. My wife is a very keen playgoer. She's one of your greatest fans, as the Americans say.
Well, I'm very honoured, Colonel.
I gather that Sir Bartholomew Strange was by way of being a friend of yours.
A very old friend.
He was very popular round here, of course. Last man in the world you'd expect to be murdered, but murder is what it looks like.
Sir Charles and I have only just come back from abroad. We've only seen snippets here and there in the papers.
Well, let me tell you exactly how the matter stands. There's little doubt that the butler's the man we're after, a chap by the name of Ellis. He was a new man. Strange had only had him a fortnight. And the moment after the murder, he disappears, vanishes into thin air. Looks a bit fishy, huh?
You've no notion where he went?
Negligence on our part, you think? Well, I admit it damn well looks like it. The fella answered all our questions quite satisfactorily. Gave the name of the London agency which obtained him the place. All very civil-spoken, no signs of panic. Next thing, he'd gone, and the house was still under observation.
Quite extraordinary.
Apart from anything else, it was a damn fool thing to do. I mean, why do a bolt and draw attention to himself if he wasn't suspected?
No, lost his nerve, got the wind up.
Have you verified the account he gave of himself?
Naturally. London agency confirms his story. He had a reference from Sir Horace Bird recommending him warmly. Trouble is, Sir Horace is in South Africa at the moment.
So the reference could have been forged, huh?
Exactly. We've wired Sir Horace, but it may be some time before we get a reply. Apparently he's on safari.
When exactly did the butler disappear?
Sometime during the night after the murder. He went to his room after we'd talked to him, and the following morning he was missing. His bed hadn't been slept in. One of the ladies staying at the Abbey, Miss Sutcliffe, the actress, well, you know her, I expect, Sir Charles?
No, very well indeed, yeah.
Well, she suggested that the man had left the house by way of a secret passage. Sounds a bit Edgar Wallace, but it seems there really was such a thing. Strange was rather proud of it.
I understand that Sir Bartholomew died of nicotine poisoning.
That's right. Most unusual stuff to use. Though I understand that if a man's a heavy smoker, such as Strange was, it would tend to complicate matters. I mean, he might have died of nicotine poisoning in a natural way. Only, of course, this business was too sudden for that.
How was it administered?
We don't know that yet. According to the medical evidence, it could only have been swallowed a few minutes previous to death.
I understand they were drinking port.
And you would expect the stuff to be in the port, but it wasn't. That glass contained nothing but port.
You see, Satterthwaite, it's the same. Exactly the same as before.
Now, you're talking about the old clergyman who dropped dead at your house, Sir Charles.
How the devil did you get to hear of that?
Well, from a very charming young lady, Miss Lytton Gore. She's gone back to Devon now. She was adamant there was some kind of link between the two cases, but I don't believe there's anything in it. It doesn't explain the flight of the butler, and you can depend on it, he is our man. Very likely he'll turn out to be a regular criminal. Unfortunately, we haven't got any fingerprints. We had an expert go over his bedroom and the butler's pantry, but had no luck.
But if it was the butler, what motive could he have had?
That, of course, is one of our difficulties. Strange might have caught him stealing or something of the sort.
Was anything actually missing from the house? Silver, jewellery, anything like that?
No, nothing. At least not as far as we know.
Who actually was staying in the house?
We'll get Superintendent Crossfield in. He's the chap to give you all the details. Very reliable and most methodical.
It's a very odd case indeed. I've never come across nicotine poisoning before.
I thought it was the kind of disease you got from smoking too much.
To tell the truth, sir, so did I. But the doctor says it's an odourless liquid, pure alkaloid, and that a few drops of it are enough to kill a man almost instantly.
Pretty potent stuff.
And yet it's in pretty common use. They use nicotine solution for spraying roses.
Roses? Now, why should that ring a bell?
Anything fresh to report, Crossfield?
Oh, nothing definite, sir. We've had sightings of Ellis all over England. Durham, Ipswich, Balham. Mind you, the moment a man's description is circulated, people see him everywhere.
What exactly is the man's description?
John Ellis. Medium height, stoops slightly, grey hair, small side whiskers, dark eyes, husky voice, tooth missing in upper jaw, noticeable when he smiles.
Very nondescript, bar the side whiskers and the tooth.
And the first will be off by now, and he'll be taking care not to smile.
Can you tell us who exactly was in Strange's party on the night of the crime, Crossfield?
Lord and Lady Eden, Sir Jocelyn and Lady Campbell, Miss Angela Sutcliffe, Captain and Mrs. Dacres, Lady Mary and Miss Hermione Lytton-Gore, Miss Muriel Wills, Mr. Oliver Manders.
The reports didn't mention Miss Wills, but I suppose they wouldn't. And young Manders was there after all.
He wasn't one of the invited guests, I gather. No. The young gentleman ran his motorbike into the wall not far from the Abbey gates. Sir Bartholomew, who was, I understand, slightly acquainted with him, asked him to stay the night.
Rather a careless thing for the boy to do.
I fancy the young gentleman must have had one over the 8. I can't imagine how he could have managed to hit the wall the way he did if he was sober.
Well, thank you very much, Superintendent. Yeah, any objection to our going over to have a look round the Abbey, Colonel?
Of course not, Sir Charles. Though I doubt whether you'll find out anything I haven't already told you.
Poor old Tolly certainly made a good job of patching up the old Abbey. Magnificent, don't you think?
Well, it must have cost him a pretty penny. So, what do you think? Was it the butler?
Of course it wasn't the butler. He's a red herring. He couldn't have had anything to do with old Babington's death.
You're still convinced the two deaths are connected?
They must be. Why were all the people who were at my place present at the second murder? It was a plan. Tolly's plan.
You mean he invited them all up here deliberately?
I'm certain of it. But we'd better be getting along to the house. You didn't know Tolly as well as I did. He kept his own counsel and was a very, very patient man.
But he thought the whole idea that Babington had been murdered was ridiculous.
Well, he may have said so, but I reckon he had suspicions of his own. He didn't talk about them, that wasn't his way. But quietly, in his own mind, he was building up a case. He knew that one of my guests was responsible for the crime, and he gathered them all up here for some kind of test.
But what about the people who weren't at your party? The Edens and the Campbells?
Camouflage, Satterthwaite, to make the whole thing less obvious.
Well, what do you think his plan was?
Well, how can we know? I'm not a magician. But there was a plan, and it went wrong. Because the murderer was 1 degree cleverer than Tolly reckoned, and he struck first.
He?
Or she. Poison is as much a woman's weapon as it is a man's, more so.
But there were certain people who weren't invited.
Well, I was in France, so were you. And he could hardly have invited poor old Babington's widow.
And I suppose young Manders is out of it, too. He only arrived by accident.
If that's what it was. And I can't really believe that the Lytton-Gores had anything to do with Babington's death.
What about Angela Sutcliffe?
Angela? She's been a friend of Tolly's for years.
So that leaves us with the Dacres.
Well, I suppose they're more possible than anyone else. But for the life of me, I can't see why Freddie Dacres, who spends his life on the racecourse, or Cynthia, who makes a packet designing fabulously expensive clothes for women with more money than sense, should have any desire to remove a dear, insignificant old clergyman.
We've forgotten someone else.
Huh?
That writer woman who calls herself Anthony Astor.
Miss Muriel Wills of Tooting. What is there about her that continually makes one forget her? She's the most damnably nondescript woman I've ever met.
I fancy she might embody that line of Robert Burns. A chield's among ye, taking notes. I imagine Miss Wills spends much of her time taking notes. There are sharp eyes behind those unflattering glasses of hers. I think you'll find that anything worth noticing in this affair has already been noticed by Miss Wills.
Really? Well, while we're here, we'd better have a word with the housekeeper. What did Crossfield say her name was?
Lecky. Mrs. Lecky.
Oh, that I should ever have lived to see such a thing. Such a proud day it was for all of us when the doctor was made Sir Bartholomew. And the questions the policeman asked about all the maids in the house. Good girls they are, every one of them. And no police superintendent shall make me say otherwise. When as to having anything to do with murder...
This man Ellis, did you find anything unusual about him?
Well, I did and I didn't. See, for one thing, he was standoffish. He kept himself to himself, spent a lot of time in his own room, and he was... Well, there was something.
You did not suspect that he was not really a butler?
Oh, no, sir, he'd been in service all right.
The things he knew. And about the best people in society, too. But he wasn't like any butler I've ever worked with before. He arranged the work differently.
And what did Sir Bartholomew think of him?
Oh, he was pleased enough. He even had a bit of a joke with him.
What did he say?
Well, Mr. Ellis come up with a telephone message, and Sir Bartholomew asked him if he'd got the name right. And Mr. Ellis said, quite sure. Oh, speaking respectful, of course.
Go on, Mrs. Lecky.
Well, Sir Bartholomew laughed and said, you're a good fellow, Ellis. A first-class butler. Don't you agree, Mrs. Lecky? And I was so surprised, sir, at the master speaking like that, well, I didn't know what to think.
What was the telephone message? Can you remember?
It was from the sanatorium, about a patient who had just arrived there and who'd stood the journey well.
Do you remember the name?
Yeah, it was a queer name, sir. A Mrs. de Rushbridger. Well, something like that.
Ah, yes, not an easy name to get right on the telephone.
And what about the guests? Did you notice anything unusual about their behaviour?
Oh, well, sir, that Miss Wills, she wasn't quite the class of the others. Well, she did things a real lady wouldn't have done. Poked and pried about. That's not a nice thing to do, not after somebody's dead. And poor Miss Sutcliffe, she quite broke down. Very warm-hearted lady.
And Mrs. Dacres?
I don't think anything would upset her much. She was just anxious to get away. Said her business would suffer.
What about her husband?
Steadied his nerves with brandy. Or unsteadied them, some would say.
And do you have any views on who might have poisoned your master, Mrs. Lecky?
Well, I suppose it must have been Mr. Ellis, seeing the way he just vanished overnight. But I don't see how he could have done it. They're saying it was something in the port. But all the gentlemen had port, and some of the ladies. And in any case, they couldn't find anything in the glass.
Thank you, Mrs. Lecky. You've been very helpful. Now, would you mind if we took a look at Mr. Ellis's room?
Oh, no, sir, I've no objection. Of course, the police have been all over it, but they couldn't find a thing.
So what do you think, Satterthwaite?
Well, the only thing...
Yeah? Go on, man.
It struck me as a little odd the way Sir Bartholomew joked with his butler. It seemed somehow so uncharacteristic.
It was uncharacteristic. I knew Tolly well, better than you did, and I can tell you he wasn't a facetious sort of man. But where does it get us? What is curious is that it occurred immediately after that telephone message.
About the patient who had arrived at the sanatorium?
Yes. And I think it's a fair deduction to assume it was that telephone message which was the cause of Tolly's sudden hilarity. I can't imagine what it could have been, but I'm certain there must be some significance in that message. Something tells me that this Mrs. de Rushbridger may have something to do with the mystery.
Well, I can't say I think it's very likely. But this must be Ellis's room. We'll find something here that the police passed over.
Of course, they were looking for evidence of Ellis's guilt. We're looking for evidence of his innocence, a very different matter.
There doesn't seem to be much in the way of evidence of any kind. Boots neatly polished, a couple of extremely well-cut suits.
Somebody's cast-off, perhaps, given to him in his various situations.
There is one thing that is rather puzzling. No sign at all of his butler's kit. So he must have been wearing it when he did his vanishing act. Any man in his senses would have changed into an ordinary suit.
Yes, it is rather odd. Almost as if he hadn't gone at all. No letters, no papers. A cutting about a cure for corns. A bottle of ink, no pen. And it doesn't look as if the blotter's going to tell us much.
No, it doesn't look as if he's used it at all.
That's rather odd, don't you think?
Well, how do you mean?
Well, chap usually writes letters.
Well, not if he's a criminal. Well, there's a splash of ink by the fireplace. Could be quite recent.
Let me see.
It looks as if he dropped his fountain pen. But why should he drop it by the gas fire?
Perhaps he threw it across the room. Fountain pens can be damned irritating.
What if...
Ed?
What if he was burning papers? Something like that.
Well, you don't burn papers on a gas fire. But he might have been writing something at the table and suddenly heard somebody coming.
The police, perhaps?
Yes.
And he rushes over and shoves the papers under the gas fire and drops the fountain pen while he's doing it.
Sounds a bit far-fetched.
Well, why don't we see if there's anything behind the fire?
Right, I'll give it a try. Yes, there is something there, I think. Something white. Yo, but I can't get at it. We want something like a woman's hatpin.
Well, we're not likely to find one in here. Oh, there's a paper knife on the table. Here, see if we can get it with that.
Ah, thanks. Yep. It's coming. Got it. Looks as though you were right, Satterthwaite. Sheets of crumpled writing paper. Here.
Oh, they seem to be drafts of the same letter. Listen to this. This is to say that the writer of this letter does not wish to cause unpleasantness about what he saw tonight. Now, he gave that up and tried again. John Ellis, butler, has certain facts concerning Sir Bartholomew's death in his possession. He has not yet given these facts to the police. And yet again, I know how Sir Bartholomew died. I haven't said anything to the police. If you will meet me... And it breaks off there. Presumably that was when he heard somebody coming.
Well, it doesn't get us very far. If the fellow had only headed his effusions Sir or Madam, it would have helped a bit.
At least one thing is clear. Ellis may have been a scoundrel, but he didn't murder Sir Bartholomew.
Was that why he slipped out in his butler's clothes? To meet the murderer?
I imagine he was paid to disappear.
I'm beginning to have a nasty suspicion that poor Ellis may well have disappeared for good. The man he went out to meet had already killed, twice.
And will probably have no compunction about doing so again.
So we may now be faced with a third murder. Come on, Satterthwaite, let's get out of this room. It's beginning to give me the shivers.
In Part 2 of Agatha Christie's three-act tragedy, Hercule Poirot was played by John Moffat, Mr. Satterthwaite by George Cole, Sir Charles Cartwright, Michael Cochrane, Egg Gore, Beth Chalmers, Colonel Johnson, John Baddeley, Superintendent Crossfield, Martin Hyder, Mrs. Lecky, Kathleen Helm, the little boy, Tom Glenister. Three-act tragedy is dramatized for radio by Michael Bakewell and directed by Enid Williams.
At a house party given by the celebrated actor Sir Charles Cartwright, an old clergyman had died while drinking a cocktail. 2 months later, at a dinner at which several of the same guests were present, Sir Charles's old friend, Sir Bartholomew Strange, had died while drinking a glass of port. Was there some link between these two deaths? Sir Charles was convinced that there was, and he set about becoming in real life the famous detective he had played so often on the stage.
We present John Moffat as Hercule Poirot and George Cole as Mr. Satterthwaite in Agatha Christie's three-act tragedy.
Sir Charles and his friend Mr. Satterthwaite had returned from their investigations at Melfort Abbey, the home of Sir Bartholomew Strange. Sir Charles knew that he could no longer avoid meeting the young woman with whom he had fallen in love and had fled to France to escape. Hermione Lytton-Gore, known, very curiously, to her friends as Egg.
She can't very well come round here to my flat. Her mother mightn't like it. And I prefer to meet her at a restaurant. With you, of course, Satterthwaite.
Oh, I'd be delighted. And then, if we wanted to discuss our investigations more privately, we could adjourn to my house.
I knew you'd find out what really happened. That butler...
Ellis?
Obviously, he was killed because he knew too much.
But if that's the case, where is the body?
What about the secret passage? Miss Sutcliffe told me about it. The killer gave Ellis blackmail money and showed him how he could get out of the house without anyone seeing him, and then followed him down there and killed him.
There is one rather curious thing we couldn't get to the bottom of. According to the housekeeper, the night before the murder, Ellis took a telephone call about a Mrs. de Rushbridger,
Tolly made rather a joke about it, asking Ellis if he'd got the name right. I thought at first it might be some sort of code.
But it wasn't. There really is a patient at the Melford Abbey Sanatorium called Mrs. de Rushbridger, suffering from loss of memory.
That may well be significant, of course. But they wouldn't let us see her. And then there's young Oliver Manders.
What about him?
In the letter you wrote to me in France, you suggested he might be in trouble with the police. But in fact, they didn't seem in the least concerned about him.
It was silly of me. I thought that Oliver arriving at the Abbey the way he did might have been a trumped-up excuse.
And was it?
It was a bit fishy. His motorbike went into a wall on a perfectly straight stretch of road. And what was he doing up there, anyway?
He might have had his reasons. Quite natural ones.
No, not at all.
Well, if our young friend is in no danger, where do I come in?
Oh, no, you're not going away again. You're going to stay here. We're going to find out the truth, you and I, together.
And Satterthwaite?
Of course, and Mr. Satterthwaite.
Right. First, we need to clarify the situation. Do we believe that the same person killed Babington and Bartholomew Strange?
Yes.
Do we believe that Tolly was murdered to prevent him revealing his suspicions about the first murder?
Yes.
I suppose so.
Then our priority must be to investigate the first murder and not the second.
Yes.
And that presents us with an extraordinary difficulty. Babington was a gentle old man, without, one would say, an enemy in the world. Yet he was killed. And there must be some motive for the killing. Can we think of a possible motive?
Gain, perhaps?
Had he any money or expectation of money?
I should think it's most unlikely.
Perhaps we might approach Mrs. Babington on that point.
What about revenge? Did Mr. Babington do any injury to someone? Perhaps he might have married the girl somebody else was in love with.
Well, the murderer certainly took his time. The Babingtons have been married over 40 years.
How about fear?
Now, that seems to me a far more likely reason. Babington knew something about somebody, or recognised somebody. Our only hope of getting at that will be to work backwards from the people who were there.
So who was at your house who was also at Sir Bartholomew's?
The Dacres. They were at both. And that woman who looks like a wilted cabbage.
Miss Wills. And Miss Sutcliffe.
You can leave Angie out of this. I've known her for years.
We can't leave people out just because we know them. Besides, I don't know anything about Angela Sutcliffe. She's just as likely to have done it as anyone else. More likely. All actresses have pasts.
In that case, we mustn't leave out Oliver Manders.
How could it be Oliver? He'd met Mr. Babington ever so many times before.
He was at both places, and his arrival at Tolly's was distinctly suspicious.
Very well. In that case, we'd better include Mother and myself.
Well, I hardly think that's
We'll do it properly or not at all.
Satterthwaite, would you mind if I refresh my drink?
No, not at all.
Can I get anything for either of you?
No, thanks.
Thank you, no.
Stupid of me to have lost my temper, but why should that woman be excluded? Why is he so keen she should be? Or am I just being disgustingly jealous?
Jealousy never pays. If you feel it, don't show it. By the way, did you really think Manders might be suspected?
No. I just put that in the letter because I didn't want Charles to think I was chasing after him. But I don't want him to really think I have a pash for Oliver, because I haven't. Oh, why must life be so difficult?
Now, here's what we'll do. Satterthwaite and I will go back to Loomuth, to Crow's Nest. There haven't been any takers, so the place is still mine. Now, what about you, Egg? Would your mother mind if you both left London a little earlier than you planned and went back home?
I don't think I'd have much difficulty in persuading her.
Excellent. So, the first thing we'll do is to go and see Mrs. Babington.
She's had to move out of the rectory. She's living in a little fisherman's cottage by the harbour. She must be very lonely, poor soul.
It's very kind of you to come and see me, Hermione.
Well,
your mother, Lady Mary, was here only the other day.
As it happens, my old friend Mr. Satterthwaite has gone to visit her this afternoon.
I think I ought to tell you, Mrs. Babington, that this isn't just a social call. Sir Charles and I have something rather serious to say.
You mean you have come about the exhumation order?
Oh.
I had a letter from the Home Office yesterday.
Well, perhaps that makes what we have to say a little easier. Though I do realise it must be very distressing for you.
Perhaps I don't mind as much as you think.
My dear husband is elsewhere, and no one can trouble his rest. But the idea that Stephen may not have died a natural death, that is truly shocking. It seems impossible.
I have to admit the suspicion did cross my mind the night it happened.
You thought that someone could have killed him?
But I put the idea aside. And then, when I was in the south of France, I read in the paper of the death of my old friend, Sir Bartholomew Strange, in very similar circumstances.
I was staying at Melford Abbey at the same time, Mrs. Babington. It was exactly the same. He was drinking a glass of port, and his face changed. He died within a few minutes.
But who could possibly want to harm either of them? My husband hadn't an enemy in the world.
I suppose Mr. Babington didn't leave much money?
Next to nothing. He gave away so much. I used to scold him for it.
And he didn't have any expectations from anyone?
Oh, no. Stephen didn't have many relations. He has a sister married to a clergyman up in Northumberland, but they're very poor.
Let us come back to the question of enemies. Could Mr. Babington have antagonized someone when he was a young man? When he got engaged to you, for instance. There wasn't some disappointed suitor in the offing?
Stephen was my father's curate. He was the first young man I saw when I came home from my boarding school. I fell in love with him, and he with me. Ours was a very simple love story, Sir Charles.
And do you know whether your husband had met any of the guests at Sir Charles's party before?
Well, there was you and your mother, and Oliver Manders.
Yes, but any of the others?
We had seen Angela Sutcliffe in a play in London. Oh. We were both rather excited. We were actually going to meet her.
And had you met Captain and Mrs. Dacres?
Was that the rather foxy-looking man and the woman with such wonderful clothes?
Yes.
No, we didn't know them. Nor that woman who wrote plays. She seemed rather out of it.
And Mr. Babington didn't say anything to you about the people you were going to meet?
Not beforehand, no. Oh. And when we got there, well, there wasn't much time.
You must forgive us badgering you like this. But you see, we feel there must be something. If only we could get at it.
But do you really think that one of those people...
Well, there can't be any other explanation. I think Sir Bartholomew saw something, or guessed something, and he died in the same way. And seven of the people who were there when your husband died were present at Sir Bartholomew's party. One of them must be guilty.
And we're not going to rest until we find out which of them it is.
Egg is so headstrong. She flings herself into a thing, heart and soul. You know, Mr. Satterthwaite, I don't like the way she's mixing herself up in this distressing business. I only accepted that cursed invitation to Melford Abbey because I thought she needed cheering up. She looked so down in the mouth.
I gather that Oliver Manders made a somewhat unexpected arrival there. Tell me something about him, Lady Mary. The young fellow interests me.
Well, he's clever, of course. But things have been very difficult for him.
In what way?
Well, you see, his father wasn't married to his mother.
Really?
Everyone knows about it down here, otherwise I wouldn't have mentioned it. His mother had an affair with a married man. His wife refused to divorce him, and the poor girl died shortly after Oliver was born. He was brought up by his uncle in London, but he always came down here in the holidays to stay with his grandmother.
And how did you get on with Mr. Babington?
Well, I'm afraid they didn't hit it off very well. The Babingtons were sorry for Oliver, and he used to go round to the vicarage to play with their boys, but he rather looked down his nose at them and boasted about how much pocket money he got.
And more recently?
As a matter of fact, he was quite rude to Mr. Babington here in this house. It was about 2 years ago.
What happened?
Oliver made a rather ill-bred attack on Christianity. Mr. Babington was very courteous and patient with him. That only seemed to make matters worse.
You just look down your nose at me because I'm a bastard. Well, I'm proud of what my mother did. At least she had the courage of her convictions. I don't care what a bunch of self-righteous parsons think. I hate everything the church stands for. Smugness and hypocrisy. It's ecclesiasticism and superstition have got the world into the mess it is. I'd like to get rid of the whole canting tribe and all the churches with it.
And Mr. Babington simply smiled and said, "My dear boy, even if you swept away all the churches ever built, you would still have to reckon with God."
You don't like Manders, do you, Lady Mary?
I'm sorry for him.
But you wouldn't like him to marry Egg?
Oh, no.
Why exactly?
Because he isn't kind. And because there's something in him somewhere that I don't understand. Something cold.
What did Sir Bartholomew Strange think of him?
He found him rather an interesting case. Said he reminded him of someone he was treating in his sanatorium. He also said that Oliver was riding for a fall.
Did Sir Bartholomew ever say anything about Babington's death?
No, nothing.
Did you get the impression that something was troubling him?
On the contrary, he seemed in very good spirits, amused by some private joke of his. He told me at dinner that night he was going to spring a surprise on us all. But sadly, he never lived to do so.
The time had come for the curtain to go up on the third act of our tragedy. Time also for Hercule Poirot to return to the stage. I called on Mr. Satterthwaite in London, but was told he was away in Loomuth, and so I caught the first train and presented myself at Crow's Nest, where I found Sir Charles and Mr. Satterthwaite and Miss Lytton Gore seated together at the scene of the crime.
My dear fellow, what a pleasant surprise. Come on through, join us by the fire.
Dragging yourself all the way down here on such a stormy night.
But why are you here, Monsieur Poirot? I mean, have you come for any particular reason?
I have come to admit an error.
Hmm?
Sir Charles. Yes. It was in this very room that you declared you were not satisfied that Mr. Babington had died a natural death. And I thought it was simply your instinct for drama. It seemed to me incredible that such a harmless old gentleman should have been murdered. Even now, I cannot guess at any motive. But since there has been another death under similar circumstances, which I cannot attribute to coincidence, there must be a link between the two. And so, I have come to apologize. I was wrong, and I request you to admit me to your counsels.
Oh, well, this is extraordinarily handsome of you, Monsieur Poirot, giving up your time like this.
It's certainly very good of you.
No, my friend, it is not good of me. It is curiosity. And I must admit, the hurt to my pride. But of course, if I am not welcome, if you feel that I am intruding...
No, of course not, Monsieur Poirot.
Indeed, no.
And mademoiselle?
I'm sure we'd love to have you, Monsieur Poirot.
Good. We are colleagues. And now, if you please, put me au courant of the situation.
We would be very pleased to do so, and we would welcome your expertise. But so far, we've made very little positive progress at all, except for one significant discovery. But let me take you through the course of our investigations.
Mais c'est magnifique. The discovery of the letters written by the butler puts an entirely new aspect on the case. I congratulate you both, gentlemen.
So now you know everything we know. How does it all strike you?
Can you remember, mademoiselle, what type of port glass Sir Bartholomew had on his table?
No, I didn't really notice them at all.
No, I can tell you. They were like these glasses of mine. These are sherry glasses, of course. His were the proper port shape. He got a set of table glasses at a sale, and as there were more than he needed, he gave some of them to me. Rather good, aren't they?
Yes, they are fine specimens. I rather thought something of the kind had been used.
Why?
The death of Sir Bartholomew Strange could be explained easily enough, but the death of the Reverend Stephen Babington is more difficult. If only it had been the other way about.
What on earth do you mean by that?
Oh, consider, mademoiselle, Sir Bartholomew is a celebrated doctor.
A doctor knows secrets, important secrets. A doctor may have suspicions about the sudden death of one of his patients. Oh, yes, we can find plenty of motives for the death of a doctor.
But why the other way about?
If Sir Bartholomew had died first, it is possible that Stephen Babington might have seen something, might have suspected something.
Unfortunately, the deaths didn't happen in that order.
Alas, one must take a case as it is. Just one little idea I would like to suggest. I suppose it is not possible that Stephen Babington's death was an accident, that the poison was intended for Sir Bartholomew and the glass was picked up by the wrong man?
Oh, it's an ingenious idea, Monsieur Poirot, but you see, nobody who knew Tolle would have tried poisoning him with a cocktail.
Why not?
Because he had a particular aversion to it.
Oh, it's business. It goes all wrong. It does not make sense.
Besides, I don't see how any one glass could have been mistaken for another. Temple carried them round on a tray, and everyone helped themselves to any glass they fancied.
True. One cannot force a cocktail as one forces a card.
It's instinctive to take the one next to you.
Tell me, Mr. Satterthwaite, did Mr. Babington put his cocktail down, or did he retain it in his hand?
He put it down on the table.
And did anyone come near the glass after he had done so?
No. I was nearest to him, and I assure you I didn't tamper with it in any way, even if I could have done so unobserved.
No, my friend, I am not making an accusation, but I want to be sure of my facts. According to the analysis, there was nothing out of the way in that cocktail. But Mr. Babington ate and drank nothing else. You see where that leads us?
Nowhere, damn it.
No, I would not say that. It suggests a very monstrous idea, which I hope and trust cannot be true.
What are you going on about?
No, Mrs. Babington was not at Melford Abbey, therefore Mrs. Babington is cleared of suspicion.
But no one has ever dreamed of suspecting her.
No? But if the poor gentleman was not poisoned by a cocktail, then he must have been poisoned a few minutes before entering the house. Perhaps by a tablet to prevent indigestion. And who then could have tampered with that?
But they were devoted to each other. Oh, you don't understand a bit.
Now, let me tell you something, mademoiselle. In the course of my experience, I have known 5 cases of wives murdered by devoted husbands, and 25 of husbands murdered by devoted wives. Les femmes, they obviously keep up appearances better.
I think you're perfectly horrid. The Babingtons were not like that. It's monstrous.
Murder is monstrous, mademoiselle. But I, who see only the facts, agree that Mrs. Babington did not do this thing. The killer could only have been one of the people who were present on both occasions, one of the 7 on your list.
So, how do you advise us to act?
You have doubtless agreed on a plan?
Well, the only way forward seems to be a process of elimination. My idea was to take each name on that list and consider them guilty until they're proved innocent. If we suspect there is a connection between that person and Stephen Babington, we use all our ingenuity to find out what that connection may be. If we find no connection, we move on to the next name on the list.
It is good psychology, that. And what are your methods?
We've not yet had time to discuss that, but perhaps you yourself?
No. Do not ask me to do anything of an active nature. It is my lifelong conviction that problems are best solved by thought, by the application of the little grey cells. Let me hold what is called, I believe, a watching brief. You will perhaps from time to time wish to turn to me for counsel's opinion. Does that make sense to you, mademoiselle?
Excellent sense. I'm sure your experience will be very useful to us. But I must be off. Mother will have a fit.
Oh, you'll get soaked to the skin. I'll drive you back.
That would be very kind. Good night, Mr. Satterthwaite.
Good night.
Good night,
Poirot.
mademoiselle.
Good night.
Good night.
So, you see, Mr. Satterthwaite, The fish is risen. You have achieved what you wished on that morning in Monte Carlo. You knew that, like the little child who was playing close by us, I was bored. I had nothing to do. And now I must admit that I find this strange mystery most intriguing. But I must take care. It is of the greatest importance that I do not play the part of what you call the spoil sport.
You mean that Sir Charles must have the star part?
But naturally. He is used to it. And moreover, it is expected of him by somebody else, is it not? It does not please mademoiselle that I begin to concern myself in this matter.
You are what we call quick on the uptake, Monsieur Poirot.
But it leaps to the eye. And speaking of mademoiselle, tell me, if the question does not appear too frivolous, why is she, with such a beautiful name as Hermione, always called Egg?
I asked Lady Mary that. She told me when the girl was a tiny child, she was, as she put it, a regular roly-poly, always trying to stand up and always rolling over like an egg. And the nickname somehow stuck.
Well, we must work together, my friend, to the greater glory of her hero, Sir Charles Cartwright. And when the case is solved...
If it is solved.
When I do not permit myself to fail.
You have never failed?
Since you ask. Eh bien, once, long ago, in Belgium. We will not talk about it.
Of course. You were saying that when this case is solved...
Sir Charles will have solved it. I shall merely have been a little cog in the wheel. I desire no honour, no renown. I have all the renown I need. Now tell me, who figures on this list of names Sir Charles mentioned?
I drew it up myself. Here.
Mrs. Dacres, Captain Dacres, Miss Wills, Miss Sutcliffe, Lady Mary Littengore, Hermione Littengore, Oliver Manders. Suggestive, is it not?
What is suggestive about it?
The order in which the names occur.
I simply wrote them down as they came to me.
Exactly. And the list is headed by Mrs. Dacres. I deduce from that she is considered the most likely person to have committed the crime.
The least unlikely would express it better.
I think perhaps she is the person you would all prefer to have committed the crime.
Unconsciously, that may be true.
And the last name on your list, Oliver Manders. He intrigues you, does he not? You may hope that Cynthia Dacres committed the crime, but you think that Oliver Manders did. That is why you kept him till the last. And I, too, am interested in that young man. I was watching him carefully on the night of Stephen Babington's death, and I saw...
What did you see?
I saw that there were two people at least who were playing a part. One was Sir Charles. Well, that is quite natural. A great actor does not cease to act because he is not on the stage.
And the other?
Manders was playing the part of a bored and blasé young man, but in reality he was keenly alive and not a little excited. And I think that you noticed him too, and you put him at the bottom of the list because you wanted to keep him for yourself.
Dear me. Am I really that sort of man?
Oh, yes. And when you come to talk to Mr. Manders, there is one question I would like you to ask him.
What is that?
Ask him why he faked that motorcycle accident outside Melfort Abbey. Tell him the police are suspicious.
But they didn't seem in the least interested.
It does not matter. You see, Mr. Satterthwaite, I am beginning to understand the mind of the murderer. He is cunning. He reveals to us only what he wishes us to see. If we could find out the reason for Amanda's unexpected arrival at the Abbey on the night of Sir Bartholomew's death, it might help us to lift part of the curtain that is concealing what lies behind our intriguing little tragedy.
In Part 3 of Agatha Christie's three-act tragedy, Hercule Poirot was played by John Moffat, Mr. Satterthwaite by George Cole, Sir Charles Cartwright, Michael Cochrane, Lady Mary Lytton-Gore, Pauline Jameson, Egg Lytton-Gore, Beth Chalmers, Mrs. Babington, Patricia Scott, Oliver Manders, Carl Prekop. Three-act tragedy is dramatised for radio by Michael Bakewell and directed by Enid Williams.
There had been 2 deaths. A charming old clergyman, the Reverend Babington, had dropped dead after drinking a cocktail, and a few weeks later Sir Bartholomew Strange had suffered a similar fate while drinking a glass of port. What was so interesting was that the same 7 people had been present on each occasion.
We present John Moffat as Hercule Poirot and George Cole as Mr. Satterthwaite in Agatha Christie's three-act tragedy.
We had returned to Crow's Nest, Sir Charles Cartwright's house in Devon, to pursue the investigation more closely. But I was content to remain in the background and leave it to him to play one of his favourite roles, that of the master detective.
Let's take another look at that list, Satterthwaite.
Oh, yes. Here you are.
Oh, thanks. Now, Lady Mary and Egg don't count, of course. There's no question of them being involved. So, that leaves us with Cynthia and Captain Dacres, Miss Wills, Angie Sutcliffe, and Oliver Manders. Why don't we divide them up,
It would certainly seem to be the most effective way to deal with the problem.
Let's start with Cynthia Dacres.
Well, don't look at me. The world of fashion is definitely not my cup of tea.
Well, Egg seems rather keen to take her on. She has an idea that anyone so perfectly turned out won't get impartial treatment from mere males.
What we need to establish, of course, is whether there is any possible link between the people on this list and poor old Babington.
Yes. It's occurred to me that we ought to find out if any of them spent any time in Gilling. That's where the old boy was vicar before he came to Loomuth.
Well, hardly sounds the kind of place for Captain Dacres. Too far from Newmarket.
I rather thought I might tackle him myself. I know some of his racing cronies. I dare say I could pick up something that way.
And which of you is to talk to Miss Sutcliffe?
Well, Sir Charles knows her pretty well.
That's precisely why I'd rather someone else took her on. For one thing, I should be accused of not putting my back into the job.
And because she is an old friend, you feel the natural delicacy.
Yeah.
It is perfectly understandable. Why not leave her to the good Mr. Satterthwaite?
Right. Now, what about Oliver Manders? I know he only turned up on the night of Tolly's death as the result of some sort of accident, but we ought to take a look at him, and he certainly knew Babington.
Mr. Satterthwaite will look after Mr. Manders also. But you have missed out a name.
Huh?
Miss Muriel Wills, who writes plays under the name of, what does she call herself?
Anthony Astor.
Well, if Satterthwaite's going to deal with Angie and Manders, I'd better take a look at her. So, if we're all agreed, I'll go and tell Egg what we've decided. And then we'd better set off back to London.
Miss Lytton-Gore, I personally found it impossible to refer to such an attractive and lively young lady as Egg, had decided that the best way to approach Mrs. Dacres would be to pretend that she had come into an unexpected inheritance.
You see, I've never been able to afford any really good clothes before, and I remembered how simply marvellous you looked at that dinner party at Crow's Nest, and I thought, that's the person to advise me on what to wear.
My dear, how utterly charming of you. I simply adore dressing a young gal. And you've got so much personality. You mustn't have anything at all ordinary. Your clothes must be simple and penetrating and just faintly visible, if you understand me. Do you want several things?
I thought about 4 evening frocks and a couple of day things and a sports suit or 2.
Let's start with the evening gowns. Marcel, could we have Amour en Rose?
I suppose you haven't been to Crow's Nest since then?
Oh, my dear, I simply couldn't. It was so upsetting. And anyway, I always think Cornwall too terribly arty. I simply cannot abide artists. Their bodies are always such an odd shape.
It was rather a shattering business, wasn't it? And poor Mr. Babington was such a pet.
Quite a period piece in his way.
You'd met him somewhere before, hadn't you?
That dear old dugout.
Oh, I thought I remembered him saying so. At a place called Gilling?
Marcel, could we have Petite Scandale now? And after that, the Blue Patou.
Wasn't it extraordinary, Sir Bartholomew keeling over like that?
My dear, it was too penetrating for words. It's done me a world of good. All sorts of dreadful women come and order frocks from me, on the off chance I might have murdered him. I rather played up to that. Now, just take a look at this positively provocative frill. Doesn't it make the whole thing quite adorable?
Fortunately, at that moment, a wealthy and quite monumental American lady arrived, and Mrs. Dacres rushed off to welcome her. Miss Lytton Gore made an unobtrusive exit and paced quietly about Bruton Street, waiting until 1 o'clock, when she put the second part of her plan into operation.
Excuse me, but may I speak to you a minute?
Yes, madam, of course.
You're one of the mannequins at Ambrosine's, aren't you? I noticed you this morning. I hope you won't be frightfully offended, but I'm writing an article about working in the fashion business. And I wonder whether you'd like to have lunch with me at the Berkeley or somewhere and tell me all about it.
Oh, yes, of course, madam. Oh, but I mustn't be too long. We're only allowed an hour for lunch.
Well, I think that just about covers everything I wanted to ask you. You really have been very helpful. I must admit, I'm rather new to this kind of work. I'm frightfully badly off at the moment, and I'm counting on these journalism jobs to keep the wolf from the door.
But from the way you were behaving in the showroom, I thought you...
Oh, no, that was just play acting. I haven't got a bean. I expect Mrs. Dacres would be simply furious if she knew.
Oh, I should say she would.
I got the impression she could be a bit of a tartar.
Well, none of us like her, and that's a fact. She's clever, but she's hard as nails.
I suppose she makes lots of money.
Well, it's not for me to tell tales.
Oh, of course not.
But if you ask me, the firm's not far off Queer Street. It's my belief that Mrs. Dacres has been borrowing heavily just to keep going, in the hopes that the business will brighten up, and that she's got in really deep. Oh. Honestly, she looks terrible sometimes, though she's still got an eye for the young men.
Really?
There's been a lot of talk amongst the girls of a fella, very rich, but a bit soft, if you know what I mean. Apparently, Madam has been running him for all he was worth. He might have been able to put things right, but his specialist, or whatever he was, ordered him on a sea voyage. Said he couldn't answer for the consequences if he didn't. They said the specialist was that same chap that got murdered in Yorkshire. Madam was there when it happened, and the girls were having such a laugh, saying she'd done him in because he sent her young man away. Of course, it was just fun.
Oh, naturally. I quite understand. But Mrs. Dacres really is my idea of a murderess. So hard and remorseless.
Oh, and she's got such a wicked temper. When she lets go, there's not one of us dares go near her. And they say her husband's scared stiff of her, no wonder.
Tell me, have you ever heard her speak of anyone called Babington? Or a place in Kent? Gilling?
No, I don't remember anything like that. Oh, but just look at the time, I must be off. Oh, yeah, thanks for the lunch. Oh, and I shall look out for your article.
Although it had been agreed that Sir Charles should talk to Mrs. Dacres' husband, Miss Lytton Gore's curiosity was by now thoroughly aroused, and she went off to the Dacres' flat in St. John's Wood, where she had the good fortune to encounter the gallant captain getting out of a taxi.
Oh, Miss Lytton Gore! What an unexpected pleasure.
Oh.
I've just got back from Newbury. Cynthia won't be home for ages. Why don't we go round to the 72 Club and have a life now?
How easy the investigation is when one is young and pretty. One does not even have to give an explanation of why one is there.
Something rather amusing about a doctor being poisoned, isn't there? Wrong way about. A doctor's a chap who poisons other people.
It's odd, isn't it, that whenever we meet, it's at a death.
It's damn disturbing. Makes you feel a bit gruey. Fellas popping off all over the place. Makes you wonder if it mightn't be your turn next.
You knew Mr. Babington before, didn't you? At Gilling?
Never heard of the place. Never clapped eyes on the Padre before. Funny thing, him popping off just the same way that Strange did.
Perhaps he was murdered too.
No. Nobody murders parsons. Doctors are different.
Yes, I suppose they are.
Yes, interfering devils. Get a fellow shut up. Put him in hell. Shut him up and keep the stuff from him.
You mean that Sir Bartholomew Strange...
Sir Bartholomew humbug. I'd like to know what goes on in that sanatorium of his. They put you in there, you can't get out. And they say you've gone in there of your own free will just because they've grabbed you when you've got the horror of that. I'm all to pieces. Jules?
Yes, Colonel?
Will you have another one, my dear?
Not for me,
Well, yeah, another pink gin, Jules. You better make it a double.
Yes, Colonel.
Yeah. Lost my nerve for a moment there. Just as well Cynthia wasn't here. I don't want to give the impression I was the one bumped Strange off. But someone must have done it, though. And it must have been one of us at that party. Which of us? That's the question.
Perhaps you know which.
Well, why should I know? I'll tell you one thing. I wasn't going to take that damned cure of his, no matter how Cynthia went on at me. They were both up to something. But they couldn't fool me.
Tell me, do you know anything about a Mrs. de Rushbridger, who's a patient at the sanatorium?
Rushbridger? Well, I have an idea that Strange said something about her, but... what was it? Trouble is the old memory. It's beginning to go. I can't get a grip on things. Yeah, I've got enemies. You know, all over the place.
Enemies?
Oh, spying on me. All the time. There's probably someone in here now. And what was that woman? What was that woman doing in my room at Strange's place?
What woman?
That rabbit-faced woman who writes plays.
Muriel Wills.
You are, Colonel?
Huh? Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah. Oh, that's better. Yeah. Yes, it was the morning after Strange died. I just come up from breakfast. I saw her come out of my room and go through the baize door at the end of the landing. Why did she want to go messing about in my room? Or do you think it's true what Cynthia says?
What did she say?
Well, she said that I was seeing things. Mind you, I won't deny that I do see things now and again when I get the old, you know. But I mean, seeing a woman is different. And I did see her. It's nasty. Sort of eyes she's got. Go through you.
I must be going. Thank you so much for the drink, Captain Dacres.
No, don't thank me, my dear. I'm delighted. Absolutely delighted.
And while Miss Lytton Gore was stealing out through the smoke-laden 72 Club, the good Mr. Satterthwaite was taking tea with Angela Sutcliffe.
Tell me, Mr. Satterthwaite, am I to regard you as a friend or as a sleuth? Have you come here for the sake of my beautiful eyes, as the French say so charmingly? Or are you here just to pump me about the murder?
Can you doubt that the first alternative is the right one?
I can and do. The only thing I can't make up my mind about is whether it is an insult or a compliment to be considered a potential murderess. On the whole, I think it's a compliment. Tell me one thing. Is there anything in what that girl said?
What girl? And what did she say?
Oh, don't be so tiresome. The Lytton Gore girl, the one who's so infatuated with Charles. She thinks that nice old clergyman was murdered, too.
What do you think?
Well, it certainly happened in just the same way, and she's an intelligent girl. Is Charles serious?
I expect your views on that subject are likely to be more valuable than mine.
How appallingly discreet you are. I know Charles pretty well. He seems to me to display all the signs of wanting to settle down. How dull men are when they start to do that.
I've often wondered why Sir Charles has never married.
My dear, he never showed any signs of wanting to. He and I were... well, it was very pleasant while it lasted, and we're still the best of friends. I suppose that's why the Lytton Gore child gives me such ferocious looks. I'm not at all sure I'm not just a little jealous of her. Why didn't Charles come and catechize me himself? Too much nice feeling, I suppose. Or does he think me guilty? Do you think I'm a murderess, Mr. Satterthwaite?
There would seem to me to be a certain lack of motive.
Well, I also happen to like Bartholomew Strange. And because we were friends, I'd rather like to help track down who killed him.
I suppose you didn't see or hear anything that might have a bearing on the case?
Nothing. I haven't already told the police. And that didn't amount to much.
What about the butler?
I hardly noticed him.
Any peculiar behaviour on the part of any of the guests?
No, apart from that boy. What was his name?
Oliver Manders.
He turned up very unexpectedly and seemed terribly nervous.
Did Sir Bartholomew seem surprised?
He said he thought it was a very odd business. A new method of gate crashing, he called it. Only he said, "It's my wall he has crashed, not my gate."
I gather he told you something about a secret passage.
Yes. He promised to show it to me. But he never had the chance.
He didn't happen to mention a patient of his, a Mrs. de Rushbridger?
No, never heard of her.
Do you know a place called Gilling in Kent?
I don't think so. Why?
I understood you knew Mr. Babington when he was there.
Who's he?
The old clergyman who died at Crow's Nest.
Oh, that was his name. Who told you I knew him?
Someone who ought to know.
Did they think I had an affair with him or something? Well, clergymen do get up to some very naughty things, like that man in the barrel, but there's nothing doing with your Mr. Babington. I'd never seen him before in my life.
Sir Charles had taken it upon himself to interview Muriel Wills, or Anthony Astor, as the admirers of her moderately entertaining place called her. She lived, somewhat incongruously, with her budgerigars in Tooting, in a house cluttered with porcelain dogs, occasional tables, and Chinese brasses. From Birmingham.
Fancy you tracking me down here, Sir Charles. My mother will be so excited. She just adores the theatre, especially anything romantic. She loved that play where you were a prince at a university. She goes to matinees, you know, and eats chocolates.
Well, I'm very flattered. It is so encouraging to be remembered.
Miss Sutcliffe was here only the other day, and Mother's talked of nothing else since.
Angela was here?
Yes, she's putting on a play of mine. Little Dog Laughed.
Oh, of course. I was reading about it in the stage. Rather an intriguing title.
I'm so glad you think so. It's a lot of froth and nonsense. It all revolves round Miss Sutcliffe, of course. Everyone dances to her fiddling. That's the idea.
Fascinating. I wonder if you can guess what has brought me here.
Well, I don't suppose it was just to see little me.
It was really Satterthwaite who put the idea into my head. He fancies himself as being a good judge of character.
He's very clever about people. Seems to be rather his hobby.
And he's strongly of the opinion that if there were anything worth noticing on the night of Sir Bartholomew's death, you would have noticed it.
Is that what he said?
Yes.
I was very interested, I must admit. You see, I've never seen a murder at close hand before, so I tried to notice everything I could.
And what exactly did you notice?
Oh, nothing that you'd call interesting, Sir Charles, just little odds and ends. Though there was one thing, something I ought to have told the police about, but I forgot.
What was that?
The butler.
He had a kind of strawberry mark on his left wrist. I noticed it when he was handing me vegetables.
Where exactly was the mark? What size was it?
If you'll just stretch out your own wrist. Thank you. It was just here, about the size of a sixpence, and rather the shape of Australia.
A very precise observation.
You think I ought to write to the police and tell them?
Certainly. It might be of the greatest value in tracing the man. Positive marks of identification are not always that easy to come by. And some people are so indeterminate that there's nothing about them to take hold of. Old Babington, for instance. He had a curiously undefined personality.
His hands were very characteristic.
Huh?
What I would call scholar's hands. A little crippled with arthritis, but very refined fingers and beautiful nails.
What an observer you are. But, of course, you knew him before.
No, not me. That was the first time I met him.
But I'm sure he said he'd known you at Gilling.
No. You must have been mixing me up with somebody else, or he was.
Ah. Did it ever occur to you he might have been murdered too?
I know that you and Miss Lytton Gore think so.
And what do you think?
It doesn't seem likely.
So, there's nothing else you can tell me about any of the guests?
No.
Nothing about Mrs. Dacres, or Captain Dacres, or Oliver Manders?
Nothing.
Well, poor Satterthwaite will be most disappointed.
I am so sorry.
Well, don't forget to tell the police about that thing, Bob.
The mark on the butler's right wrist.
Yeah.
No, I won't forget.
Well, goodbye then.
Goodbye.
Oh, just a minute. Did you say right wrist? You said left just now.
Did I? How silly of me. Would you mind handing me that brass plate as though it was a vegetable dish? Left side.
Oh. Cabbage, madame?
Thank you, Sir Charles. I'm quite sure now. It was the left wrist, as I said the first time. Stupid of me.
Well, left and right can be terribly puzzling sometimes.
Yes. Memory works in a curious way. Sometimes you see things you never saw in the first place.
The following day, Mr. Satterthwaite took a taxi into the city and made his way to the offices of Spear and Ross, where he found Oliver Manders, who seemed curiously ill at ease.
Did you see the news in the papers this morning?
What news?
Of the post-mortem on Babington.
I heard they were digging the old boy up. What was the verdict?
Poisoned. By nicotine.
Well, at least Egg will be satisfied. She always insisted it was murder.
You don't seem surprised.
Well, frankly, I'm not that much interested. A very dreary business, murder.
You may not be interested, my boy, but I understand the police are beginning to take quite an interest in you.
What exactly do you mean by that?
That rather inartistic accident you contrived outside Melford Abbey. They don't think much of it.
Don't they?
But perhaps you have a perfectly satisfactory explanation.
I've got an explanation. How satisfactory it is, I don't know.
Will you let me be the judge of that?
The whole thing was Sir Bartholomew's idea.
What?
I got a letter from him suggesting that I should fake an accident outside the house and claim his hospitality.
How perfectly extraordinary.
He said he couldn't put his reasons in writing, but he would explain them at the first opportunity.
And did he?
No, he didn't. I got there shortly before dinner. I didn't have the chance to see him alone, and by the end of dinner, he was dead.
You have his letter?
It seems to have disappeared. I can't find it anywhere.
Hardly very helpful. Did you say anything to the police?
No. It all seemed too fantastical.
And yet you obeyed Sir Bartholomew's summons?
Yes, I was curious. It all seemed refreshingly out of the way.
Is there anything else?
What do you mean, anything else?
I mean, is there anything that might tell against you?
I suppose you'll hear about it sooner or later. That damned woman isn't likely to hold her tongue.
What damned woman?
That playwright woman. It was the morning after the murder. She asked for my card, and as I took one out of my pocketbook, something fell to the floor. She picked it up and handed it to me.
What was it?
A cutting from a medical journal about nicotine poisoning. I'd never seen it before in my life.
How very awkward.
I suppose she told the police?
Not as far as I know. I fancy she's a woman who likes to keep things to herself. Quite a dangerous woman in her way.
She knows something. I'll swear she knows something.
What do you think of Oliver's story, Monsieur Poirot?
It strikes me as most peculiar and highly uncharacteristic of the late Sir Bartholomew.
You mean he's lying?
There are so many kinds of lies.
But it does chime in with what Lady Mary said, about Tolly cooking up some kind of surprise.
Oh, I think he was probably pulling Mummy's leg. Still, we're not getting anywhere. Failure all along the line. What do we do now, Monsieur Poirot?
We think.
What's the good of that?
With the exercise of the little grey cells...
Oh, I'm sick of hearing you going on about your little grey cells. Can't you do anything?
Very well, mademoiselle. It shall be as you wish. I will give a party. The sherry party. That is fashionable, is it not?
A sherry party?
And to it I will ask Mrs. Cynthia Dacres, and Captain Dacres, Miss Sutcliffe, Miss Wills, Mr. Manders, and your charming mother, mademoiselle. And to do it in style, I will reserve an apartment at the Ritz.
Wonderful. And something will happen at the party, won't it? Just like in detective stories. All the people will be there, and you will announce who did it.
I don't know if it's sherry.
Quite the spider's parlour, Monsieur Poirot. And all your poor little flies have walked in.
All gathered together again, eh? Third time lucky, perhaps?
Oh, no, Captain. This is a friendly little party. Do not let us talk of murder. These things, they spoil the palate. Let us eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die.
Not as soon as all that, I hope.
Oh, my lord, I have mentioned death. Forgive me, Mrs. Dacres. And allow me to congratulate you on a very charming gown. Your health, madame.
Your health, Lady Mary.
Here's to you, Egg.
Cheerio.
Cheers.
It is an excellent drink, the sherry. I prefer it to the cocktail, and 1,000 times to the whiskey. By drinking the whiskey, you ruin the palate. To appreciate the delicate wines of France...
Charles! What's the matter? Oh, God. Not another one.
Has Sir Charles been poisoned too? It's quite unbelievable.
The poor devil's dead.
My friends, do not...
You fool! Pretending to be God and know all about everything, and you let this happen. Another murder, Monsieur Poirot, and under your very nose. If you'd let the whole thing alone, this would never have happened. It's you who's murdered, Charles. You! You!
In Part 4 of Agatha Christie's three-act tragedy, Hercule Poirot was played by John Moffat, Mr. Satterthwaite by George Cole, Sir Charles Cartwright, Michael Cochrane, Eglitton Gore, Beth Chalmers, Muriel Wills, Elizabeth Proud, Cynthia Dacres, Paula Jacobs, Captain Dacres, Nigel Anthony, Angela Sutcliffe, Gemma Churchill, Oliver Manders, Carl Prekop, Doris the Model, Angela Sims. Three-act tragedy is dramatized for radio by Michael Bakewell and directed by Enid Williams.
At a party given by Sir Charles Cartwright, an old clergyman dropped dead while drinking a cocktail. A few weeks later, Sir Charles's old friend, Sir Bartholomew Strange, suffered the same fate while drinking a glass of port. And then, at a little sherry party I was giving for those who had been present on both occasions, Sir Charles suddenly choked and fell to the ground.
We present John Moffat as Hercule Poirot and George Cole as Mr. Satterthwaite in Agatha Christie's three-act tragedy.
Another murder! And under your very nose, Monsieur Poirot. If you'd let the whole thing alone, this wouldn't have happened. It's you who murdered Charles.
It is true, mademoiselle, I confess. I murdered Sir Charles. But I am a very special kind of murderer. I can kill, and I can restore the dead to life. A magnificent performance, Sir Charles. Perhaps you would now like to take your curtain call. Mesdames, Messieurs, I demand pardon of you all. This little farce was necessary to prove to you all, and incidentally to prove to myself, a fact which my reason already told me was true. What? In one of the glasses on this tray, I placed a teaspoonful of water. That water represented pure nicotine. These glasses are of the same kind as those used by Sir Bartholomew Strange. Owing to the heavily cut glass, a small quantity of colourless liquid is quite undetectable. Imagine then the port glass of Sir Bartholomew. After it was put out on the dining table, somebody introduced into it a sufficient quantity of pure nicotine. That could have been done by anyone, the butler, the parlour maid, or one of the guests who might have slipped into the dining room on their way downstairs. Dessert arrives, and the port glass is filled. Sir Bartholomew drinks and dies.
So simple when you come to think of it.
Now, suppose that tonight was not a farce, but a tragedy. Sir Charles is dead. What will be the first step taken by the police?
Why, to find the glass, of course. It's here, where Charles let it fall.
And you are of the opinion that if the glass had contained nicotine, traces of it would be found by the police?
Yes, I suppose so.
You would have supposed wrong. No nicotine would have been found, for that is not the glass from which Sir Charles drank. The real glass I have been hiding behind the tail of my coat. Voila.
What?
'Tis like the conjuring trick. The attention cannot be in two places at once. The conjurer waits for the psychological moment.
When Charles did his spectacular collapse.
Everyone crowds round the body, and no one at all looks at Hercule Poirot. And it is then that I make the exchange of the glasses.
And that's what happened at Crow's Nest and at Melford Abbey.
And why nobody found any trace of nicotine in the cocktail glass or the port glass?
So who changed them?
That still has to be revealed.
You don't know?
Perhaps. Perhaps not.
Well, I think that's quite enough excitement for one evening, Monsieur Poirot. It's time I was off.
Yes, I agree.
One little moment, I beg you. Tonight we have played the comedy, but that comedy may so easily have become a tragedy. Under certain conditions, the murderer may strike a third time. Now, if any one of you knows anything that may bear in any way on these crimes, I implore that person to speak out now. To keep any knowledge to oneself may be dangerous. No one? Be it so, then. I have given you warning. I can do no more.
That was a damn clever bit of work, Poirot.
But was that the only reason why you planned it? To see if you could switch the glasses?
No, mademoiselle, I had one other aim.
What was that?
I wanted to watch the expression on one person's face when Sir Charles fell dead.
Which person?
That is my secret.
Well, won't you tell us what you saw?
No, this is not the time, mademoiselle.
Does that mean you know who the murderer is?
You may put it that way if you wish.
A telegram from Monsieur Poirot.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
What does it say?
See for yourselves.
Please come and see me at once. Can give you valuable information about Sir Bartholomew Strange's death. Margaret de Rushbridger.
So, we were right after all. She has got something to do with the case.
What do you think the mystery is?
I can't imagine. But it's bound to throw some light on the Babington affair. If Tolly got those people together at Melford Abbey, then the surprise he was going to spring on them had something to do with Mrs. de Rushbridger. I think we can assume that, don't you, Monsieur Poirot?
This telegram certainly complicates the affair, but we must act quickly, very quickly.
Well, we could, I suppose, take the first train up tomorrow morning. But is it really necessary for all of us to go?
Sir Charles and I had arranged to drive down to Gilling to talk to Mrs. Milray.
She's the mother of my secretary and was living there when Babington was vicar. But we can always postpone that.
But I don't think we ought to postpone anything. Surely Monsieur Poirot and Mr. Satterthwaite could go to Yorkshire.
An excellent arrangement. Sir Charles is obviously the right person to talk to Mrs. Milray, and who knows, you may learn from her far more important facts than we shall discover at Melfort Abbey.
I simply cannot understand how you could have possibly had a telegram from Mrs. de Rushbridger. There must be some madman about. There's been such confusion everywhere, what with the police and everything.
The police?
Yeah, perhaps it would be best, matron, if we were to see Mrs. de Rushbridger straight away.
Then you don't know?
Know what?
Mrs. de Rushbridger's dead.
Dead? Oh, mon Dieu, I should have seen. How did she die?
Oh, it was all very strange. A box of chocolates came for her, liqueur chocolates, by post. She ate one. It must have tasted horrible. But she was taken by surprise, I suppose, and she swallowed it. One doesn't like spitting a thing out.
No, I understand. And if a liquid runs suddenly down your throat, it is difficult.
So she swallowed it, and called out, and the nurse came running, but we couldn't do anything. She died in about 2 minutes. Then the doctor sent for the police, and they came and examined the chocolates. All the top layer had been tampered with.
And the poison involved?
They think it was nicotine.
Of course. Oh, what an audacious stroke. If it is possible, madame, I would like to see the dead woman's body.
Of course. If you could just wait here a moment.
Her death was not peaceful. The agony of it still shows on her face.
Poor soul. Someone knew she was going to speak and killed her.
Yes, that is so.
She was murdered to prevent her telling us what she knew.
Or what she did not know. But let us return to London. There have been too many deaths. The murderer is much more dangerous than I had thought.
So who sent that telegram? Did you find out?
According to the police, it was handed in at Melfort Post Office by a small boy. He said it had been given to him that morning by a man dressed in shabby clothes who said a strange lady at the house in the park had thrown it down to him from her window, wrapped round 2 half-crowns.
How excessively melodramatic. What do you make of it, Poirot?
It proves what I have always said. There is nothing to be gained by rushing up and down England. What did you find out from your visit to Gilling?
Nothing at all, I'm afraid.
Precisely. The truth can only be seen from within.
What do you want to do, then?
I want to think. I only ask of you 24 hours in which to think.
Will thinking tell you what it was that poor woman could have said if she had lived?
I believe so.
It hardly seems possible. But if you can see through the mystery, it's more than I can. I'm beaten, and I confess it. I've decided to give up playing the great detective. Oh, there's just one thing. I'm rather worried about Miss Wills.
What about her?
She's gone.
Gone where?
Well, nobody knows. After I got your telegram about Mrs. de Rushbridger, I started to think things over. I felt convinced that Miss Wills was hiding something, and I thought I'd have a shot at getting it out of her. I drove out to Tooting, but she wasn't there. Her people had received a telegram from her saying she'd gone away for a day or two, and not to worry.
And were they worried?
Yes, they were. You see, she hadn't taken any luggage with her.
I warned her. I warned everyone. Do you remember I said to them, speak now?
Do you think that she, too?
I have my own ideas. For the moment, I prefer not to discuss them.
Then we'll leave you to it.
For 24 hours. I must have the absolute concentration.
What on earth are you doing? Building card houses?
It is not that I have become childish in my dotage. It is an old habit of mine and most stimulating to the mind. This morning, first thing, I go out and buy a pack of cards. Unfortunately, I make an error. They are not real cards.
Oh, they've sold you Happy Families.
What is that, the Happy Family?
It's a game. Children play it in the nursery.
They serve just as well.
Master Bun the baker's son. I always loved him. And here's Mrs. Mugg, the milkman's wife. I suppose that's me.
Oh, why is that funny card you, mademoiselle?
Because of the name. Charles and I are going to be married.
And his name's not really Cartwright at all, it's Mugg. So I'm going to be Lady Mugg.
And is that why he no longer wants to play the great detective?
Perhaps it is. But aren't you going to wish me happiness?
Oh, I do wish you happiness, mademoiselle. The happiness that endures. The happiness that is built on a rock.
I'll tell Charles you called him a rock. But what do you hope to find from your happy family house?
It is the question I ask myself without ceasing. Why was Mr. Babington killed? When I can answer that, the case will be solved.
Well, I'll leave you to it. I'm sorry to have disturbed you.
No.
Charles and I are going to the dress rehearsal of Little Dog Laughed. It's the first night tomorrow.
Oh, mon Dieu.
What is it? Has something happened?
Yes, indeed, something has happened. But do not be alarmed. You go off to your dress rehearsal. But tomorrow evening, before the first night, I would like you and Sir Charles and Mr. Satterthwaite to come here. By then, perhaps my little idea will have worked itself out. I hope you enjoy the play.
Goodbye then, Monsieur Poirot. I wish I knew what you were up to.
But yes, everything explains itself. A motive such as I have never come across. The happy families, I need them no longer.
So, Monsieur Poirot, did your card trick come off?
Have you found our murderer?
Well, come on, man, don't keep us on tenterhooks.
Ah, no, Sir Charles. The tenterhooks are part of my method. You must allow me to reconstruct the crime in my own way.
As you please, Monsieur Poirot.
I will begin with the murder of Stephen Babington last August. On that evening, Sir Charles advanced the theory that the unfortunate clergyman had been murdered. I did not agree.
Because you could not believe that anyone would want to kill a man like Babington.
Or that it was possible to kill one particular person by putting poison in one glass on a tray of cocktails.
But I must admit that Sir Charles was right and I was wrong. I was wrong because I was looking at the crime from an entirely false angle. It was only 24 hours ago that I perceived the proper angle of vision.
When you were building your house of cards?
One should always start an investigation with the simplest and most obvious questions. Granted that Stephen Babington had died as a result of drinking a cocktail, who had the best opportunity of poisoning his glass?
Well, I did, I suppose. And the parlourmaid, of course.
But neither Sir Charles nor the parlourmaid could have directed that particular glass to Babington's hand. It looked as if chance, and chance alone, had led him to pick it up.
And what about the glass that poisoned Sir Bartholomew?
Well, I think we can safely say that we have eliminated the main suspect, the butler, Ellis.
But there is also the possibility that any one of the guests could have slipped into the dining room and put nicotine into the glass.
That's why we drew up the list of the people who'd been at Crow's Nest and at Melford Abbey.
And the first four names on your list, Captain and Mrs. Dacres, Miss Sutcliffe and the observant Miss Wills, I discarded immediately.
Why?
It was impossible that any one of them could have known that they were going to meet Stephen Babington at dinner. The use of nicotine as a poison indicated a carefully thought-out plan, not one that could be put into action on the spur of the moment.
But what about young Manders? He would have known that Babington would be at Crow's Nest, and he was at Melford Abbey as well.
Yes, Oliver Manders was by far the most likely suspect. And since that is still the case, I asked him to join us here. He has been patiently awaiting his cue. Will you come in, Mr. Manders?
Good evening. I rather gather congratulations are in order, Sir Charles.
They are indeed. Thank you, Manders.
Thank you, Oliver.
As I was saying, Mr. Manders drew attention to himself that evening at Crow's Nest. He was tense and on edge, and he had actually quarrelled with or had displayed marked animosity towards Mr. Babington.
Yes, I felt sorry about that after the old boy died, but I've got rather a short fuse where clergymen are concerned.
And then there were the curious circumstances of his arrival at Melford Abbey on the night Sir Bartholomew was murdered.
Yes, but I explained all that to Mr. Satterthwaite. It was the old boy himself who suggested I fake the accident.
But you no longer have his letter?
No, I must have lost it somewhere.
None of this is very convincing, Mr. Manders.
Convincing or not, it's the truth.
Yes, Mr. Manders, I believe it is. You were the most obvious suspect, but then I began to realize that was what I was supposed to think. I had been led to believe that the murderer would be someone who had been present both at Crow's Nest and at Melfort Abbey, and everything pointed to you. But a really clever criminal would have realized that anyone who had been at both places would be bound to be under suspicion, and therefore would have arranged not to be apparently there.
You mean that there was someone present at Melfort Abbey who had been at Crow's Nest, but was not recognised? That could hardly apply to Miss Milray or to Mrs. Babington. And Sir Charles and I were in the south of France, and even if we had somehow sneaked back into the country, the company at Melfort Abbey would have known us instantly.
You, perhaps, Mr. Satterthwaite, but Sir Charles is a different matter. He is an actor, accustomed to playing many parts, which led me to reconsider that very mysterious person, Ellis the butler. A man who appears from nowhere a fortnight before the crime and vanishes afterwards with complete success. Why was Ellis so successful? Because Ellis did not really exist.
But you're not seriously suggesting that Ellis was Charles? That's ridiculous. The servants would have recognised him.
And what about Tolly? I don't mind you indulging your little fancies, Poirot, but you can't tell me I could have fooled my oldest friend.
Oh, no, he knew perfectly well who you were. It had been arranged between you. Sir Bartholomew gave it away when he said, "You're a first-class butler, aren't you, Ellis?"
I must admit it did seem to be an extraordinary thing to say.
But perfectly understandable if Sir Bartholomew was in on the joke, a joke that was intended to deceive the whole house party. Hence Sir Bartholomew's cheerful humour and his remark to Miss Sutcliffe about the surprise he was going to spring on everyone. And after the murder had been accomplished, Ellis left by the secret passage, resumed his own identity, and 2 days later was strolling through the gardens at Monte Carlo, ready to be shocked and surprised by the news of his old friend's death.
I really cannot believe a word of this. What about the blackmailing letters we discovered in Ellis's room?
They were written by Sir Charles, who then contrived to have you discover them. And just consider the opportunities available to a butler. In valeting the gentlemen, he could fold and press their clothes, and in the process remove certain letters.
You mean he took the letter that Sir Bartholomew had written to me?
And planted the press cutting which fell so conveniently at Miss Wills's feet.
I was beginning to wonder whether she might have planted it herself.
Let us now turn to the part played by Miss Wills. She is a curious personality, apparently completely nondescript, but of extraordinary intelligence and perception. She was the only person who occasioned Sir Charles any uneasiness. That is why he was so concerned to tackle her himself. He was fairly reassured by the interview, and distinctly gratified that she had noticed the birthmark he had gone to such pains over. But then came the catastrophe. I do not think that until then it had occurred to her that Ellis was Sir Charles, but she had noticed the hands that held the dishes at dinner, and it did suddenly occur to her that Sir Charles was Ellis. And so she asked him to pretend to hand her a dish of vegetables. But it was not whether the birthmark was on the left or the right wrist that interested her. She wanted a pretext to study his hands.
You're making this up. How can you possibly know what happened?
Because I've been talking with her, mademoiselle. That is why I advised her to leave her home immediately, so as not to share the same fate as Mrs. de Rushbridger.
But how does she fit into all this? I don't understand.
Sir Charles was worried. He did not like the expression of satisfied malice he had seen on Miss Wills's face. Attention must be focused elsewhere. On the day of my sherry party, Sir Charles rose very early, went to Yorkshire, and, disguised in shabby clothes, gave a telegram to a boy to send off, and he did one thing more. He dispatched a box of poisoned chocolates to a woman he had never seen and of whom he knew nothing. It was a splendid coup de théâtre. Mrs. de Rushbridger had something of importance to tell us. Mrs. de Rushbridger was killed before she could speak, but I, Hercule Poirot, was not deceived.
So that was what you meant when you said she had been killed before she could tell us what she did not know.
Mm-hmm.
She had nothing to do with the case at all. She was simply a red herring.
Precisely, mon ami. But in his seeming triumph, Sir Charles made a stupid, childish error. The telegram was addressed to me, Hercule Poirot, at the Ritz Hotel. But Mrs. de Rushbridger knew nothing at all of my connection with the crime.
Childish, as you say.
So, I had reached the stage where I knew the identity of the murderer, and I saw, for the first time, that the death of Sir Bartholomew Strange was his overall objective. But what reason could Sir Charles have to kill off his old friend? Could I work out a motive?
Monsieur Poirot, don't you think this has gone on long enough? Huh? I know that it is part of your performance to focus everyone's attention on the wrong man, so that they will be all the more astounded when the real criminal is revealed. You have had your fun. You have spun out this absurd story. Now, don't you think it's time you told us who the real murderer is?
Alas, I cannot oblige you, Sir Charles. The real murderer has already been revealed.
Well, so what was my motive for taking the life of a man I had known ever since my school days?
Your motive is sitting there, Sir Charles. Miss Hermione Lytton-Gore.
What do you mean by that?
It was clear from the first time I saw you together that Sir Charles loved you with that terrible, absorbing passion that comes to a man in middle age and which is usually inspired by an innocent young girl. You loved her, Sir Charles. She, it was evident, had the hero worship for you. You had only to speak for her to fall into your arms, but you did not speak. Why?
You know damned well why. I thought she was in love with Manders.
You did not believe that for a second. You are a man of the world. You knew perfectly well Miss Lytton-Gore's feelings for you. Why then did you not marry her? It could only have been because there was some obstacle. And the obstacle was the fact that you already had a wife.
That's absurd.
You married when you were very young, before you became known as an actor.
But if that's the case, what happened to her? Where is she now?
There are two tragedies for which the law gives no relief. The woman you married might be serving a life sentence in some prison, or she might be confined to a lunatic asylum. In neither case could you obtain a divorce.
I don't believe any of this.
If nobody knew, you might marry Miss Lytton-Gore without telling her the truth. But supposing one person was aware of it, a man you had known since boyhood,
Sir Bartholomew Strange.
an honourable, upright physician. Oh, he might pity you deeply, he might sympathise with a liaison with an irregular life, but he would not stand by silent and see you enter into a bigamous marriage with an unsuspecting young girl.
What about Babington? Did he know about it too?
I thought so at first, but I found nothing to support my theory. Then a chance remark from Miss Lytton-Gore about going to a dress rehearsal opened my eyes. The poison in the glass picked up by Mr. Babington was intended for any of those present in the room, with three exceptions. Yourself, Miss Lytton-Gore, to whom you were careful to hand an innocent glass, and Sir Bartholomew, who did not drink cocktails.
But that's nonsense. What's the point of it?
A very singular point. The murder of Stephen Babington was nothing more nor less than a dress rehearsal.
You really have the most extraordinary imagination, Monsieur Poirot. It goes without saying there isn't a syllable of truth in this absurd fandangle. Where's your evidence, eh?
My evidence, Sir Charles, is in the Hiverton County Asylum. Gladys Mary Mugg, the wife of Charles Mugg, your lawful wedded wife.
Is this true? Is this really true, Monsieur Poirot?
It is true, mademoiselle.
God
He'll escape.
No, no. He will only choose his exit. The slow one before the eyes of the world, or the quick one off stage.
Oliver, take me home, please.
Yeah, of course. Well, you're trembling. Will you be all right?
I'll be all right. Stay with me, Oliver.
Be very good to her.
I will. You know that. Good night, Monsieur Poirot. Thank you.
My dear Poirot, you have been wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
It is nothing. A tragedy in 3 acts. And now the curtain has fallen.
My goodness, I've only just realised. That poison cocktail. Anyone could have drunk it. It might have been me.
There is an even more terrible possibility that you have not considered.
And what is that?
It might have been me.
In the final part of Agatha Christie's 3-act tragedy, Hercule Poirot was played by John Moffat, Mr. Satterthwaite by George Cole, Sir Charles Cartwright, Michael Cochrane, Egg Lytton Gore, Beth Chalmers, Angela Sutcliffe, Gemma Churchill, Oliver Manders, Carl Prekop, the matron, Natasha Pine. 3-act tragedy was dramatized for radio by Michael Bakewell and directed by Enid Williams.